Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and I graciously invite you to Jeremy Blaine Live. And in today's session, we will talk about the mastering sales in the digital era. And for this discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Thank you very much, CK. Great to be back.
It's great to see you, and you're back in your castle, Jeremy.
I am back in. I am back in my castle. I know that you'd be very upset if I wasn't back in my castle. So yes, I'm back here.
Great. So, Jeremy, I think the discussion is about uh, basically the paradigm shift in the business, where the businesses are struggling in terms of finding new clients. And I think there's a lot to do with how they approach the market in terms of their lead generation exercise, their different marketing campaigns, how they engage with the client. So there are a lot of new aspects of generating business which are undergoing tremendous changes. So I think I would like to know from you where we are today in 2020 and what is the business has to do to stay relevant with regard to finding new clients.
Yeah, it's a good question to ask because before we even hit this year that we've talked about during some of our sessions, is that many organizations, as we know, were struggling with the so-called digital transformation, transforming their organizations for the more digital era. We're working more remotely. We were working more remotely. We were doing things in different ways. From a point of view of marketing and sales, we were doing marketing in a different way, digital marketing, more direct and targeted marketing. And then from a selling point of view, we were having to do a lot more, be more analytical, embrace data, also be expert networkers, because that was also how we would grow our business through prospecting as much as with existing customers. So where we are now in this year that has accelerated a lot of these trends is that many sales organizations have been left behind a little bit because sales is one of those areas within business that hasn't, in my experience, transformed so much. Now, I work obviously, and I have a consulting stroke training business, and I have been in learning and development for many years now. And I do criticize my own industry about this because what I see out there for sales training, let's say, and sales coaching are the same things that we've been doing for years and years and years, just repackaged and repackaged for now. What we haven't done is make that jump and evolve it forward. In fact, that's something that myself I really made a strong decision to do and to challenge myself. So what it actually has done, it gives me two two things to show you really, the past now and the future now. And I say now in there because it's happening. So the past now is traditional selling, but it's still in place with many organizations. It's still products and solutions focused. We have sales professionals. It's very driven by the human touch and face-to-face touch, which has been challenged this year. We know our competitors. We're driven by KPIs. We have traditional skills that we are still trained in, which are still valid, of course, by the way, questioning skills, presentation, value proposition, objection handling. But if we fast forward to the more enlightened organizations who are future now, they see selling differently. They've moved from solution selling to customer and consumer journeys, understanding at each point in the customer where they can impact positively to add even better value for them. So this is creating great experiences, engaging the overall organization, not just our buyer or the people that we're used to seeing, being digitally enabled, using technology to help us, being data experts, data-driven decision making, helping our customers understanding through data what the strategy might be moving forward, etc. And understanding that we live in hyper-competitive times. So we know some of our competitors, but we don't know the competitors who will come tomorrow. So we need to be agile, ready to act. So in terms of our own skills, we need to be far more connected to the underbelly of the industry. We need to be great on LinkedIn. We need to be at industry events. This year, we need to do it online. We need to reach out and we need to be industry spokespeople. So we need to not only be experts in our products and services, but also in our industry and create a voice for ourselves. So it's actually creating a very different brand. The mindset is moving from target mindset, I must hit my targets, to growth mindset, which is what do I need to do to hit my results now, but how do we grow in the long term as well? And how do I use digital to enable all of that for collaboration, communication, customer mobilization, customer engagement, and doing this all together? So these are the things that are happening now, and many organizations are still in the past now, whereas the more enlightened and potentially more successful ones are future now.
So, Jeremy, I think the biggest challenge any sales guy will face, whether you are a CEO or you are a sales manager, is basically making the customer remember you. And one of the key aspect of that is you don't want to look like a Me Too player when you meet the customer. And when everybody is getting on to the digital platform, somehow there is a new skill required to get into that or get out of Me Too syndrome. What do you suggest to our viewers how they should leverage the digital platform to not be part of a Me Too ocean and get out of from Me Too?
Well, it's really interesting question that, because the Me Too versus the competitive advantage was always about the product, the service, the solution. What has emerged this year through this intense period of remote working, remote selling, is that relationships are trumping traditional solutions, services, and so on. So creating very strong human touch relationships, albeit remotely, like we're talking here, helping the customer through this very challenging period as much as working ourselves, is actually giving the very best salespeople out there competitive advantage. So in the digital era, the human touch becomes more important than it ever was. In fact, that you can do more digitally, so you can be more connected. So we're seeing much more less of the formal selling. So my hour meeting at a client, much more of the short 15-minute, 20-minute meetings with one agenda point, but also the informal communication via platforms like WhatsApp, for example, whereby we're exchanging much more than we used to do and keeping in touch very much also from the human side of things. Empathy is being demonstrated, an understanding of where we all are in the situation. But the very best salespeople out there, there is, if you consider them, there is a growing gap between them and those salespeople who are still more traditional, who are still saying in their minds, no, you can't do selling without having a very strong human touch and being face to face. This is a myth. You can actually have an even closer relationship. So there's a sense of readiness and a sense of mindset within sales professionals to switch to think, how do I become better? Because actually it's upskilling myself in areas that I haven't been able to work with before, working remotely, the technology, being digitally enabled, being great networkers, all of these things. What's interesting, a piece of data has come out from Spotio that talks about, in the B2B and B2C spaces, buyers who are now buying through trusted referrals to people or companies has increased from 60% to 92% in this era in terms of remote working. So it goes to prove what I'm saying, is that the human touch is trumping the traditional services and solutions that we have. Of course, we have to get that right, but actually being able to do digital and create great relationships remotely like this is great, because they'll pick up referrals like that, and over 50% are actively following them up. So that's a prize worth having by getting this right.
So I think, in nutshell, what you're saying is that you have to up your skill of networking, because now you're not physically visible to the client. You have to do digitally. I think that is one tip, very important tip. And people who are watching this program, they have to get that essence of what Jeremy is saying. That means you have to do networking, and the challenges are that you need to pick up digital skills to be able to become a good marketeer, a good salesperson, or a good network person. Well,
In fact, CK, I mean, I have to use you as an example here, don't I? Really, because you're doing exactly what I'm talking about here. So you have your own products and services, but you're doing so much more than that for the industry. If I look at your the videos that you publish, the live videos that you publish every day, every week, you're adding so much value around topics in terms of life, business, work, personal, the human touch. And it's giving you, it's increasing your brand, not just in terms of what you used to do in products and services, but actually there's so much more that you offer out there as value add. So therefore, you've got people who are far more now willing to have a conversation with you about your business services because you're actually doing so much more for the community, for the business industry that you're in, and outside it, of course, but also that demonstrating that strong human touch and bringing people in from all over the world. So it's, and we met by doing exactly what we talked about, this networking. It's network to get work, right? So this is what we were doing. And I think you and your company is a fantastic example of this.
so, Jeremy, thank you so much for recognizing. I think we are doing our bit, but I think that brings me to the third question, which is very relevant. You see, when we go out and meet the client, we are always judging whether he is the person to target or follow up in future. That means whether he has the money, authority, or need. So every sales guy is looking for these three qualities in the client also. When the client is looking at a salesperson, the salesperson is also making a judgment. So I think in the digital arena, the qualification or the client qualification is becoming a big challenge. Would you like to give some ideas how a qualification can be done using digital platform?
Yeah, well, this goes back to my original point is that sales has not evolved fast enough. So the way for me to describe the challenge that you talk about is the ability to up our game as a sales professional or as a sales rep. So if I go back 10 years, what key account management was yesterday is being a sales professional today. So it's actually you're having to move from where so the thing is that traditionally when we look at how salespeople have been recruited, and I remember because I was a salesperson, I started my career in Procter and Gamble, and I was recruited into Procter and Gamble, and it was based largely on personality. I had an outgoing personality. I got really excited and passionate about stuff. And this was a really key trait of a salesperson. And it still is. We have to be able to do that. And we have to be able to create good relationships. However, I remember then my analytical skills weren't so good, but that was fine because I was going into sales. Right now, you need great analytical skills and more strategic skills. So the very best salespeople out there who are looking to develop themselves need to understand that in order, let's say, for example, to absolutely penetrate a customer or a prospect in the best way, they need to be prepared to do some research. So they can go onto LinkedIn, they can look at industry papers, they can look at company reports, get in there, look at who the key players are, and start to think about how they grow their network within their company by, first of all, who they know, and then moving forward in terms not just going directly to call a person, but doing exactly what we said before. Start raising their profile in the industry as an industry spokesman person, so that they can then start to share things, so they can start to tag people in posts, let's say for on LinkedIn, that they know are key decision makers in their prospects or targeted customers or people that they haven't known. Reach out and say hello, I work with your company, it's really great, it's an honor to meet you, I'd love to connect, and here's something that I published about the challenges in our industry that I think you might find interesting. So it's starting with the informal and moving up. So it takes far deeper, greater skills as just being a sales rep, let's in the old language that we used to do. This is about now being a sales professional, and it's what we used to call being a much more experienced key account manager or strategic salesperson. So we need to up our game, or else we're going to fail, CK.
In fact, Jeremy, in fact, I like to quote your last session, and you very explicitly quoted about having the new skills. And what I see is that many of these standard established leaders are finding it very tough to network in this arena because they had already established name in the physical world, and to replicate that in the digital arena, they have to do the whole thing all over again, and they are finding it very tough to do it, and they are still living in the past and behaving very high-handed, in a very high-handed manner, while tackling with people digitally, because they are not used to it. So I think it's very clear that people have to get used to digital empathy, as you mentioned in the beginning of our show today. uh, the fourth question really for me is, where they can get acquire these skills, because nobody's teaching
Mm.
these skills. I think that is the biggest question we have.
Yeah, yeah, I'm teaching those skills, CK. That was a very nice segue into that. Thank you very much. Because like I said at the beginning, I think it's our duty as learning professionals to challenge ourselves, learn ourselves, and provide those new skill sets on top of the existing skill sets, which is still important because you still need to know how to ask great questions, create great relationships, but you need to do it in the virtual world better, and you need to do it differently. So I spent a lot of time doing that. However, if I look at what's happening more generally out there, then nearly 40% of high growth companies, from a sales perspective, they're starting to pivot their sales skills and using inside sales technologies. So in old language, that was call centers. So they were using the skills to boost their selling techniques of how call centers did it. So the call centers know they potentially got 5 to 7 minutes to sell something to a call, maximum, absolute maximum. They've got to create a great first impression. They've got to do this, and they've got to do it repeatedly, time and time again. And they've got to get used to hearing the word no, and they've got to get used to kind of getting up again and going. So what many traditional sales organizations and newer sales organizations are adopting are these skills from inside sales. So those connection skills, and then they're bringing into that, in fact, they're bringing into the new skill sets. And of the new skill sets, 80% of organizations are believing that data analytics expertise is the route to Salesforce competitive advantage. So they're spending a lot of time creating a lot of training around agile working and agile methodologies, data interpretation and analysis, and then therefore to provide insights, and then training on how they actually present that data to a client. So, for example, a agile technique like data visualization. So, trying to use the least words possible and trying to use pictures to kind of paint the story and tell the story for a client. And storytelling is really at the heart of this, using visuals to help drive a narrative through it. So these are upgraded skills from where we are. And on the job, when you think about kind of management support as well, over 60% of organizations report creative new practices to engage the customers through joint selling online. So for example, here we can do a lot more. I can bring people in to let's see if this was a selling call, I could bring a special guest in to a prospect, say, here, I instead of providing a customer testimonial on a reference, I've got someone who's just going to come in for 5 minutes, tell you about the experience, and answer any of your questions, live. Now it's kind of guest practices live, isn't it? I can do joint selling with my manager. I can do far more by coming onto, let's say, a Zoom call like this, one day before a really important meeting and practicing the meeting with my colleagues or my people, and I can record them and view them and start to look at how I interact in the virtual world. Do I provide great eye contact, for example? Do I look into the camera, into your eyes, or am I looking at what I'm presenting on my screen down here? Which is really key for sales. You've got to keep that eye contact and got to keep your body language very positive. So smile, open your eyes quite wide, and be very open. Use body language, although I'm using too much right now, I know. So don't use too much, but use some of it. And you can start to create these brand new skills and understand also the changes that you need to have. Your meeting now might be 15 minutes. So have one or maximum two agenda items with the customer. Pre-prepare them, talk about upfront what the outcome is, so you can get down to it when you're on the call. But one thing that has emerged from, two or three of the customers I've worked with this year, when I've talked to them about what's really worked, they've said spending 5 minutes, even though we've just got, 15 to 30 minutes on the meeting, spending 5 minutes just talking at a human level and connecting around how people are feeling and talking about, demonstrating a bit of empathy and talking about how we are has made a very, very big difference to engaging and mobilizing customers to be orientated around your products and services and being ready to listen to what you have to say. So a few tips there, I think, CK.
These tips are very valuable. I think people who are struggling and try to start their journey in the digital world, I think they can take the cue from here, which is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there are a lot of things which you can bring on the table, and there are a lot of things in digital empathy which people need to really learn. Sit in front of a guru like you and learn, pick up those traits which are very important. And I would like to say one more thing before you speak. One is that people used to meet 100 clients in a year before the digital age happened,
Yeah.
and now this factor has you simply multiply this by 1,000. So now people have to realize the power of digital platform. They have ability to address 10,000 clients in a year now. So I think the strategy itself has to completely it's a new strategy. You have to work on a new strategy to be able to talk to 10,000 clients as if you're talking to them face to face, isn't it?
You're right. You're absolutely right. And we've gone from here in traditional selling, let's just say just at sales rep, sales professional level, to what a sales rep, sales professional needs to now is up here. The skill gap from where we were to where we need to be now, just to compete on a normal selling and general selling, is really quite big. So these skills that you talk about, we can engage far more. We can engage at industry level. We can use technology. We can leverage data. We can do so much more, but it takes a modified and upgraded skill set to be a super salesperson in the 2020s.
So, Jeremy, I think we had a very fruitful discussion today. Um, there is, tremendous amount of learning from you. There is a lot to it, and people who want to reach out to you, they can reach out to you directly, or they can drop an email. The email will be shared at the end of the video, and we will connect you with the people. So, with this, I'd
Thank
like
you.
to thank you for finding time and joining our show. We will catch up next Tuesday.
Thank you very much, CK, and thank you everyone for listening.
Have a nice day, and bye bye for today.
Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akul Mac Technologies, and graciously invite you this morning on Jeremy Plane Live. And let me also invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Plane.
Thank you very much, CK. Again, great to be back for our final hurrah of 2020.
Absolutely. Before the end of the season, I think this is our last session in 2020, and we would like to talk about the business outlook for 2021. So, with this discussion, we want to end our series for this year, only to pick up next year.
Yes, exactly.
Uh, Jeremy, there has been a lot of speculation: what will work, what will not work, uh, what are the new avenues, how business will reshape. I think there has been a lot of speculation. For instance, there is Indian electric vehicle manufacturers, which is a startup here in my city in India. They have announced that they want to launch a three-wheel car, and they've already got, within just 2 weeks, they got 3,000 bookings. mostly from United
Wow.
States. I think this is one of the example of what will happen. You can manufacture in India, but your clientels are in the US, and the car is completely solar. And their punchline is that you never have to charge your vehicle. So,
Yeah, great.
right. So, I think what do you think? What will happen? What is your opinion in terms of your understanding from the global scenario?
Well, I, I'm going to put a bit of a positive spin on it, actually, CK, this time, because I see opportunity for 2021. Honestly, I do. Many of us have learned to do things differently through 2020. It's been tough, there's no doubt about it. Many organizations are still on the line between survival and failure. Some have failed, some have found ways through. And we've discovered new ways of working and new possibilities, which were not there before because people hadn't been forced over this precipice of change, which is what we've seen this year. So it's taken a long time to get through this. And while I still think we will live with the pandemic for a while to go yet, even though there is the vaccine to come, that will still be there in the background, but we will start to do things and be more active in moving forward while recognizing that. So, with that in mind, organizations will start to look again and look at their 2021 and start to think about where are our possibilities, where are our big plays, how do we reshape strategy so it's a little bit more fluid. We can learn from this year so that we have plan B and potentially plan C in place for next year, and then mobilize our resources behind that in new ways, having learned from what we're doing this year. So I feel that there is a more enlightened and a more positive way forward possible, CK.
I think a lot of corporations and a lot of organizations across the world, some of them basically took some drastic measures, and some of them waited for the good times. But net, I think everyone has a great learning, and my assumption is that whatever people have learned this year in 2020, they will basically make actionable items or actionable events next year. For instance, some of these large companies have already announced that they will be working from home for next 3 years. But then there are so many companies. I think the whole box needs to be opened. The lid needs to be opened for the new action point for the entrepreneurs. So, what do you think are the key learning which people need to implement in 2021?
Well, actually, if I come at that in a different way, and the way that I've looked at it, and the way that I've started to talk to my customers about it when they talk to me about it as well, there are three distinct phases that it looks like that many organizations are going through when they're looking at their 2021 planning. The first is consolidation, the second is reorientation, and the third is build. So, consolidate is thinking about at strategic level, where are we on our transformational journey? That could be the macro transformation like digital or workforce, but for many, it's the operational transformation around remote, virtual selling, how we do things differently now, what we keep because it's proved to be a great practice, and what we try and do differently because we've learned from it. So, understanding where they are now is one of the biggest studies that many organizations are doing to inform how strategy is being defined for next year. And that is also including, which I'm really pleased to see, not just the business and the bottom line, but it's starting to include those things that we've talked about of being imperative this year, which is what about our people? And what about the communities within which we serve? What do we need to do differently so we're bringing people along with the journey? And that is great to see some leaders starting to having those conversations, a lot more actually than there were coming into 2020. So that's consolidation. The reorientation then is a focus on one of the biggest issues of the past 5 years, which is strategy implementation. So, a reorientation from the leadership team to move down a level from where they're looking and start to think about implementation and how we do things. So, the discussion has moved in the boardrooms and in executive meeting rooms, be they remote, away from what we need to do to how we need to do things more effectively. Again, looking about how do we look at the plan for our people? How do we continue the journey of more efficient working and productive working? Be it remote working, be it a mix between face to face or office based and remote, and be it going to market in different ways as well. So, how have we reorientated our marketing? How is our sales actually evolving so that we can keep some of this good stuff and go to market slightly differently? And what have we learned, and what do we understand of our consumers or customers? How will they continue or choose to buy differently this year? Your example at the very beginning is exactly what we're seeing, is that there are new globalized purchasing patterns emerging because the organizations and buyers are looking beyond their 10-mile radius or 10-kilometer radius from where they live, and they're starting to realize that as a business they can start to source globally. They can start to look at talent globally, but also they need to start looking cross borders for their business, because for some countries their business may have dried up, so it's a survival issue. So that's the reorientation piece. And then for that reorientation piece, before they move into the build, there's a lot more work that I'm seeing around measurement. So how do we measure the new value in 2021 that is being created, and what we're achieving and how quickly we're achieving it? Then the final stage, which is in the build, is what I'm really pleased to see, is that budgets are coming back and being front and center focused on building skills at leadership level, because some leadership have been exposed in this year. And we've talked about this in one of our organizations. There is a narrowing of the gap between the capability of many employees and the capability of the leadership when you consider things like digital, remote working, small group collaboration, online communication, agile working. All of these things are being done in a way that actually is closing a hierarchical gap. So investing in skills for leadership, for the rest of the organization to be able to step up to lead at their level and usher in this new age of empowerment, is something that's great to see. And putting the supports in place for a more considered go-to-market plan that we talk about, to make sure you're building and creating early wins from an awareness point of view, making sure that more purchasing opportunities are being considered, and therefore that your chances of conversion are being more. I'm seeing a lot more work on that. So it's great. We're seeing overall this movement from understanding where we are, understanding what we need to do, to much more focus on how we're going to do it and how we're going to do it successfully.
Jeremy, there is one more trend that I have noticed, which is with regard to the gig economy. And, when the times were good, the Salesforce was a leader in the CRM arena. So you have the complete CRM. And they used to basically charge quite a lot of money. They would use charge something like for a basic monthly subscription, $75 a month. And for a more advanced, where lead generation email campaigns are roped in, it used to be much much more. But now what is happening is, to support the gig economy, the Facebook is really taking a lead in this, because they have started the ad manager. They are bringing in a lot of other functionality into ad manager. You can generate campaigns, you can do it absolutely free of cost. You can extend the reach within your network and beyond it, using simply just the ad manager functionality. So I think there are lots happening in the Facebook arena, and there is a sort of a competition going on between these social media platforms. LinkedIn is not doing
Yeah.
much, although they were much ahead in the race, but they are not adding any applications. They are not adding even the live sessions, which Facebook is quickly embarked and giving competition to YouTube. So, from your point of view, for next year, to support the gig economy or people who wants to get into the opportunity, what they should do in terms of finding new clients, in terms of building their own pipeline and CRMs?
Well, um, I actually think we're moving away from legacy systems and platforms, in fact, and we're looking at a new generation of ecosystems that bring a lot of these things together, particularly for the gig economy. So there's a platform stroke ecosystem which is not even launched formally yet, coming that I've seen in Denmark called Pro Collective by one of the founders, Nicholas Schroeder, which is bringing together, if you like, the organization enterprise side with a much more formalized approach with the gig economy behind the trend that we've already talked about around this rise of the independent workforce and the need to formalize what has been the informal. But also, I believe that there are problems because you mentioned Facebook, but there are many organizations that simply can't use Facebook. Particularly from a B2B perspective, it's not the right platform potentially for them. Some for B2C and B2E, particularly, yes, Pinterest and others still are there. There's been more movement away from Facebook to Instagram, interestingly, from some even from some B2C, and therefore new elements coming up. And again, and to raise your point about the traditional CRM, there's been reaction in some of the smaller organization giggers and so on against these big platforms because they simply can't afford them. So pricing models are being challenged, not just at big CRM and large platform and enterprise system levels, but even the tools that we've been used to using this year, like Adobe Connect, GoToMeeting, Zoom, all of these things. Pricing has come down, down, down because they realize that this rise of the gig economy, you've got one person bands setting up their business or very small collective businesses of 3 or 4 experts. They're not going to be investing that much. They're looking at what they can build together as a web, as an ecosystem that puts this together, gives them easy access to route to market, utilizes tools which are much more efficient for them in going to market. Some that even aren't perfect yet. So LinkedIn Sales Navigator, for example, it's not a perfect tool, but for small businesses and independents, it can really work well at warming up leads, capturing intent, but also sharing insights and then starting to convert into real business conversations. So it sort of depends. So I actually think that 2020 has been almost a resetting year around these, systems, enterprise systems and processes and platforms that we've seen. And we're now seeing the need for integrated ecosystems that bring all sides of this together. So it just becomes much easier, much cheaper, and much more efficient.
You are absolutely right. Even the large companies are trying to see, or trying to see how they can leverage the Facebook or Instagram. I have seen a lot of large corporations also advertising on Instagram lately. So I think the whole ecosystem is changing. The marketing managers are trying new means and new mediums to generate their pipeline, and so there is a lot of training required. There is a lot of orientation required, but even Facebook offers some of this functionality free of cost. It is quite tough to use. It's not user friendly. So training is required in terms of using tools like Ad Manager from Facebook, and also the Navigator by LinkedIn, because LinkedIn Navigator is again a very intuitive tool for the small business, but then it is finding it difficult to leverage to scale up the operations. Uh,
Mm.
One of the gaps that I've seen in some of these tools is that the reach is only limited to what you create. So, like for example, Navigator, you have to build your own pipeline, and
Mm.
this is the against the ethos of social media, because the social media help you connect with 10,000 people in with just one message, whereas in Navigator you have to spend more time, bring more people, and then you work on that small group of people. So how it is different from chimp mail, for example? So I think these are the questions that consumer now
Yeah.
are asking for, and these social media platforms have to give answer in 2021. I think the last word I can have from you, last advice, what these media platforms should do to rope in more and more clients and become global leaders?
Very simple answer to that is become more customer orientated. Its customer centricity is absolutely critical for this. And what a lot of these platforms have missed are some of the trends around the growth of the independent workforce, the way the workforce is mixing and shifting, the way organizations need to go to market, the growth of entrepreneurship and small businesses that don't have those same legacy ways and means to go to market and are exploring new ways. So they're not doing enough in going to investigate what their audience actually needs now and how that has evolved. And LinkedIn is a great example of that. It's like I said as well, it's not the perfect tool, but it can be used if you're prepared to put in the work. But there are some simple things that they could do that would make that, I'm sure, a lot more efficient. Although I must say I use it, and I'm used to doing that. I'm happier, in fact, doing it because it doesn't overwhelm me with the traditional way of doing these things where I get 1,000 contacts coming in and I'm having to try and figure out, where's a real lead and where's not, and who I really want and who I really don't. Whereas if I can focus on 20 that I pick myself and warm that up, then I can start small. So there are ways and means. So customer centricity, understanding the true and real emerging needs of the different segments of customers, and then understanding how they deliver that and how they reorientate their own offer goes back to exactly what I said that many organizations are doing. They're consolidating learnings from this year. They're reorientating their offers and businesses to go to market differently. And then they're building the teams behind that and their systems, their supporting structures behind that to fuel and create early wins.
Jeremy, thank you so much for spending the last year with us, giving a lot of advice to our viewers. And I'm sure your advices, your suggestions, and the direction that you have given to the industry help some of our viewers and also beyond the viewership that we have. So, with this positive message, we want to end this year for Jeremy Blaine Live. And I wish you, all your team, your family, and your friends a very happy Christmas holidays.
Thank you very much. And all the season's greetings to you, your team, and all of your fantastic audience. CK, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Jeremy, and we will catch up next year once again.
We will. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Untitled Live. I am Kanchan Verma and today is Wednesday and we are discussing music. And you know that Indian Raga is a unique and central feature of Indian classical music tradition. And to discuss this, we have a special guest in our episode. So stick around to this episode till the end. It will be very interesting episode for you. Welcome back, and today is Wednesday and you know that we have Dr. Shambhavi Das with us and with whom we will be discussing Raga of the day, and we'll also be listening songs she will be singing for our audience. Dr. Shambhavi Das is a well-known music therapist and she also teaches music. She has her own academy, Surdemi. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome her. Welcome to the show. Shambhavi, how are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchanji, for inviting me once again. I'm really glad to be here. I'm doing very good. Thank you.
Well, as usual, we would like to know what rag we are discussing today.
So today I will be discussing Rag Shivaranjini, which is very popular in Bollywood songs, I mean the old movie songs. And it has a lot of therapeutic aspects as well, which I would like to discuss.
Well, before we start and discuss this raga, we would like you to sing something so that people can correlate and understand the raga.
Sure, sure.
It's really I really feeling very good after listening this song. So let's discuss the raga of the day today.
So this is Shivaranjini, and it's a pentatonic raga. It's a 5-note raga. Sare, and as you just heard, it's a pathos raga, and it is very, very important for depression patients, like, because it vents out the feelings in the depressed people. So if you are a very sorrowful, and if you listen to this song for a longer time, it will create a little urge to cry, and chemicals which normally built up during the depression, and it may result in a very dangerous diseases like heart attack. So if you cry and vent out, so when your tears come out, it is very important. And now even the big researchers have shown that crying is very, very important if you have some stress, tension, and if that stress takes a very advanced stage like depression, MDD, major depression disorder. So obviously it may create a lot of problems. So tears are very good for the survival of your brain and for your life. So that, because it actually uh, saves you from many major problems. So this rag is very good for venting out, for releasing the tears. This is the psychological one. And one issue, physiological, is that it reduces the Agni Tattva, the heat in your body. So, sa, sa re ga pa da sa da pa ga re sa. Just 5 notes are there. Ma and ni, as you just might have observed, it's not there. Ga is the lower ga. Sare ga, it's not the pleasant one, it's lower, so it's giving a very pathos, sorrowful meaning. It's a very good meaning. Shivaranjini means Shiva when he got fearsome. So this Shivaranjini, Shiva is Lord, Shivaranjini is to please. So this raga was used for pleasing Lord Shiva when he was in a fearsome mode. So this rag is very, very effective when you have certain feeling like fear, insecurity. Actually, fear and insecurity are the root causes of stress and tension. You might not know, but you have some certain fear, financial fear, family fear, any fear or stress or insecurity. So this rag makes you vent out that fear in many ways, and it reduces the heat which is coming out. It's a midnight raga also. So it's very, very important. It's very effective when you listen to certain ragas at a very correct time. So this raga is meant for 12 at night to 3 at night. So when at that time when you listen to the raga while asleep, it's very, very effective at that time. And it's a pentatonic raga, and it gives you a pathos feeling. Even it's a Shringarik raga, and sober romance means not a very pleasant one, but sober romance means viraha, romance which is more mixed with the sorrow, agony.
Well, we had been discussing raga for such a long time, and as a person, I came to realize that music is a very important aspect of well-being of human life, and everybody should learn music. So now, when I have this realization and really feel that music in the school has to be taken as a major subject, not a kind of a extra activity. So, what you feel about this?
It should definitely, but the problem is our culture or whatever culture, when people always run towards the streams where you are more financially secured. Now, when it comes to arts and music, we all know that our the policy makers are not doing much for anything because they think that it doesn't have that usefulness. If you go to the science side, then you have a lot of funding. If you go to the technology side, if you're an engineer, so the moment you finish the studies, half of the companies are standing beside you to recruit you. But in our cases, we have done PhD, and there are a lot of people who are doing so much in this area, but to some extent, it will take a long time for music and arts to come into certain mainstreams because of the policy making problems, because of our, although in the West now they are still funding, they have that feeling of usefulness through music and music therapy. Now music therapy as a field is emerging, so when it goes to the hospital, maybe in another few years, when it goes to the hospital, when it goes to the educational centers, when we make it like a department, when they see the change and when they see that the holistic treatments are changing people from the root, then it might take a change, and it might, in schools also, the kids might learn that it should come into the mainstream. But as of now, it's a very big problem, especially in India, because because it's not giving you money. If you are really, if you are really have some wisdom, and you feel that, like we do always feel, okay, whatever less we are getting, it's okay, at least we are enjoying our lives, we are not stressed out, we are lesser stressed out. So this feeling has to come from the family, that the parents should tell the kids that it's okay whatever field you take. In these fields, when it comes to the financial, you have to work a lot harder to achieve that, financial positions. Because even in these fields, I have seen in the COVID areas, many maestros died because of the deprivation of money, and they appealed to the government because there were no concerts, even big maestros, the Padma Shri, Padma Bhushans. They appealed to the government to have the money, like they wanted money for the survival. And yes, government did help little bit because they were maestros. But what about the veteran people who are still, and there are many. So I think the change will come, but right now it will take time, and there are many ways for the kids. When I teach kids, I always tell them the purpose of learning music, and what ragas, how the ragas help you. So when you teach your kids that, okay, this raga should help this, and this is why you are learning, because of your good focus, because of your good memory, this is why you are learning music, then the kids will crave to become a musician. So that element will go, that okay, whatever the money problem, I just want to pursue this field. So I think in the kids, in the schools, they should be told about how music, what is the purpose of music, what is the scientific use of music. So they have to be told in a very logical way. Otherwise, it will be, roll up behind.
You mentioned a very thought-provoking point, and I think that policymakers, as you mentioned, they should be more concerned about these streams like music and, of course, other paintings and frescoes making, because even if we go behind, I mean, in the antiquity, I feel that we can come out of the life of the people by really going looking into the case painting and other stuff, which I can say it's more of artistic manufactured in those time in antiquity. So yes, I think music has to be given a due place in our curriculum in the school, and parents along with the policymakers, even the school professional should think about it, because it is a very, very serious aspect of well-being and human development, right?
Definitely, definitely.
So before we close this episode, I would like to hear one more song based on today's raga.
So there are many ragas in Shivaranjini, like तेरे मेरे बीच में, तेरे मेरे बीच में कैसा है ये बंधन अनजाना, मैंने नहीं जाना, तूने नहीं जाना. This is one. Then दिल के झरोखे में तुझको छुपा कर, यादों को तेरी मैं जोगन बना कर रखूंगा मैं दिल के पास. सुन लो मेरी जामदार, बना के क्यों बिगाड़ा रे, बिगाड़ा रे नसीबा, ऊपर वाले, ऊपर वाले. So you can just see that even the lyrics in this rag are so pathos, agony oriented, karun ras. So there are many songs, especially जाने कहाँ गए वो दिन, कहते थे तेरी राह में ना 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 बिछाएंगे, चाहे कहीं भी तुम रहो, चाहेंगे तुमको उम्र भर, तुमको न भूल पाएंगे. So there are many such songs in Shivaranjani, and it's a beautiful raga to listen.
Well, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you today and listen to the music and understand the raga of the day. And somebody who wants to learn music, I think they can contact you directly, or they can contact us. We'll pass your link to Dr. Shambhavi Das. And it is the right time to really introduce your music with ourselves, and people can learn, because they are following social distancing. So as usual, I said it's lovely talking to you. We'll meet again with different
Thank you so
raga.
much.
Till then,
Thanks for
bye-bye.
having me.
Yeah. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Sure, bye. Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmac Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss the very matter which affects all organizations, small, large and medium. It's about finding the right leadership skills for them to run the business. And that has become a big challenge, because now, because of lockdown, the HR functions are not functioning appropriately at the appropriate level. At the same time, finding the right skill with the right attitude is also becoming a big challenge. So this is the matter of discussion for today's program. Before we start a discussion, a word on our giveaway. Akulmac works with many SMEs and startups world over,
helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmek Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion.
So, friends, let me introduce the guest for today. Her name is Aparna Ranadive. She joins us from Mumbai, and she is actually wearing three hats. She is the CEO of Practical Magic Advisory, which is a high level CEO level advisory, which basically deals with matters which are related with the chief executives. She is also the CEO of Gateway to India, and she is also wearing another hat, and she's working as executive director of Global Chamber of Commerce, Mumbai edition. So, without further ado, let me present Aparna to you. Welcome to the show, Aparna.
Hi, good afternoon, CK. How are you doing? And thank you so much for welcoming me to the show.
It was always a pleasure, Aparna. And today we want to take advices from you around how to build a leadership team for your organization, and what is the important aspect of the trait of a leader which you want to be working for your organization. So over to you, Aparna.
Thank you so much. My corporate experience has been over 2 decades now, roughly around 26 years to be more precise, and have cut across different industry sectors. So, right from media and entertainment to financial services to retail to engineering and what have you. And I've seen different stages of organizations at different points in time, and that I was a part of. And at every point in time, I realized that the leadership capability in the organization. Now, it could be at different levels. And leaders are not just at the top. You have leaders at all levels. But how does the organization spend time and effort and take the initiative to develop this leadership in the organization is what really decides the future of that organization. Because it's very easy, I feel it's very easy to bring in people from the outside at all points in time. It's very easy to kind of say that, okay, these are the positions that I have, I will give it out to a search consultant, and I'll get in the best of talent inside. But and I'm sure a lot of chief executives also understand the fact that by the time the talent comes on board and starts performing, so at that level, if you're talking about T-1, T-2 kind of levels, at that levels, anybody has roughly around anywhere between a month to 3 months in terms of notice period. So you spend about 2 to 3 months for the time for that person to come on board, and another 3 months at least to get adjusted to the environment, the culture, the working, and start delivering. So we're talking about anywhere like a 6 month period before you can actually start seeing tangible results. The predominant work or the groundwork can start happening, but actually in terms of tangible results, it's anywhere between 6 months to a year that you can start. And then by the time it's 1 year's time, it's the end of 1 year, you have time for assessment of what this leader has delivered and not delivered and so on. So it and then in times like these, especially in times like these, the uncertain times that we're living in today, I think it makes more sense that the organization starts looking inwards, starts this, because this is a period of sustenance. It's a time that you can actually build, so that you can build sustenance in the organization, in the business for the future. Now, if you start looking inwards and start seeing that there are people who are, everybody comes with talent, right? Now, there could be levels of talent, there could be levels of talent, right? So if you start looking inwards, start identifying these talent, and developing them, and not just leave it onto the heads of HR to really do this as an initiative or as a intervention, but collectively the leadership of the organizations should get involved in this entire process, and then start developing these leaders. Now, if I have to give you an example, may not be from the corporate, and I don't want to deliberately give it from the corporate, but if you look at the military service, right? So the military is an organization in itself, and every individual who's joining that, so whether it is in India, whether it is internationally, if you look at the top military academies in the world, so I will take NDA, the National Defense Academy, is one of them. And if you look at maybe the Sandhurst in UK, or if you're looking at the US military academy in the US, at every point in time they have this young blood which is inducted into this organization, which is brought in, so that you're constantly training, you're constantly developing. Now, these are the very people who go on to become generals and brigadiers and starts chief of staffs at all levels. If you look at it today, in today's day, the chief of staff of the Army, Navy and Air Force in India, they were all NDA students at the same NDA cadets in the same batch at the same time, and they've now risen to become the chief of staffs here. So the point I'm trying to drive home is that I'm not saying organizations and corporate can become like the military, but the ethos is pretty much the same, right? So the organization as a structure, as a being, came into force looking at what the military, it kind of draws its own working and everything from the military as a point of reference, right? So now, if that be the case, there are no silos there to say, oh, I'm a gunner, so I will only do that. I'm this one, I will only do this, or I'm a technical guy. Now, these guys, if you look at the people from the special forces, if you're looking at these people, they're all like task force developed within the organization. That should any calamity come by, should any requirement come, this force is a ready available force to be deployed at any point in time, at any place, right? I'm saying, why not use the same analogy within an organization as well, in the corporate, that you have this ready available talent with you, rather than going through a staged program of just a high potential development, or whether it is a leadership development in the organization as a intervention, and putting them through a series of training programs, sending them internationally for certificate programs, and then you come back and you kind of just come back and blend into the same culture, and then everything goes back to where it was. As against that, if you really look at TAS as an organization, so I was lucky enough to be a part of a small bit of TAS at that point in time, and TAS is the Tata Administrative Services. And as a young manager with Tata's with the Tata Group, I was involved in some sense or the other with this group, and trying to develop it. Now, TAS, if you are a TAS pass out, or if you're a TAS inductee, or a candidate, there is a certain amount of already assumed pedigree associated with it. That you come from a good college, or you come from a good institution, and then you are being groomed by the organization, within the organization, with a clear objective that tomorrow, sooner than later, if there's a business which is launched, you will then sort of become you will develop the capability of leading that business. So that's a one point agenda that they have, that that you are developed to become the top leader in that organization, and then everything around it is developed like that. So you're put through different functions, you're put through different competencies are developed, you're put through different situations, all of that, so that you turn out to be a leader who's capable of leading a business, and not just a P&L, but the entire business, as it were, right, as a CEO. Now, if not every organization has that vision, or has that capability as well. And that is where I strongly feel that this is especially the time where you can actually make use of interventions like that, where you can start identifying these people from different from different parts of the organization, who come in with different capabilities and competencies, and yet show that spark and yet show that potential to be going on to lead your organization, right? So that ways you develop sustenance as well in the organization, because tomorrow should a time come where something happens, and there is an exigency that you need to manage, or then there is a internal growth level that you have to start looking at, then you're not just looking at performance, you're not just looking at potential, you're not just looking at appraisals, and kind of matching it all together and concocting it together, and kind of creating another leadership level of sorts. Yeah. Having said that, a lot of the number of futuristic organizations or future looking organizations, forward looking organizations, they have a well planned leadership development plan in place. But having said that, the need is very different today to look at it very differently, and that is something that I'm trying to bring home. Yeah.
All right. So I think this is a
So
very
that's what I had to say.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. I think when you explain it, it sounds so easy. I have a question, Aparna ji, that is regarding the leadership itself. So while a lot of people go through different courses, you mentioned TAS and you mentioned armed services. There is a very clear mandate to develop leaders of tomorrow who will lead the platoons into the battle. The problem with our industry today is who will identify what leadership is. There are two kinds of leaders. One is a leader which will sit in the boardroom and make spreadsheet graphs and plan things on a paper. There are other leaders like General Patton who will go out and fight it out and do it, lead it from the front. Now, the problem is who will identify these leaders? Is it Eisenhower you're looking for, or is it General Patton that you're looking for? Because the deciding authority between these two leaders is someone else. So I think the challenge is to identify what type of leader you need. And my question to you is, therefore, is that how do you identify what type of leader you need for your organization?
Okay, so I think general pattern is a favorite example I often hear and I give, but at the same time, Field Marshal Manik Shaw is one of the classiest examples of a leader that one can think of, and homegrown again, right? But having said that, these people have been gems who cannot be recreated. They came at a certain time. They came with a certain mental makeup. They came with a certain ethos, and they came during situations which really required that kind of. Today, thankfully, situations are different. They're not really as critical as they were back then. But nonetheless, I mean, nothing really takes away the kind of credit that we have to give to our people as well. But all that said, I think to answer your question, um, there are organizations and there are organizations, and there are leaders and there are leaders. So now, just because I was reading a post put up by somebody on LinkedIn some time back, and he said, it's nice to hear about something about whatever. There was a topic being discussed, and he said, thanks for giving this to us as leaders. Now, if you're declaring yourself as a leader out there, and saying, okay, it's nice to have given this thing to us leaders, that in itself for me is a big is a big flashpoint, because you are calling yourself a leader, uh, which ideally somebody else should be. A leader has to have followers, right? And the followers need to look up to you. You cannot go out and declare yourself to be a leader just like that, you know and it's like Modi saying, oh, I'm the leader, I'm the prime minister of the country, therefore I'm the leader of the country. Not so. He may or may not have those capabilities, he may or may not be a good leader material, but just because he's sitting at the helm of affairs does not really make or not make him a leader. that's it's controversial, but all the same, I'm just saying, I'm just putting a perspective to it. So coming back to your question in terms of what is it that leadership as a quality that we are looking for, is I believe very strongly that a leader, and especially in these times, are people who are able to look into the future, who are able to identify and understand where is this world going to go to. Of course, these are different, very difficult times, very different times. Nobody's experienced these times before. But having said that, if you have that foresight to say that, this is where my organization is, why did I start this organization? The purpose was different at a different point in time. The purpose still remains the same, but can I just tweak it to suit the future? Or can I just tweak it to make sure that it is aligned and can give back to the society, to the business world, or to my employees, or to my stakeholders in the future? If that be the case, what is the kind of competence that I need within my organizations? What are the different things that I need to do? And so basically, I'm trying to say somebody who has the foresight, somebody who has the willingness to look at people internally and to grow people internally, because unless and until you take your own people with you, you will never be able to succeed as a leader. You should be able to take your own people, and your people should be there ready to back you up. If you turn around as a leader and say that, okay, we heard about Lee Koka taking $1 as a salary back in our MBA days, but how many people today will do that? And if you're doing that, will somebody come up to you and say, okay, if you're taking $1 as a salary, I'm going to take maybe 50% of my salary today, because I have to support what you're doing and yet support my family as well. If that, and not in literal terms, but I'm saying, even philosophically, if somebody just comes up and is there to support you as a leader, you've arrived. I think you would have made that impression, that feeling, you develop that feeling within your people. I mean, we've heard of so many historical instances or historical leaders. Now, I always believe that history is always a guide for the future. May not be in the true sense, in the essence, but there are things that you can always take away from history. Yeah, times are different back then. Times were different, but there were leaders for whom their own people were willing to lay down their lives. Why? Not because they were in service, not because they were mandated to do that. Yeah, but they were doing that because for the love of that purpose, the cause, and for the love of that leader as well. That leader is going into the trenches with them and leading from the front. Now, today also, there, I mean, I have a lot of friends in the forces as well. They all, some of them tell me that it's not always the case that the leader leads from the front, as far as the top notch leaders and so on. But it's a different ball game completely. There they know that there is somebody who will lead them, who will take care of them, who will manage them, who will make sure that their growth is ensured. Now, if you take the same analogy back to an organization, if you keep saying that the people who are with me are not competent enough, a large organization was looking for the top candidate, the top leader for that organization, and for many years that organization was not able to find a leader. Now, whose failure is it? Is it the failure of the people who you've grown for years in that organization? Or is it the failure of the leader to not be able to see that leadership competency in people? Or is it the failure of the leader to have not been able to develop another leader under you? So it leaves me with that question, that whose failure is it really? So are we developing the right leadership competencies? Are we developing a right succession to the to the positions that are there? Or are we looking at things arbitrarily and saying, acha, aaj ye chala gaya, to uska replacement has to be found quickly, or somebody else? Now, a lot of professional organizations don't do that, but there is a whole host of them who are still in that process, and where the churn is much higher. So then, unless and until you develop this next level of leaders, you will never be able to have a sustainable organization. The third thing that comes to mind is that every time you lose out on a senior individual from the organization, imagine the kind of data and the history. I'm not saying he's going to steal data, but the experience, the knowledge of the business and with the business, the experience of having worked with different stakeholders within the organization and outside the organization, the relationships that he would have developed, all of that just goes away with him. How much can you keep taking backup of? You can't take a backup of what's here. You can't take a backup of what's in your heart and your mind. So then it just all goes away, right? So all of these things are very, very critical when you're looking at leadership at a larger level. And if you're developing a think tank, I believe every organization should have a central think tank, and which kind of is like a special forces group which is ready and developed and can take on any project. They'll be the best people to be deputed on projects, new projects, rather than putting in management trainees, and rather than picking up people from one place or the other, or developing a project scheme and sending it. You can have this entire task force created from across the organizations and put across them. So it's leadership, as far as I'm concerned, is a favorite subject, and a last subject at the same time. So yeah.
Well, Aparnaji, you mentioned about leadership must have a foresight and strategic thinking. I think you mentioned that briefly. My question, therefore, would be conflict management, because you also mentioned that you have to take the team along. You can't
Yeah.
say, "Hey, I mean, you don't know anything. You can't disrespect your team. You are leader because your team is working for you effectively."
Correct.
But the problem is then when you are developing leaders within your team so that your workload can be reduced, the challenge is that there are two leaders who are reporting to you. One guy will say, let's go left, other guy will say, let's go right. So, in those cases, how a leader should manage the conflict which is arising within his own team?
Okay, so it's a very interesting question. I have seen a lot of such situations. And then finally, what happens is that when the leader or the supposed leader cannot resolve that conflict, that entire thing is deflected to the HR, saying HR said put for they will manage it. Or then the HR head is called and said, okay, these two are fighting, resolve it, or help us resolve it. But that's really not the case. That should be. Now, first and foremost, if you're thinking, and conflicts will happen because no two individuals will think alike, right? So the thinking may vary. The other question, or the other thing that may be one of the reasons, is could be a difference in understanding or difference in communication, a vested interest somewhere, strategic vested interest somewhere, that I score a one up on the other, so that these things happen, right? It's a politically challenged environment when you're time, so that is the reason why these things happen. Now, in such a situation, it is the duty of the leader to try and see how best this conflict can be resolved. Now, the best way, I think, and I've seen certain leaders whom I respect manage it like that, and I've sort of tried to imbibe that same style in my own working as well, is that you understand where the conflict arises from and why. Understanding the why is very critical, and then once you understood the why, sitting and explaining it to both parties is equally important. The third is that when you see that I think the worst thing that a leader can do is listening to one party and depending on that arriving at a decision for the other party. That's the worst thing. You completely lose out on your entire leadership credibility the moment that happens, because you start playing favorites in that case. But in a situation like this, I think the best way to resolve conflict is to be able to sit with both parties, conflicting parties, understand the reason of the issue that is causing that conflict, trying to resolve and reason it out to both of them. And then finally, when both of them are not aligning, there will come a time when the leader will necessarily have to step in and say, this way, or this is the way to do it. But ultimately, the objective or the cause should not suffer because these two parties are not aligning with each other. Finally, the cause is more important than the two parties, right? So the leader has to have that capability and that understanding to say that, okay, now this is going a little beyond what it should be, and this is where I will call it short, and I will say that this is where my decision will hold right and hold correct, and both of you just simply follow my decision, because you're not able to fulfill your leadership duties and not able to live up to what you're expected to. So now here is my order, and or rather my recommendation and my suggestion, and you will follow this suggestion. That is the only way to, if resolving goes beyond the point, you can't really resolve it.
Okay, so I have come to the last question of the show today, and which is related to the current economic situation.
Right.
It has been predicted by everyone, all the
Mhm.
gurus and all the strategists, if you look at world over, that going forward, 50% of the jobs will be outsourced, including the leadership roles. So people like CFOs, CXOs, CMOs, CEOs will be outsourced. Principal of the schools will be outsourced. Teachers will be outsourced, and everyone will get remuneration based on fixed deliverables. And that is how this decade will go. And the number of jobs are almost like 50 to 60%. So that means it's going to be a paradigm shift for the organizations. In such a scenario, how organizations should figure out what are the leadership chunk that they are looking for and attach it to a deliverable. Is there a method that you have in mind and you would like to tell our viewers?
That's a very tricky question. Um, Okay, so if you ask me personally, I think while a lot of jobs will be outsourced, yes, we've heard that. But there are still certain jobs which are which will be or which will continue to be very integral to the organization. So you can't have a CEO who is somebody who's come from the outside, maybe like a consultant, but you can't have somebody who's coming in from the outside leading the organization. It will be a very detached kind of a relationship. It will not have that kind of sense of ownership associated with it, and then it will be very what should I say, if you, for the want of a better word, I'll use mercenary like, because then that person will be gunning for his or her own benefits and profits, and then the larger good of the purpose for which that business existed will not remain valid anymore, is my way of looking at it. But having said that, jobs like the CFO, the CHRO, the CMO, all of these will definitely they stand a chance to get outsourced. Even today, we're saying that if HR is really not adding that much value to the organization, is not making business sense. So if you don't start talking the language of the business, if you don't start getting involved in the business, and you're siloized in your ivory tower and saying only HR and nothing more, then there will come a time where business will not want you anymore, and there'll be somebody else who will be able to come and take on that role. That, yes. Now the second part of your question about productivity. So this is an ongoing debate that a lot of organizations and even bigger organizations are also dealing with. So one is the element of work from home, where every possible parameter of monitoring the person or monitoring performance that used to exist while the organization was still in force, and the working from office was still in force, has been completely turned on its head. Right now, the other aspect being that am I so effective that I'm doing the work in like 2 hours or 4 hours or whatever, an 8 hours job? Am I even still expected to do an 8 hours job working from home and working from or working on the same deliverables? These matrices are still to be sort of designed, and I'm sure a lot of organizations are doing it. But I think at the end of the day, productivity is what will really make the difference, or be the only deliverable at the end of the day, because it is finally what you produce and what you sort of deliver, and the measurables of those deliverables that will really count, and not how many hours did you put in weekdays, weekends, weeknights, whatever. That will really not make any difference whatsoever anymore. It'll be how much have you been able to deliver as against what has been asked for you from you. That will be the only currency of performance going forward you know
So I think we got some answers, and I'm sure in the following programs, when you talk about the leadership, I think there will be, because it's the subject itself is very vast, and what strategy works for company A may not work for company B, as you rightly mentioned in the beginning of the show itself. So thank you so much,
Right.
Aparnaji, for coming over and opening up your minds. I'm sure our viewers will pick up some of the key elements of our discussion and implement in their organization. So I hope to meet you again in the next show.
Thank you so much, CK. Really been a pleasure being here.
Bye bye for today and have a nice weekend. We will catch up next week again.
Bye bye. See you.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International from UK, and more about them in a bit. However, if you want to go to know the details of Performance Works International, you can use the link in the description below. Have you ever wondered that why nowadays we don't get charger in our new mobile phones whenever we buy a new mobile phones? This is what we will discuss in our program today. My name is Chandrakant and you are at Akul Mac Live channel. So charger is such a basic thing that we expect after spending so much money to buy the best mobile phone in the market. We expect a charger to be available and also the headphone for music and for making calls, etc., to be part of the standard accessory of our new mobile phone. And especially the upmarket mobile manufacturers have decided that they will not be supplying their mobile phones with any standard chargers. The reason they have given is that it is because to reduce the carbon footprint of their organization, which is valid. I think if I have to analyze this in totality, it appears to be a good move for the organization because they can reduce the amount of packaging required to ship out expensive mobile phones. But as a consumer, you expect that when you order a new mobile phone, you don't want to wait for the charger to come, because if the charger is not available immediately with your mobile phone, what is that you're going to do without a charger? You need to charge your mobile phone anyway, and you've already spent so much money buying this mobile phone. So I think the expectation of consumer is to get all the standard accessories along with your new mobile phone, and this is exactly what they have gone against. And I think it's a good move because from the organization perspective, they can actually give freedom to the consumer to buy that type of charger based on his or her need. They can actually go out and they are free to buy the type of charger they want to buy for their own requirement. But at the same time, when they actually buy their charger, and we want to evaluate this decision of these companies, I think as an organization, they may be able to reduce their carbon footprint, but overall, actually, it is increasing more burden on the mother nature. I'll exactly tell you why. When you get a new mobile phone, you expect that it comes with a charger, but now it is not coming with a charger. Especially the top 3 mobile brands, they have decided that they will not be shipping any charger along with their mobile devices. So when you want to order, obviously you would like to order along with a charger. And when you actually order a charger, it will come with its own packaging and own shipment. And as you know that if you get the Amazon type of delivery mechanism, they will further repack the whole thing in a pillow pack, then put it in a cardboard and then give it out to you. So this small pack will look like now this big. So because of this, now you, instead of ordering one pack, and this charger would have neatly fitted inside the mobile box itself. For all these years it is happening, for last 25 years we have been getting these mobile devices along with our chargers, but now suddenly last year they decided that they will not be shipping the charger. So now, because the charger is not there, the overall experience of consumer is much bigger, and overall uh, experience or the threat on the mother nature is much bigger now. At the same time, if you look at the type of charger people use, it's basically dependent predominantly on the basis of the kind of devices they have. The other problem with this is that there is no standardization of the charge points, the chargers which are required for charging your mobile devices. And it is only few days back, in month of uh, October, that September, that the EU decided to standardize on USB uh, charger across the EU. So there is no standardization. So if you buy multiple devices from multiple manufacturers, you actually end up buying different chargers or having different chargers today for all of these devices. So there is no device, no charger standard for all of them. So you end up buying a charger with multiple cables so that you can charge your multiple devices. So that is again a big problem. So by having, I mean, as an organization, when you're trying to save the carbon footprint of your organization, you have to look at what is technically more viable, what is the overall impact. So in my opinion, the overall impact is can be reduced by adapting more standardized practices. That means standardizing your charge points so that any cable can be used to charge your iPhone, but iPhone has been having lightning port and all that, which is quite good quality, but it is not standard. So if you have Samsung device or some other device, first of all you need to have different chargers for these devices. So I think in order to save really the carbon footprint of their technology, they should actually standardize on the USB port, so that when they are not shipping chargers, they are saying that, hey, charge our devices using any charger of this rating or etc., whatever that is, 12 volts or whatever. So if you have a Samsung charger, you should be able to charge your iPhone device. So I think that is required. The other thing is that most of the people are going to go for wireless chargers. And when you actually go for wireless chargers, the device has to be kept on the pad of the wireless charging device, like this one, as you can see behind me. This is a charger which is charging wirelessly. There is no cable required. So some of the consumers will have freedom to buy a wireless charger of their choice. However, I have to point out that the wireless chargers are not really the most efficient charging mechanisms, because it's based on induction. That means the electric current has to induce or induce the current using electromagnetism into your mobile devices, which will be then converted into electricity, which will charge the battery which is on board on the mobile. So when you're doing all this conversion and all that, there is a little wastage of electricity, and as a result, this wastage will result into heat. And as an estimate, about 30% of electricity is wasted in the wireless chargers. So now what is happening is you're not giving charger, which is much more efficient, the usual cable charger. And then people are buying wireless chargers because it's much more convenient. But then it is actually increasing the amount of electricity required to charge the device. So it's not really helping. So yeah, I think overall you will be able to reduce your box size, and as an organization you will be able to reduce the amount of carbon footprint for your organization. But overall it does not have any impact. In fact, by taking this decision, you're increasing the overall carbon footprint of people buying multiple devices. There is one more reason for doing this. The reason is that there is 30% more mobile devices the organizations can pack in one particular stack. So if one stack contains 100 mobile devices, now with reduced box size, because there is no charger now and there are no accessories, they can pack 30% more mobile devices. So they are actually doing a lot of cost saving, these small incremental cost savings, and thus they are saying that as an organization we are reducing our carbon footprint. So I think this is the logic behind not giving charger, especially in the upper market segment where there are the consumer is actually paying more to buy these good quality devices. There are no charger available. So I think this is something which I thought I will bring it to you. And before I go, I like to say big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Now I will end by giving a word from them.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you on this very bright Monday morning in the Doctor Speak. And our guest doctor today is Dr. Pooja Bedi. So let me welcome Dr. Pooja without further ado.
Good afternoon, CK. Thank you so much.
Yes, doctor. I think today we would like to discuss about something related to the mental health. And there is a lot of confusion about the bipolar syndrome, and people don't seems to understand what is bipolar, what triggers it, and what are the symptoms, in fact, to identify those symptoms. So I think it is a good subject for us to discuss. So the first question would be from my side is, what is a bipolar? I think if you can explain this in very simple layman term for our viewers to understand, it will be great.
Yes, definitely. CK, as the term indicates that bi is two and the polar means poles. So this disorder basically is associated with the two different apart poles of mood swings, where suddenly a person is having a very hyperactivity mentally, physically, which can actually lead to very relentless decisions. And then there is a phase when this person comes down. So in a very, very low, or we say hypomaniac manner, and the intensity becomes very low in terms of energy, in terms of talking, in terms of having meals, don't want to talk to someone. So bipolar disorder is basically a disorder which is associated with the mood swings. So the mood swing basically are of two types. Either the person becomes very very hyper or becomes very very hypo. And the reason for the same is very difficult to come out with. So the major reason we come across is it can run in the families. We have seen it if somebody has a bipolar, uh, which is very very remarked, or you can say remarkably seen in the particular generation, is definitely getting inherited in the other generation. So that is one of the factor. But besides this, if we say the social factors are there, you can say the some sort of chemical incoordination in the brain can also lead to bipolar disorder. And unfortunately, it starts at a younger age, and as a parent or as a, you can say, healthcare professionals, we are not able to diagnose them right bang on time. So if we are able to do it, if the parents are more aware, if the society is more aware why the child is undergoing sudden ups and downs, mood swings are there, hormones play definitely one you know factor into it. But the and uh, sudden low and sudden high in children, if it can be diagnosed at a very early age, it can be catered very nicely later on in the same cases. So I highly recommend that the pre-existing factors like ADHD, where the kids are very hyperactive, suddenly they start shouting, and they behave very normal after a while, and then suddenly they become very low. So this kind of mood upsets, if the frequency is very high, going to a psychologist or to a psychiatrist or maybe to a health professional or maybe having a group therapy can really help a lot. So bipolar disorder is a very chronic illness marked by severe mood swings. It can affect both the genders, women and men, but women are more vulnerable because of many reasons. They get into the maniac mode for the longer durations, which make them more vulnerable for the episodes in the future. So it is actually a thing which is not catered very nicely in the society. So we need to be more aware about it.
So, doctor, tell us, is this a disorder related to the age, or is it can happen to anyone at any time? Uh, what is the beginning, the first sign of having the bipolar syndrome?
Right. So the first thing is the age. Let's discuss about the age. It usually happens little later in the age. The early childhood, the indicators definitely they start popping up. Like I mentioned, ADHD. It can actually, if left untreated or uncatered, can lead to a little severity. I'm not saying bipolar only, but maybe in any other form it can come up. But yes, many of the ADHD cases, sooner or later, you can say in the adulthood, it starts affecting the person. So not at an early age, bipolar starts affecting. And second is uh, the age was the one thing that we were discussing, and second, I'm so sorry.
The second
Second
was,
part of the question
can
was
it happen to a particular type of people, or it can happen to anyone?
it can happen to anyone, but yes, people who are already having it, and they can definitely give it to their coming generation. So genetic effect is there. But otherwise, there as such, there is no particular age group you can say which gets affected, or it is not a gender biased thing. It can affect anyone. But yes, the like alcohol abuse cases, or you can say substance abuse cases that are there, they are more vulnerable towards the bipolar or the mental health other issues that are there. So they are more vulnerable towards it.
The reason I asked this question is primarily because I wanted to bring clarity that this is not related to genes. It could affect anyone having difficult situation or highs and lows, as you mentioned. So I think that is one point that is clear now. We have also seen that this affects very popular people. Maybe we don't hear about them, normal people, but we usually hear about the very successful people who are always in limelight and attracting media attraction. So does bipolar is a byproduct of becoming popular too soon, too early, or it could be non-related to your fame at all? You know, it can happen to anyone, whether you are a successful person or you are a normal person. It could still affect you. What are the reasons behind it?
If we are talking specifically to the people who are very, very successful and there's an instant success is there, somehow I will say that the first reason in them is the drug or the alcohol abuse. So this is called as dual diagnosis. When the people who actually go very, very high and at a very high pace, they tend to suffer some kind of anxiety, which they are very easily able to cater for it by themselves. So the or maybe some other kind of thing. So which is a pre-existing factor in them, along with I would say alcohol or drug abuse can definitely take a person towards a bipolar syndrome. And the sad part is if it is left untreated, if it is left maltreated or is misdiagnosed, and if the societal or the family support is not there, it can end up in a suicidal cases as well. So in a very, very extreme cases, yes, it can definitely lead to suicidal tendencies in the people. And to an extent, when people are very successful, they tend to get into bad habits. So I would say the plus of the bad habits and the pre-existing factors can definitely lead to it. But if we are talking just that the person is going high and suddenly sees a low, so the mood changes are there. So again, the factor is not that they are suddenly successful or instant success and the money flows in. No, that is not the reason. But yes, if the sudden low is there, if they are not able to stabilize their mood, they are not able to control their emotions, they are not able to control that disturbance that is coming for a transient phase, it can definitely lead to some or the other mental disorder, or maybe later on bipolar as well, because we see many cases ending up, unfortunately, with the life, you can say, attempt to suicide or suicide. So yes, it actually affects.
So, Dr. Puja, I mean, I'm like a normal layman. As a layman, I understand there are three scenarios. One is at time of dire strait. Many times we feel superhuman. You know, we feel that there is an adrenaline rush, and we start doing things like a superhuman. And at times, as you mentioned, there could be a suicidal tendency. So there is one scenario where you take very difficult task and you probably finish it or perish doing that. Second is that for no reason you want to just have a suicidal tendency. And third is a bipolar. What is the difference between these three? And my second part of the question is suicidal tendency is necessarily part of a bipolar, or a trigger from bipolar causes the suicidal tendency? I mean, if you can just explain this in more detail, so it will help our viewers to understand where they stand.
Yes. So, coming to the first part of the question, where you say that adrenaline rush can lead to such kind of mood swings, definitely it leads to some kind of mood swings. But look at the sports people or people like us. We are able to cater for those emotional disturbances very easily. We have to get into that ritual of getting back to the daily chores or the target that is there. So failures are part of life for everyone. So the sooner or later they accept, so the better is their mental health. So coming to the again to the first question, adrenaline rush, the moment we are able to cater for the ups and downs in life or in success or in terms of money, many people are able to do it. This is why the human race is surviving. So it has nothing to do with the bipolar till the time. Say sports person, otherwise the moment they retire, so the adrenaline rush definitely goes down. So it never happens that in majority of the cases they stay very normal, or people like us as well. So sudden fame, sudden money, the till the time individual is able to control his ups and downs, he is not going to have very threatening kind of mental health issues or bipolar for sure. But coming to suicidal tendencies that people have, yes, bipolar has got a role. So this is the second part of question. So So societal tendencies, it happens when the person is in extreme low, you can say. So we are very much aware that the anxiety, depression, societal pressures, familial pressures, career, money can all lead to these kind of tendencies. Or you can say, unfortunately, they mature as well into some kind of suicide, losing the life. But if you go towards the higher side of it, why the successful people, why the people are who are having money, so there's some kind of mental disturbance in the form of comorbidity, you say, or the pre-existing factor, you say, is already there, which is a very false notion in itself, because the bipolar, you can say, is running in the back, and it is performing itself in a hypermaniac form. And in the hypermaniac form, when people are relentlessly deciding certain decisions, they can actually go for suicidal acts as well. So in both the cases, the suicide can happen because of the emotional low, or emotional high as well. So we need to crack a balance. Somebody who is having these kind of tendencies, they definitely need a psychotherapy. It can be catered. Medications are also there. Counseling sessions are there. So the psychosocial therapies are there, which can actually help them out. And the third part of the question, that the bipolar is not that it always ends up in the suicide. But as I mentioned, that if it is associated with any kind of substance abuse, or you can say alcohol abuse, so if these factors are there, or drug abuse, you can say, people are taking drugs a lot these days, youngsters are taking a lot. So there's sudden mood changes that are there. In those mood changes, yes, they can definitely go for suicidal tendencies, but it's not that it is bipolar is highly marked with the suicidal tendency. But yes, if left untreated, as I mentioned, if left misdiagnosed, it can definitely lead to suicidal tendency. Because when they are in a very high mood, they are not able to decide certain things or make certain decisions in a very rational manner. So they somehow end up in these kind of unfortunate times.
I think the most important question is, how do you identify? I think if somebody is having a bipolar syndrome, first of all, he will also not understand that he is actually bipolar, and the people around him also will not know. This guy is sometimes very angry on small things, and sometimes he's not at all attentive on things. So these are very normal things, which happens every day, maybe 5 times a day. How do you distinguish between a normal behavior and a bipolar behavior?
CCK, when it comes in the childhood phase, which I really insist, and majority of my talks and articles are on the childhood stage. So at that particular stage, since the bipolar does not manifest that early, but it exists in a very different and a pre-existing form, like ADHD, which is pre-marked in children. You will see certain group of children who are very silent, they're okay, they fight with their fellow friends, but then again next day they are there. But again, you will be able to witness one odd child in the entire group or crowd, you say, who shrieks, who shouts, and then suddenly mellows down. You know, suddenly he will start, or she will start beating the younger ones, and suddenly you will say there's a change is there. After a week, they are having, friendship with them again. So this is very normal. If somebody is listening, this is very normal. It happens with my kids, somebody will say. But if the frequency of these episodes is very, very high, or is very repetitive, then definitely we have to conclude or diagnose that particular childhood mental health issues are there with the child. So it's very important that we as a parent or society try to identify these kind of things in children. They suddenly start talking to you, and then you will see there's abrupt change, and they don't want to talk to you, they are sitting in one corner. Probably they were very fond of reading or playing a certain sport, and sudden changes there where they don't want to go out and play sports. So these are the indicators in children. When it comes to the adult, so specifically talking about the women, since they are more vulnerable for certain reasons, you'll see there are drastic changes in the moods. You see a female suddenly shouting, she is having a discussion, a very normal discussion with the family or with friends. Suddenly she'll just pop up in anger. Or you will say that after a while she mellows down as well, and then she becomes very normal, as though nothing has happened. So again, the thing is very normal. It happens sometime. But if the episodes are in frequency and repetitive mode, it needs to be catered. So if somebody is sitting alone, not talking to someone who was very extrovert, very jolly natured person, but suddenly you see their hobby has changed, they don't want to pursue their hobby anymore, or you say they have conflicting relations in their professional life, which was not there earlier, or they are crying very often. So it is a very marked indicator in the female. As far as men are concerned, they are more into the hyper side, to be very frank. So if we say one of the example, if some particular person is a very good driver, and this guy or this men tend to have frequency of accidents. So it is an indicator. I'm just citing one small example, uh, though it is not 100% related to this particular thing, but a small example. Somebody is a good driver, suddenly he is meeting up with or ending up with many accidents frequently. So it can show some kind of relentless decisions in, that this guy is taking. So in men, they are comparatively very less vulnerable compared to women, but both the genders are definitely affected with it. So the indicators are very clear. Suddenly, you see a person is very jovial. During their high time, they tend to eat less food because so much of energy is there, and they feel like they're very confident. They can do anything, and suddenly they make some very big targets for themselves, and then after a week, or maybe say after a couple of years, you'll notice the same person who has set a very high target for himself or herself is not able to, or not wanting even to look at the target that he or she has set for herself. So these are the very clear indicators that come, but we have to definitely do the provisional diagnosis, that is it going towards anxiety disorder, depression disorder. But if it is a mood swing, then it is a definitely an indicator for bipolar.
Excellent, doctor. I think these are the things which everyone should watch out, especially when they are having kids around them, to look for such symptoms. And once these identified, um, how long the treatment can go, especially, for example, there is a kid who's showing these symptoms of 7, 8 years or 10 years. How long this will take to correct this bipolar syndrome?
Right. So coming to this particular thing, that treatment part and how long it takes, there are different types of bipolar actually. Bipolar 1, 2, cytothyroid, which is related to the thyroid actually. So uh, in kids, if we regularize them with their scheduling of the day, their time management, their habits, hygiene habits, if we motivate them to follow them on regular basis, they can come up out of it by themselves, or with just a psychotherapy, or we say talk therapy. So in talk therapy also, majorly recommendations for the kids are to make them regularize or maybe little more disciplined, and be very very precautious about the kind of the diet they are taking. Diet has to be less in carbs, because diet has got some sort of effect on bipolar as well. So treatment in kids can last for just the, if you're talking about the psychotherapy, it can just be catered in a month time, maybe 6 months to 1 year time. But in elders, it varies definitely, and it depends on the type of bipolar disorder they are undergoing. For certain bipolar 1, it will take many years. But many bipolar cases, they only need treatment when they are in a very high phase, you know, when their phase is very, very high, or when they melt down. So these are only the two phases for which the medication is recommended. But as far as psychotherapy is concerned, or the counsel with the psychiatrist is concerned, they definitely go ahead little bit. But with kids, it can be early diagnosed and can be beautifully treated just with the psychotherapy itself in a couple of months, and kids can come out of it.
Uh, Doctor, I think I would like to ask you the one question which is related to the medicine, and there are all sorts of treatment which are available. So some treatment can be harmful, will show some side effect, and then there are some treatment which does not show side effect. So are there treatment available like homeopathy where the side effect may be less, it's less tedious to follow, people feel comfortable? Are there treatment available for the bipolar in medicines like homeopathy, Ayurveda, etc.?
Yes, yes, definitely, CK. The medication is definitely available, but it has to be there with the very good psychotherapy as well, to be very frank, because that is a part, because the counseling is one part which can cater for the early symptoms, or maybe when the highs and lows are there, where we can train the person how to deal with it, how to deal when somebody is very, very angry. So we teach them about the deep breathing exercise and many other mindfulness techniques that are available. So we teach them. But yes, along with them, there are alternative medicines which are available, which take some time because it is a chronic illness or disorder. So it takes some time to get off. But if the triggering factor is still there, nothing will work. If somebody has got drug or alcohol abuse, bipolar disorder, so I would say that they need first to be catered for their substance induced bipolar, and then the bipolar treatment be given. Yes, in homeopathy, Ayurveda, or alternative medicines, acupuncture also is very effective in bipolar. So yes, the treatment is definitely available.
Fantastic. It was lovely talking to you, Dr. Pooja, today. And this is a very important subject. I think, like any other mental disorder, we tend to overlook these symptoms and say, that, hey, this is part of our life, and probably he's just angry on certain things without analyzing. So I think, thank you very much for giving us a lot of information on how to identify what symptoms to look at, and then how do you treat a bipolar syndrome. So with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you today, and thank you very much for finding time and coming on this show. We will catch up next week again on something more interesting for the people.
I appreciate for the opportunity, CK. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Bye bye, Dr. Pooja. Until next time.
Good morning, friends. This is January 1st of the new year, which is 2022. So, from all of us from Akulmak, we want to wish everyone, every viewer, a very, very happy and prosperous new year. So, moving on, I think we talk about prosperity and we must talk about the tech world, what is going on in the technology, especially in India. You know that India is being promoted as one of the major manufacturing destination for the global business, and as part of this initiative the Indian government has directed the Apple to start manufacturing, to increase their manufacturing investment in India. Currently, or let's talk about 2021. In 2021, Apple India generated a turnover of $3 billion, a substantial amount. $3 billion is not a small amount, it's a very big amount. And year on year, if you keep making this kind of profits from Indian people by selling their product, I think it's about time that Indian government takes some action. And this is exactly what has happened. Indian government has directed Apple to increase their base by investing up to $10 billion to start manufacturing their products out of India. And the second direction is to have manufacturing worth $50 billion in next couple of years. So this is something which is very, very interesting. Apple products are acclaimed worldwide, and they produce some of the best mobile devices, personal laptops, and other devices which are accepted by most of the professionals by and large. In fact, all the high-end activity, even people like painters and all that, they have moved on to iPad for painting their paintings, etc. Because their stylus and everything is so sensitive. And a lot of musicians have moved on to Apple platform to produce using different applications on Apple platform to produce music. So I think the acceptance of Apple is very, very high. Their closest competition is Samsung. They have already invested in India big time to start manufacturing mobile devices and other units, other things which they produce out of India. So it's about time that the Apple must also do that. And when Apple like company is making so much profit from Indian people by selling their products, I think it's about time to also give some benefits to Indian people. So I think keep in mind there will be investment from Apple of up to the extent of $10 billion in terms of boosting the manufacturing of Apple products, and Apple will have to produce all the products worth about 50 billion US dollars in next couple of years. I think this is something which is very, very interesting, because this is also going to strengthen the India initiative of Make in India. And as you know, friends, that the government of India is pushing very hard to get the Indian new chip being rolled out from India in next 18 to 24 months. So this is going to be yet another milestone by asking Apple to start producing in India, because overall the chip manufacturing or the high-tech IT manufacturing will get a boost because of this. Samsung is already doing that. Now Apple will start doing it, and in next 24 months time we will see an Indian chip being rolled out from Indian manufacturers. So this is interesting. I think let's keep a watch on what happens next, and I will once again like to wish you a very, very happy new year before signing off, and I'll meet you tomorrow again in Akulmak Live. Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmak Live Morning Brew. My name is Chandrakant, and I would like to bring some interesting facts about today and yesterday in terms of what we've heard in the media. And going forward, I think the first information that I want to share with you is about the new gadget which has been launched, which is going to be launched, I beg your pardon, very soon in next 1 week in India, and that is the Nokia phone. And this Nokia phone is very special because this is, as you can see from this picture, this is designed for the rugged use, and it is designed for very greasy environment and very, very rough use. So it has all the specs which are required for that rough usage. This Nokia phone is called Nokia XR20, and this is powered by Snapdragon 480 SoC, and it has 6 GB of RAM, onboard RAM. Now there is a parameter which defines the rough usage of devices. So this mobile has been certified at the standard of IP68 and MIL STD 810H. So this is a very rugged phone. This is going to be, it has all the specs of classified as a rugged phone. and the pricing expected to be around $500, so roughly about 43,000, 45,000 price range is what is expected from this mobile phone. So I think if you are in the field area, and if you are having a job which requires like exploration, and if you're going out and you need a rugged mobile phone to accompany you, this is the one that you should you should look at, and it is going to be launched very soon in next 1 week in India. Coming back to the interesting facts about Aryan Khan arrest, because he was arrested under some charges related to narcotics by NCB, and we all know that his bail has been under discussion for so long. The order has been reserved, and as per the law, I think he can be taken for good. I think drug related matters are very, very severe, and they don't follow the usual remand strategies. I mean, the jail term can be quite long if you're found with drugs. So I think as a citizen, we should understand, we should not even get into anything to do with drugs. So as you can that and you can appreciate that in spite of being a star kid and very popular one, he has been nabbed, and he is put in jail right now. And as per the jail norms, he was kept in quarantine for 5 days, initial 5 days, and now he is brought in to the usual general place where there are up to 500 inmates. And apart from being the son of Shah Rukh Khan, the identity in the jail is under trial. His identity is under trial. However, I think he is still under trial. We are not casting any aspersion. And as per the law, the family members of the under trial can send them some money up to the extent of 4,500 rupees a month. Using this money, they can buy things which are related to their daily use, like toothpaste, toothbrush, biscuits, water, juices, etc. And there is a canteen in the jail, so I think they can buy. And Gauri Khan has sent 4,500 rupees to Aryan Khan, which he is going to use hopefully to buy his water, because I think he's surviving mostly on water and biscuits. So he will probably buy some food items, juices, etc., and so on. So I think this is where it is coming to. And now he has the money also sent by his parents through a money order to the jail authorities. And as per the law, the money can be sent 4,500 rupees only as a money order. Moving on, today is Jayanti of Dr. Abdul Kalam. He is very popular. He is an inspiration to billions of Indians within India or outside India. And so PM Modi actually gave his tributes very early in the morning to the rocket man of India. And we also want to give our tributes, viewers, and you can also join us giving tributes to this such a fine gentleman, Dr. Abdul Kalam. Lastly, there is a disturbing news from our neighborhood, and that is Bangladesh and also in Afghanistan. So I'll come to that. As you know that we have just celebrated Dashera, and before that there was 10 days of celebration of Navratri, and it's one of the biggest festival for Hindus world over. And Bangladesh is not a Muslim country, it is a secular state as per their constitution. So the constitution provides full freedom to all religions and all sects to practice their faith as per Bangladesh legal norms. And their prime minister also assured Hindus of full freedom and full freedom and equal laws a few days back. And this was in a speech, in spite of PM giving the assurance, which is PM of Bangladesh, uh, across the length and breadth of Bangladesh, the Hindu temples were desecrated, destroyed, devotees were beaten across. Many temples have been destroyed in past 10 days. And yesterday, the ISKCON temple has been desecrated, is almost destroyed, and ISKCON devotees are in very critical condition in the hospital. Now, this has been conveyed by ISKCON authority by way of tweet. So we don't know what exactly is going on because we have to rely on the news when it comes out. Similar incident is happened in Afghanistan, where the Taliban armed soldiers went into Gurdwara and threatened the Gurdwara Pramanthaks, and at gunpoint. I think this is very disturbing, and something has to be done about this. So this is something that happened yesterday and up till today morning, and I thought I'll share with you. Friends, you engage with me by sending your messages, and I will reply to each and every message of you. I will catch you tomorrow in the next Morning Brew. Until then, goodbye.
Friends, Prime Minister have already announced that Indian government is going to repeal the 3 farm laws, and only the formality remains now, because since these were the laws, they have to be discussed once again in Parliament. Paperwork needs to be done, and which is in few days. The Parliament session is going to start in few days. So these 3 laws will be repealed, and because of this, I personally feel that India has got a setback. It's not only the farmers who got the setback, India has also got a setback, simply because India, if it has to progress further, it has to take everybody together. And the farmers have lost out a big reform opportunity because of this development, because there is no free economy possible because of the prevailing laws, legal system in India with regard to agriculture. And why it is important? Because agriculture industry, as we say, has to behave like an industry, so that they can actually take the incentives available for other businesses, which are called PLI, production linked incentives for businesses. So I think this is something which is very, very important, that the agriculture industry, the farmland, the farmers must behave like business people. And there is no freedom at this point in time. And these 3 laws actually gave a lot of freedom from the legal standpoint to the farming community. And they allowed freely all farmers to sell their produce to anyone they like. And because of that, I personally feel that the farmers have lost a big reform movement, because I'm sure nobody is happy. Only a few people who actually created the mayhem around the capital region, they are feeling that, hey, it's their success. But I think most of the Indian farmers, even farming community is very educated. Most of the Indian farmers know that they have lost out a big reform, which Indian government was actually providing to them. And as a estimate, the farming community comprises of almost like 20% population of India, and 20% population, or people who are involved in the farming activities, are now deprived,
because of these farm laws now are going to be repealed. And it's not only the Indian farming community; the entire India has been given a chance to reform. I'll tell you why. Because if India has to move forward, there are a lot of exports, lot of export related income that is that is available, and that export opportunity may not be available now because the price differential or the market price will not be determined by the market forces. It will be determined by the government again. So we are falling back to the old system where government used to give price of each and every farming commodity, and then they will say that this is the MRP, and the farmers actually will have to sell at a fixed price, not at a variable price. And at the same time, when the consumer actually get it, it will be like 200 times of what the farmer actually makes. So if the farmer makes about 100,000 rupees for his produce, that amount of produce will actually cost 22 million rupees. So this is why we as a country will lose out in long run. And then there is another message which is going in round, and that is related to the Indian government itself. This was a major reform, and if it has been dealt in this manner, which is directly linked to economy and growth of people, there are other reforms which are waiting to happen. And I think the message which has gone in is that no government, future government for next 50 years will even dare to come out with major reforms like this. There are a lot of reforms required, like police reforms are required, income tax reforms are required, business, the way we do business reforms are required. So the message is that if you do a reform for the benefit of mankind, for benefit of India, and for the benefit of people, then there will be some 100 people come on the street with their hoardings, etc., and stop traffic plying on the road, etc., and basically blackmail the entire India, 130 billion people. 130 billion people, 1.3 billion people. So this is something which is a message which has gone in. For next 50 years, the hangover of any major reforms by any government, because government has to also, the government is run by a political party which has to win elections. So in order to win elections, they will not take such radical decisions to do any reform. So I think it's very unfortunate. As an Indian, I feel that we are missing out a chance on a big reform. We are missing out a chance for farming community to get out of the clutches of the business, mandi business mafias, and the freedom to determine the price of their produce, freedom to sell to whoever they want to. All these things are being missed out. And biggest loser again is the farming community, but I think India as a whole is a loser in this case. If there is a foreign support to this movement, anti-farm law movement, I think they have won. I feel that it's a controversy which involves foreign powers, and India has lost out as a whole. So I think this is something which I feel that we are missing a chance of a big reform. Also sending a message that if you dare to do any reform, we will pull you down. Friends, do let me know your comments, your thoughts on this, and I'll meet you in the next one.
Welcome to Akulmek Live. My name is Kanchan. Today we'll be discussing about music. And do you know music can act as a stress buster? We will be discussing more about this. But before that, a word on our giveaway.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan, and you are welcome to our show. Today, we have a very special guest. She is Dr. Sambhavi Das, who is a music therapist, and she is also a writer and a researcher in music. So, without wasting any further time, I would like to welcome Sambhavi Das. So, Sambhavi, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very fine, and I'm really thankful for Kanchanji has given me an opportunity to be here, and I'm really excited for my further conversations with her. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Thank you.
It is all my pleasure because we would like to know more about music. As you know, music is a part of our daily life, or you can say daily routine. But we sometimes ignore it, and we really don't just enjoy the beats, the music, but we really don't understand the greatness of music. So, how your music journey started?
So, uh, yeah, so I have been into music since my childhood because my mother was into music. She was a radio artist. And since then, my journey started. And I did my PhD, my doctorate from Delhi University in Indian classical music. And I have a great passion for all the fields of music, be it instrumentals, dance, vocal music. Although I'm a vocalist, but I have a great interest in all the emerging fields in music. Emerging fields as in music therapy, music technology, music author. So and I have put my hands in all these genres, and I'm a music guru in my own institute called Surademi Center for Music Training and Music Therapy. I treat autistic kids, and I feel it's a very noble cause through music that I'm able to do. I have done my courses on music therapy from Duke University also, and I just feel that it is very, very relaxing and satisfying to deal to incorporate therapy in music. So I think all of us should step in to serve each and in whatever ways through how we can do the music. We can serve the music people. Right now, I am also making courses on how music alleviates stress and anxiety among this current situation, and I feel people are benefiting a lot through music. And so my music journey has been never ending because there are so many fields emerging out of Indian classical music. So therefore I feel I'm very blessed to be into this field. Thank you.
Okay, so when we talk about music, so how can we identify it is a good music or it is a bad music?
So this is what music therapy steps in, because when we introduce music to our patients, it is always we see according to their case history, to their musical backgrounds, musical cultures. We introduce, so there are two kinds of music. That is, one is therapeutic music, and second is the music which is actually neutral music.
So neutral music, as in it can be good or it can be bad for you. It's not very unhealthy for you, but it is not very healthy also. And the last segment is the bad music, that is sometimes it it depletes your energy, it depletes, and it actually works, it normally incorporates cortisol in your bodies. For example, metal music. In some cultures metal music is good, because in that culture people are listening to that music since their childhoods. Maybe it's not very harmful for them. But in Indian culture, if we say that no, our kids should be listening to the metal music, rock and pop, that is not very good, it's very harmful. And we should make our kids refrain from listening to those kinds of music. On the other hand, therapeutic music like om chants, vedic chants, and the monophonic music which keeps your children grounded, so those musicas are therapeutic, and all the parents should make their kids and themselves also, they should try to make their kids listen to such music, so that their creativity increases, their dopamine, their cortisol levels reduces with that, and their dopamine, their endorphins increases through that kind of music, which results in higher creativity, higher intelligence, good speech, communication. That's what we normally try with our kids patients and the adults patients as well, because we keep a lot of carefulness when we have to. This is a big responsibility, that what kind of music you are intervening to the special kinds of kids or the adults. So it's very important to listen to the particular type of tunes, instruments, depending upon your musical ability, musical culture, whatever culture you have been into, whatever upbringing you are getting in your family. According to that, it is our should music and should not music should be like that. Thank you.
When we are talking about music, and there has been a great debate that Western music is not good, or Indian music is good. But as a layperson, as somebody who really just hear music and enjoy it, so I really don't see any difference into that. But at this point of time, I would like to ask you, what is the raga? I mean, when we talk about Hindustani vocal music or instrumental, so what kind of raga you really like?
First of all, I would like to interrupt that that nobody says that Western music you shouldn't hear, West or Indian music you should hear. It's all about the tunes which go in your, and the tunes, the instruments are good and the bad. I mean, there are instruments which individually it can harm you or it can uh, profitize you, and similarly there's nothing like Western music or Indian music that is profitable or not. It's all about your culture. And as for Indian classical music, yes, ragas, I deal with the ragas, and the ragas which I like is Darbari. One of the rag is Darbari Kanhada, which works on very good on the digestion, and therefore it works on the stress and anxiety. And I have experiment this raga a lot on the stress and anxiety patients, and I have got a very beneficial results in it. So should I
Yes.
tell about the raga?
Yes, so actually, I also want to ask you that these kind of raga, can you really maybe by singing, or how you would like to really tell our viewers that Darbari rag is like this? Because generally the general public is usually listen the radio and listen the songs, but they hardly really take care, or they don't know about these particular ragas.
So when I talk, my approach for the raga is little different. I don't know. I don't really sing the rag and tell that okay, this is rag darbari. I normally play it up for my lay, for the non-musicians. I play them on the Casio or keyboard. I can still show you, and and then I normally ask them to have the tunes in their minds, because I play for 5 or 6 times, and then I directly take those tunes to the particular songs based on that particular rag. Suppose if I have a tune of this rag, da 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 na, yeah, na. So if I sing the song and play this song for 5 or 6 times, you might only, I didn't sing sa re ga ma pa, because that becomes a little classicality, people might not understand. So re 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 re, or da 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 da. So when I sing like that, then normally people try to ingrain, they try to adapt the particular tune, and I just ask them to listen it little carefully, and then I directly go to the हंगामा है क्यों बरपा, थोड़ी सी जो पीली है, और के पग घुंघरू बांध मीरा नाची थी, के पग घुंघरू बांध मीरा नाची थी, और हम नाचे बिन घुंघरू के पग घुंघरू बांध मीरा नाची थी. And then again I go to the tunes, da 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 na. And there are so many songs in this particular rag, and on whatever ragas we have a lot of bulk of songs. So once the non-musicians are aware of the songs, then they themselves try to find out, okay, this song is also resembling Darbari Kanda. Okay, then I don't have to tell, they only tell me the songs, and they sing with that song. Once they sing, then I tell them how to play the particular song or the tune of Darbari. Because once you hangama hai kyun barpa, sa sa ni sa da ni re 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 sa re, thodi si jo pili, and then they start listening to that, and then they actually frame it themselves and play it. So this way they are more aware of this particular rag. And when I tell the advantage of the ragas, because ragas are not just that you are singing, it's all your how all the ragas are the energy centers of the body. So we have a particular science of healing Indian music, and when we tell, okay, this rag is very good in digestion, it's very good in the agya chakra, the activation of the intelligence chakra, it's very good on the heart chakra, then they try to take more interest in that. And for more time, like you have to sing this rag more often, like 10 days, 20 days, so that it heals you. So it stands for all the ragas like this.
Beautiful. It was so wonderful to really understand and see you singing. And I just want to make a request. Maybe sing maybe 2-3 lines of any song which you like to share with our audience.
So today is Ram Navami, and I wish everyone very good Ram Navami. and I would like to sing one bhajan, Ram bhajan. जिनके हृदय श्री राम बसे और को नाम लियो न लियो, जिनके हृदय श्री राम बसे और को नाम लियो न लियो, जिनके हृदय श्री राम। कोई मांगे कंचन सी काया, कोई मांग रहा प्रभु से माया, कोई दान करे कोई पुण्य करे, कोई दान का रोज बखान करे, जिन कन्या धन को दान दियो और को दान दियो न दियो, जिनके हृदय श्री राम बसे और को नाम लियो न लियो, जिनके हृदय श्री राम। Thank you.
Wonderful. You just made my day. It was so wonderful to hear this song. And we'll be discussing more about this music therapy, and of course, listening songs from your beautiful voice. So, we'll be meeting in next episode. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you so much. Namaste.
Namaste. See you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and in the leadership section today we have a very distinguished personality joining us from Jaipur. His name is Mr. Naveen Toshniwal. He's an industrialist and he also have a hobby of practicing grapho analysis and graphotherapy. So without further ado, let's welcome Naveen to our show, and we will learn more about graphotherapy.
Hello, how are you? Hope all well.
Welcome to the show, Naveen, and everything is fine. And I think our viewers are liking the new concept of graphotherapy and analysis. So basically, the question that a lot of people have asked is how actually this therapy works, in much more detail. So, what is your opinion on, to start with, what is the prerequisite to come for a graphotherapy?
See, in the initial episodes, we had discussed about how the mind is linked with the strokes in the handwriting. Whatever is there in the mind, it comes out by way of strokes through the hand and through the pen on the paper. So when we make a conscious effort to change the strokes, it impacts our subconscious to change us. So this is how the therapy actually works. And remember, it is not an overnight process. You have to keep some patience for about 3 weeks of time, and you have to devote 5 minutes a day to practice the recommended or prescribed therapy, so that you can feel the desired changes in this duration of about 3 weeks.
Well, Naveen, I think this is where the therapy starts. But let's understand that a personality may have multiple traits which needs correction, and obviously some of the traits will take longer time, some traits will take shorter time, and you are providing therapy for 3 weeks. So what is the basic? So I'm assuming this is a basic therapy where you can actually correct some of the attributes. But if certain attributes require more time or a break between two therapy sessions, what is the optimum time frame from your experience a person would need to have a holistic improvement in personality?
See, in the first step, we go in for the therapy of the most important traits which require changes. For example, if someone is having low confidence level, or or someone is not able to define goals, long-term goals properly, so we will start with those basic and important therapies, and thereafter we go in for the other minor changes. When we start feeling the changes, we are doing for the basic therapy. See, as you rightly said, every trait has a different stroke in the handwriting. So it is not possible to give multiple stroke corrections at a time, because then the mind will get confused. How many stroke changes you will practice at a time to actually change yourself? It is not easy, because you have a fixed pattern of handwriting, and if I tell you to correct 5 strokes or 6 strokes at a time, it will not be easy. So we always go in for the therapy in phases, in short phases, so that you are able to make the changes comfortably, and you are also able to observe the changes. Now I'll show you some chart which will give you an idea how it goes. Now see, in this chart, this T bar going up indicates a person who is ambitious, and a T bar going low like this indicates person who is lacking self-confidence or has self-doubt. Now a T bar going to the right is temper, and T bar going to the left is procrastination. Now, if someone has to be given therapy, if someone is having strokes with the T bar is going low, and in some places it is also going to the right, that shows a person is lacking confidence in abilities as well as having short temper. And this person, since the T bar is going low, the long-term goals are also not well defined. Then we will recommend a therapy to consciously make the T bars like this, where the T bar is cutting towards the top of the stem. So this will take care of 3 things at a time. One is defining long-term goal. Second is uh, 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 developing confidence in abilities or getting over self-doubt. And third is getting over temper, because you are not taking the T bar to the right, you are cutting it in the center. So with one T bar, you are able to correct 3 strokes, 3 traits. Now let us take this lower loops, where we have a straight downstroke Y, which is for strong determination. And then we have a loop like this, which is showing creativity, and a half loop like this, which is showing that the person's creativity is not being utilized. So I may give a therapy to complete the G loops so that the person is able to properly utilize their talents, their creativity. A straight downstroke like this indicates determination. So if someone has to be given strokes to develop determination, then we will tell them to finish Y ending word with a straight downstroke like this. So this helps to make up the determination. So these are just examples which I'm giving to show how actually the therapy is done. But remember one thing, most important thing, never do therapy on your own, because therapy will be based on the complete assessment of the characteristic of a person. I'll give you a small example. Suppose someone, we have to develop his willpower. So there is a stroke for willpower by correcting the T bar, but you have to be very careful that the person does not have any negative traits like dishonesty or extreme temper. Because if you increase the willpower of a person who is having extreme temper or dishonesty, don't you think the increasing the willpower will actually make him move in a negative direction? So never try to do therapy on your own. It is always based on the entire analysis of the personality so that a correct therapy can be developed for the person.
Well, I think you have answered the question that was lurking in my mind is about how much is the involvement. So I'm assuming that it's a couple of weeks, Naveen, the first session or the one session which is correction of few things which are easier to correct. How much time it will take? 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
See, generally, as per my experience, people get the desired changes within 3 weeks. Some people start feeling the changes after 2 weeks. Some people may start experiencing some changes even after 4 to 5 days. Some people may not experience so much of changes even after 3 weeks. Then we extend the therapy for another week or so. But in general, in a time of about 3 weeks, we are able to see the changes which we are experiencing. For example, if someone is having irritability, just by changing the irritability stroke in the eye, the person may be able to actually judge that, oh yes, I can feel the irritability is going down. The same situation, if the person had faced earlier, he would have probably felt very irritated, but now that irritation is lesser. So this is how we observe in the first 3 weeks.
So, Naveen, who's more easy to mold? Is it the youngsters, which are very easily moldable, or is it the elderly people who are easily moldable, who understand these things? What is your experience?
Nothing like that, Zav. Actually, anyone who is interested in self-improvement and anyone who does the therapy with a dedicated effort by spending only 5 minutes a day will definitely feel the changes. Whether they are youngsters, whether they are old people, whether they are middle-aged, that doesn't matter at all. The stroke changes, if done consciously, will affect anyone and everyone.
Have you ever faced a situation where the person who you are trying to improve turns back and say two things? One, uh, well, it is not possible for me. It's not happening. I am trying very hard to change this stroke, but it is not happening. Other condition could be that, hey, I have changed, but my attitude is still the same. Have you encountered such people during your therapy sessions?
Yes, see, there are people who face difficulties initially because, see, someone has a set pattern of handwriting which you are consciously trying to change by making an effort. So, initial 2-3 days are a little tough to adjust, but then I tell the client that, okay, you keep patience. Even if the strokes are going wrong, don't worry. No need to cut it and correct it. When you're writing the next line in the therapy, make sure that the correction is done consciously. So it is just a matter of habit and keeping patience that the handwriting or the stroke changes which has been recommended, they slowly get set as per what is required in the desired therapy. And the second part of your question, someone saying that they have not felt the results, by God's grace, that has not come till today. Anyone to whom I have given therapy and they have done it dedicatedly, they have definitely come with the changes. Yes, those people who have been, very loose that, okay, I forgot today or I didn't get time. Now, didn't get time is a very lame excuse because finding 5 minutes a day is no excuse at all. Maybe the seriousness to do the therapy was not there. So then you will not get the desired changes. You have to devote the time with a positive mind that, yes, I am doing this therapy for my own good to improve myself. The results are bound to come. There is no if and but about it.
Excellent. I think this is very positive information that you have given, that this therapy works, whatever the case may be, if it is done seriously with positive attitude. So now let's talk about the therapy session. What is the process? Is it the engagement starts with an interview, or you want to first talk to people and then say that, hey, come to my therapy session, and this is what end result you will get? How does it go, Naveen, if you can share that?
See, the first step is doing the detailed analysis, like I had done for you, if you remember in the first meeting. So there we are analyzing the complete personality of a person by determining individual traits. Then after that first initial discussion of about half an hour, 45 minutes, I will tell the client to spend some time, go through the analysis which has been done, and then make up the mind what are the things they want to improve first, what are the traits they want to tackle first as an improvement. Then we will discuss maybe after a few hours or maybe the next day that, okay, I want to make these changes in my personality or in my character. Then we will decide the therapy to which will lead to the changes in those characteristics. So the first step will be to I will give a line which will have the particular strokes which are to be corrected. Those strokes are to be practiced for 1 week. After 1 week, I will talk to them and then assess what changes they are feeling. And thereafter, I will make a slight change in the therapy for the second week. Then at the end of the second week, again, we will have a discussion. And in the third week, I will again make a slight change in the therapy. So it's a course for 3 weeks, by the end of which you will be able to experience and feel the results.
Well, I think this is a very interesting concept, and viewers who are watching this must listen each and every word of this conversation very carefully. And if you want to try this therapy to improve your personality, your leadership quotient, I think you must contact Naveen for taking his time to fixing your appointment for the therapy. And if you're not able to reach him, you can reach us directly and we will make the connection happen. By the way, we have the India Business Bunker Forum happening on 7th of January this week, where Naveen will be also present. So just in case, if you have any questions, you also join live and ask your question during January 7th event, which is starting at 2:30, from 2:30 to 3:30, which will allow the people to interact with Naveen live on any social media platform. So Naveen ji, thank you so much for joining us. And it was pleasure to know a little bit more about how the therapy with regard to grapho analysis and graphotherapy are being conducted. It was a learning experience for us.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
All right, Naveen. So I'll say goodbye and I'll catch you during the India Business Bunker meeting on January 7th. And you have a good day. And viewers, you can actually write to us. The email will be published at the end of this video. You can write directly to us and we will make the connection happen. But don't forget to join India Business Bunker and interact with Naveen live during the show. And I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to Akulmek Multiverse. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava in our show and we'll be discussing great interesting topic in today and in also in coming episodes. So welcome to the show Sitesh, how are you doing today? And before I start the show, Happy New Year.
Thank you, Kanchan. Allow me to say, let the new year be nice to us at the least. I will tell you happy maybe few months later when the things become really happy. I'm well, I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. I can understand your feelings, and all of us, whatever we are facing currently, because due to social distancing. And I must say that one wonderful thing which has occurred here is because now we have vaccine, and we think that now we have a cure of COVID. And at the same time, I feel this is one of the fastest discovery or a kind of experiment which is being done in last in human history, because I think this all research on this vaccine started maybe a year back, and now we have a vaccine. So I think we are happy. We should be happy.
Yeah, we should be happy. And one another thing, if I think like a corporate manager, I was reading somewhere that generally a vaccine search takes at least 5 to 10 years of time. But given the seriousness of this one, the COVID-19, the way the vaccines have been researched and brought in public, and also millions of doses have been given of various of them. I now realize that next time when a scientist would go and ask for a funding for a next vaccine research, the government or the companies would say, now that you have proven you can get a vaccine in 1 year, so please don't take the grants for 5 or 10 years now. There cannot be a vaccine for which you must be doing 10 years of research. So that way, I think we have learned, the humanity has learned that if everyone puts in equal amount of research together, a vaccine can be found in 1 year or at least 2 years timeline, which is potent enough for probably 85% of the population, given the trials, what they are happening. But Kanchan, because of this research in this, there are a lot of science, other news that has been actually under the wraps, and there have been multiple findings, discoveries,
Yes,
and that's
you're
is
right.
our conversation today.
Yes, you are very right, Sitesh. This year has been a tough one. No matter where we live in the world, and the discovery beyond our planet and dazzling images of cosmos provide a bright spot in 2020. Now, we know we had been talking about Earth and earthly matters, you see. But Sitesh, we hardly know about our own oceans. We have knowledge only 10% of. But today I will be discussing or sharing a few things about our space. 3 missions of Mars was launched in 2020, including 2 rovers, 2 orbiters, and 1 lander. NASA has launched a Mars 2020 mission, which include rover and Mars helicopter. And I think that is a great news. I think somehow we missed it.
Yes, of course. And we did not realize in this whole pandemic time that we are just a speck of a dust in this vast universe, and probably even in our own solar system. And the different discoveries which caught my eye was the first one when I realized that some scientists or astronomers are talking about a science of life on Venus.
Yes.
I said, oh gosh, we know in this planet that women are from Venus and men are from Mars. Is that going to be another feminist movement, finding life on Venus? And I think that was an interesting journey where I looked into closely, and there was a kind of a phosphine bubbles found, though Venus is very inhospitable in our solar system, but in its clouds, there was this material or metal or element phosphine, which was found, which was kind of having some traces of the life could have the traces over there. But I think there are many other discoveries in the space, and the space remains is still the same puzzle despite seeing so much in last 100 200 years. It is still remains largely an unknown terrain. And I think the progress made by Elon Musk's company SpaceX and Virgin Galactic and others, I think we are gearing up to take ourselves into the realms of Mars and the moon. But I think somebody needs to consolidate the information coming in from beyond our galaxy as well, isn't it?
Yes, we had been too much indulged in our worldly affairs, and we somehow neglected the space happening and this space research which are being done by astronauts. You know, there are 100 million new galaxies has been identified in 2020, and they are full of the Australian square kilometer area pathfinder. Relies on 36 antennas to record the skies, and this is how we come to know about these galaxies. A part of this, we also found ghostly radio circles, which is again is a bulb kind of thing, and which is seen in space. And research are going on this. So, so there are so many things which are happening in space. In fact, in India also we have a space program which is gearing up, because we have what Prime Minister of India has said, that we have a timeline. One is a manned space shuttle, and one is orbiter, which has to be launched before, I think, 2024, I guess.
Yeah, I think ISRO has got some very ambitious plans for Mars and for other kind of exploration. And it is commendable that India, despite having such a massive population in the world, and our GDP, and the pandemic situation, is still we are committed towards the space exploration, and that speaks volumes about Indians as the people on this planet who truly believe that we need to search for other worlds beyond our planet. And I think around this, I'm sure there is a lot of collaboration that happens between the space agencies of the world. And earlier in this year, earlier in 2020, I was planning to go to Square Kilometer Array in South Africa, which is near Cape Town, on the way from Johannesburg to Cape Town. And there are telescopes which are looking into our galaxy and the other galaxy. And South Africa, the location that is chosen, is one of the great locations to look into the dark nights of the skies. And people go there from all over the world, and there are some telescopes through which one can actually look into the galaxies and far beyond. And I wanted to do that, but again, thanks to COVID, that the time that was people suggested, at that time it was closed, the Square Kilometer Array, and I couldn't visit it myself. The whole town where this telescope is there, the whole town is remains in the dark, so that it is not impacting the telescopes. So there are these kind of discoveries. Something, the best part is now the science news is available in such a lucid manner, Kanchan, so that even a school student can understand if they read it continuously. On Instagram, lot of space related handles are there where they depict these information in a very, very pictorial manner. Whether it is determining the amount of matter in our universe, or a new approach to gene therapy, or it is eradicating mosquito-borne disease. I mean, there it was found that this 2020 that dengue can be, eradicated completely from the planet if a mosquito can be given some bacteria, which is Wolbachia, and it can reduce 77% of challenges that we face from the mosquitoes, dengue. This also helps in eradicating Zika and yellow fever.
Yes, that is a great news, I guess. And because we in this side of the world, we really suffer by these mosquitoes. So coming back to this space research, I also read something about X-ray blobs busting from the Milky Way. Millions of years ago, an explosion in the center of the Milky Way blasted energized material above and below the gangetic disk. It's a big disk. So these material is still visible. Have you seen that somehow you got any chance to view space from telescope? Are you able to see a couple of these galaxies?
So that was my hobby many years back when I used to stay in houses in North India which had roofs. Now we live in apartments where the roof is not ours, and it is very hard to see the galaxies, and given the pollution levels and the fog or the smog. And now the trend in especially in the African region, in South Africa, I see people buy telescopes. They buy very expensive telescopes, and many of the resorts they keep telescopes where people can go and watch while they have a stay. The skies are clear in South Africa. The moon looks bigger in the full moon night, and I have heard the conjunction that happened in December, the Saturn and the Jupiter coming closest in 800 years, that was visible so clearly from the South African soil. So I myself want to buy a good telescope, but the challenge, Kanchan, is that buying a telescope in India makes no sense if in the large, these structures, the buildings that we have, I will have to go to a village or a forest to make, set up my telescope and then look into the skies.
Okay, no worries. So I'll tell you what we missed. I mean, you and I missed about these X-ray spectrum. Now, I was talking about there's a galactic disk of Milky Way, and it is visible. The material, it's visible still. And in that, there's a glowing in the gamma ray spectrum in two clumps discovered in 2010, known as Fermi bulbs. In 2020, researchers have found another pair of blobs in the same region and visible in an X-ray spectrum. So it is another very important discovery is being done, research being done, and studies will be done ahead on this. So I think we are, we will be saying that the space is a smaller word after some time, I guess.
Yeah, Kanchan, I'm very intrigued by a couple of other news that came around these in 2020. It says that the aliens that might see us. There was another news which said that there are aliens, but they basically progressed so much that they annihilated themselves. They destroyed themselves. So then some news which also said we humans are the aliens that is searching for someone else. And so Alien is definitely a great story or a narrative. And then in last December, end of December, we saw the strange monolith coming out of many cities in USA, And I heard it is now also appearing in India in some places.
Yes, I heard it is in Gujarat, I guess, somewhere. So that.
Yes. So it is. So I think if the science, the people who really study this seriously, if they put it across in a factual way, but they put it into a nice stories around it, not the science fiction kind of a story, but more about the usefulness about it, I think it will become a mass movement. I'm very much intrigued by the source of fast radio bursts that the scientists are seeing coming out of the space, and for a few seconds it appears on the telescope, and then it goes away. No, they speculate that some alien civilization is throwing out a radio signal, and it is trying to reach us, but we are not able to capture it for a longer time. And in 1972 or 75, NASA sent out some Voyager, where if I'm correct, and there were all the planets' languages were written on a gold disc, which was sent out, and it is now beyond our solar system. There are so many things that are happening in this, like you said, million new galaxies. If you remember, Kanchan, when we were small, in a full moon night, we could have seen a galaxy ourselves. But now probably we will have to go to Grand Canyon in America to see it.
Okay, so when I'm here to tell you more. See, there's researchers have detected a bright kilonova, a light show the aftermath of two neutron stars merging together. Kilonova is rare in space, but researchers have seen them before. This one is special, though. Weird signal in the kilonova light indicates the presence of something new. So actually, every day we are coming near to new findings, especially in space. But yet we have to really research and we have to know more about the space, because every time and again there are new things which has come up and which sometimes really intrigue me, and I want to know more about them.
Let's secure a funding from National Geographic or Discovery Channel, and then let's go, Kanchan, and to visit all the square telescopic areas in the planet. In fact, one of them actually destroyed itself near US, which was also showcased in some movie, a Hollywood movie, and it fell from its own burden, and it is said that it was the third eye of this planet, which was looking into the distant galaxies, but now that is destroyed. So me and you should secure some funding, and we must go and visit all these telescopes and see the galaxies and come back and tell our listeners.
Yeah, I think like us, there are many people who will like to go and visit and see by their own eyes how wonderful the space is. So I think 2020 was not that bad year, but I also want to share my thought process is that 2021, which has one, W on one in the, is a suffix of 20. So I think that will also be good, and we are hopeful and we should be hopeful, and I think it all will be well in this year.
Yes, Kanchan, 2021 has come, and 2024 is when Mr. Elon Musk has said that the first humans will go to Mars. So it is 3 years from now, and I would like to see who is in the first flight or in the first few flights. Let's see if I get a chance.
Yeah, it was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and we look forward to have more episode of space-related subjects. It was lovely talking to Sitesh. Till tomorrow, bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, friends. Uh, there are a lot of renaming of our historic monuments and public places have been undertaken by the Modi government, and a lot of cities have been renamed. And for whatever reason, they were named behind the Muslim invaders. People who were responsible for killing millions of Indians, and so now those old ancient names have been brought back, and there are certain places of public interest which have been named behind the heroes. A lot of people have this issue. uh, I don't know why they have an issue, because I think these are our local leaders. We can't be eulogizing the invaders who are basically the foreigners. And today I want to talk about renaming of Habibganj railway station of Bhopal to Rani Kamlapati railway station. Now, for whatever reason, she was a very well-known character from our history in the state of Madhya Pradesh, and her legacy has been completely erased. I think this is the time when we should actually bring back those great people, their great deeds into limelight, and I think by naming them is one of the methods. So I don't know who was Habibganj, and many people don't know who was Rani Kamlapati also. Now, there is the biggest segment of society living in state of Madhya Pradesh, which is almost like 120 million people, which are living in the state of Madhya Pradesh, belonging to the sect called Gond. And Rani Kamlapati was the last queen, last monarch in 18th century coming out from this community. And she was the wife of Naval Shah, and then she became the monarch. And her pictures are also not saved because of whatever reasons, historic reasons. So there is a statue of her, but I think some people have written about her personality. She was very charming and beautiful person, and she created a lot of schemes for the locals. And also one of her bigger contribution is creating Kamlapati Palace, which is 7 stories high palace, and it is now managed by Archaeological Survey of India. So I think this is something which I fully favor. Why you need to change name and keep them behind the invaders in the first place, so that we don't have to change them again. Our place, our land is very old, and the names have been coming out from generations. There's no need to change. I mean, if you invaded India, there's no need to change in prominent city centers, etc., behind the invader's name. We can bring back that legacy and rename them. In fact, it is not a renaming, it's like naming them back to their original names. So the station has been now renamed, commemorating the respect that Rani Kamlapati deserved as a ruler of Madhya Pradesh, belonging to the largest sect of that area. So, friends, this is what I feel personally, and I feel that you can also contribute by giving your messages to this, and I will respond to each one of your messages, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we are taking you to a very wonderful city which is we call Dalhousie. It is established on 5 hills. So without any further delay, I would like to welcome our guest, but before that, few disclaimers. Welcome back, and today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who is an industry leader, is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, Good morning from the foothills of mini Switzerland in India, close to mini Switzerland in India. And that is what it is. It was told to me many, many years back. A cantonment town, Dalhousie Cantonment, came out when Lord Dalhousie was the viceroy of the British Indian subcontinent. But before I take you to the beautiful hills, the Dhauladhar ranges, how are you?
I'm perfectly fine, and I'm really so glad that every week you take us to a trip or wonderful places in the world. And today is Dalhousie, and I really feel very good because since this pandemic, we are not able to go out. We are maintaining social distancing, and when you talk about a city, a place like Dalhousie, I really feel that I want to hear about it. At least I have some solace and some peace of mind by listening your description of this place.
Yes, Kanchan, in this pandemic, we are truly part of a lonely planet. As long as we are not going to the places, but if you remember, Kanchan, of mouth is the best. The stories have traveled, and the Himalayan stories are no less than that. If you see the location of Dalhousie, or for that matter, the state or the province of Himachal Pradesh, it feels like that it is the throat of the Indian map. It is just there, and it gives the best views of the Himalayan peaks. I happened to reach Dalhousie almost 2 decades back, and I have always wanted to be there again and again and again. The Dhauladhar ranges of Himalayas, as you said, of the 5 hills, it is important to note how did the British notice about it, which was more like the Chamba kings. I'm told there were 67 kings in that region. This around the 1857, this place was, identified as a sanitaria or the cantonments for the British soldiers. And the place is beautiful because it gives a very natural views of the Himalaya, the Chamba district, and another sacred but seductive place of Khajjar, Kanchan, Khajjar. We will come to it, but let me know, how much interested are you?
I'm very interested because when I see the picture which is behind you, it's lush green, and I really feel dying and going to this and visit any of these places like Manali, Dalhousie, Dharamshala, and Kashmir, of course. So yes, let's discuss about this wonderful place.
Well, yes, Kanchan, as I said, the Dhauladhar circuit of the Himalayas, it falls with Dalhousie, Chamba, Khajjar, Pathankot, Bharmor, MacLeod-Ganj, and endless views, endless treks, endless memories, new memories to be created. This circuit of Dhauladhar, one tourist can choose between the monastic tour packages, Dharamshala Chamunda tour packages, tea garden tour packages, leisure tour packages, and Bharmor tour packages. From our New Delhi, Dalhousie's distance is just 555 kilometers. Nearest railway station, Pathankot or Chakki Lane, interesting name of a railway station. Hardly 60 kilometers from these two places. Dalhousie feels like an old British town full of so many churches, so many structures, A lot of English stamp is there, but most important is the snow-capped mountains. And it is almost like a 6,400 or 6,500 feet above the sea level. So which is almost double Mount Fuji of Japan.
Well, the Dalhousie was a summer retreat for Governor General Lord Dalhousie. On his name, this place is called after him. Now, what is the difference between Manali and Dalhousie? Which is more convenient and beautiful when we talk about two places?
Kanchan, it's like asking, if I cannot go to Switzerland, where else can I go? It's like this. So Himalayas are pristine. Himalayas are beautiful. Himalayas are breathtaking from whichever angle you see it. But the importance of Manali or Shimla, as we all know, is more about their growth, their development in the modern India, their closeness to the big cities, the businesses, the British Raj, and the movies. But we know in the travel circuit, the offbeat places are the places which are chosen by filmmakers across the world to showcase something which is not seen, which is fresh on the screen. And I'm telling you, Dalhousie makes itself fresh in the memory for any tourist there. And I'm also mentioned about the Khajjar. And Khajjar is that secret place which actually resembles Switzerland. Numerous movie scenes from Bollywood have been shot in the Khajjar place. Very interesting to see the local culture, the temples, the monasteries, the food, the people, and the roads, the infrastructure there. Recently, we have been hearing some natural calamities in that region, especially Kinnaur, Lahore, Spiti. But I'm sure when you are closer to the Himalayan mountains, the beauty of life and the dreadedness of death both are close by, Kanchan.
So I'm sure that you must have enjoyed your stay at Dalhousie before this pandemic started, and that's why you have so much cherished memories about the place. I would like to ask you what will be the best time to go and how many days we can spend at this place to enjoy fully the beauty, the panoramic view, the food of Dalhousie.
Well, Kanchan, when you ask me this question in every episode, I always think that I need a lifetime to enjoy the people, the place, the geography, the culture, the contours, the history, and events, the delicacies, the food. For Dalhousie and Khajjar, 3 nights, 4 days is good. But I must tell you, one must visit Chamba, one must visit Palanpur, one must visit MacLeod-Ganj, not very far. So I think there is a Dhauladhar circuit, as I said in the beginning. We must take a week's time to visit the Dhauladhar circuit. Enjoy the culture, the people, the cuisine, the history, the nature trails, the adventurous sports, and then come back rejuvenated and with the half of the cost of going to the Swiss Alps, Kanchan. And this is very important these mountains are full of places which are not just rustic, which are not just natural. They are also sometimes man-made places are there, Kanchan, like Kala Top, Khajiyar Sanctuary, Khajiyar Lake, Khaji Nag Temple, Dain Kund trekking, Khajiyar to Dain Kund trekking, Dalhousie Khajiyar Road is almost like 20 kilometers of the road, and it passes through some wonderful treks and the beautiful camping life. There are some snake idols in the temple, which is like a golden Devi temple, and this is something one must visit, one must there to see. And interestingly, Kanchan, the name of these places, the places near Dalhousie, and especially near the Chamba district, they have been found in the mentions of Mahabharata and Ramayana as well, and in the Rig Veda, the rivers have been mentioned, and therefore, the district of Chamba in which the Dalhousie falls, and it is something available. Its mention is available almost like 500 before the Christ in the historical documents, and some of the kings, their rules, what they were made, they are still followed in those areas. And not to mention something which is called, very interesting thing, Kanchal, called Chambachuk. Chambachuk is the pickle, or the pickle of the chili found in the Chamba region, just around Dalhousie, Khajiyar and the Chamba district. And you open it, it is so spicy or pungent. You can't, just take the fume of Chambachuk. I brought one pack of it, and I couldn't eat it for 1 year. It is that pungent. What do you say, in chili, most tikhi mirchi I have ever found in that area, Kanchan.
Well, what is one or two things which you really like about this place, Dalhousie? What makes you to really visit this place again and again?
Memories, yadein, churches, St. Andrew's Church, St. Patrick's Church, the temples. And when I was there, I also saw some Bollywood movie shootings. And the best interesting part, Kanchan, that I remember is about the honeymooning couples in the area, and so many people, around the city, just taking a stroll from the bustling cities like Shimla and Manali and Kullu, and every night walking down the roads of Dalhousie is something that is always to be cherished. And the food, I mean, that's a very interesting part about the food, Kanchan. Those names are not there in English, so I have to tell you in their original names, Kanchan. So malpude and gud ki kheer, bathu ki kheer, sepu badi, khatta kaddu, channa madra, chicken anardana, malpua, siddhu ghee, kachalu ka salan. Aha, it just reminds me that I have to find a Himachali food somewhere in Bangalore city, Kanchan, somewhere today. And it is also famous for some events, ice skating carnival happens. So as you asked me, the people who want to enjoy snow, they must go into the winter season, November, December, January, February. Ice skating competition or carnival happens for almost 3 months. The Christmas and the New Year Eve is a great celebration. Losar festival, which is also the mask festival, Lohri, and Mahashivratri. These are some of the festivals that are very famous, including Dashehra. It is very, very famous, Kanchan. And one just goes here to feel recharged, batteries recharged.
What will be the best time to visit this place? As you already mentioned, it winter, for somebody who want to enjoy snow, they can go in winter time. But exactly, if a family is planning to visit Dalhousie, what will be the best time?
Well, Kanchan, again, snow is something that I love, but greenery has no parallel. As you can see in the image behind me, this kind of image, to be at this place, I would give my everything to be here every day, every moment of my life. So I enjoy the greenery more than the snow. So being in Dalhousie and Khajjar, if you want to see the greenery, go beyond winter time, after the winter time or before the winter time, to enjoy this kind of greenery, the clean skies. You would remember so many movie songs just by standing at these places. You would actually go to YouTube and see those songs, and you will see, oh, this is the place I saw. And this is, Dalhousie has a very, very interesting connection to the British Viceroy, Lord Dalhousie, who was rather infamous in the Indian subcontinent more than being a famous, but he also introduced, the railways somewhere in 1853 between Bombay and Thane. So yeah, he is one of the known viceroys, and he chose this place, Dalhousie cantonment. He chose this place as his summer retreat. You can think of the heat of Delhi or Calcutta, and how those viceroys chose to be in the foothills of the Himalayas.
So, in the last, I would like to ask you how you will describe this Dalhousie in one sentence for our viewers.
Husn Pahadon Ka, that's all. That famous song from a Raj Kapoor movie.
So, as usual, Sitesh, it is so wonderful to talk to you today, and we'll be meeting again in the trip of another beautiful city of the world. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Yes, Kanchan, I am going on another hill station.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I'm Chandrakant. Today we will be discussing about very important subject, especially relevant for business, which is building trust. And as you know friends, building trust is a long drawn process, and it has been made difficult because of the restrictions that we have now. We have to rely on the digital platform, and building trust is becoming such an important and critical aspect. People with lot of big network will have to find new type of clients which are available on the digital platform, and they have to build the trust all over again. So it is becoming very, very difficult subject, and also it's a new arena. Digital space is a new arena, and to discuss this matter we have a very distinguished personality joining us from UK to enlighten us and tell us what we can do, what are the tricks of the trade, and this is going to be very, very useful discussion. So stick around, friends, for this outstanding show. Welcome back, friends. And today's guest is Mr. Mike Bradley. He joins us from UK. He is the Group CSO of RHF and Scale Up Arena. And topic of our discussion is how do we build trust, especially in post-COVID era. So, Mike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Chandra. Good to speak to you. Good to see you as always.
Mike,
I'm not on a boat, by the way, just in case you wonder if I'm actually on the boat at the moment.
Well, Mike, I can imagine that because yachting is very difficult and you can't be sitting so quietly.
Exactly.
But it's a very nice background, Mike.
It is. It's called the Needles. You can see them in the distance there with the lighthouse. It's on the Isle of Wight. It's one of the main points on the Round the Island race, which is a 150-year-old sailing race that goes on once every year. Didn't happen last year because of COVID, but it's happening this coming Saturday as it happens. And I shall be observing it from a rib, which would be quite fun.
Wow, so amazing. I mean, you can see it without going to your drawing room, I think.
Yes, well, I did actually do the race once. I was on a boat in 2008. I was, one of the obedient crew, like pull this rope now. So I would pull the rope and wind this, wind that, unwind that. It was all good fun. But this time I'll be on a rib, which is also quite fun because you speed across the water, get to that particular point there, and then it starts with a trickle of boats coming through, and then all of a sudden there's an absolute horde of them. Because there's actually, the year I took part, there was 1,800 boats. And this, on that norm, I think the year before last, it was 1,500 boats. So it's a massive race.
So talking about being a good crew, you mentioned, I think today's subject is also very apt for taking this forward. And the subject is how do we build trust? Because for any businessman, trust is the most important thing, and especially now because of the lockdown and quarantine, and you can't meet the people, etc. And other situations, business has moved digital, and building a trust on the digital platform is a totally different ball game. So we would like to understand first what is the importance of trust and how do we build it in today's context.
Exactly. Yes, I think. Well, it's an interesting thing because, of course, as you rightly say, trust is key in every situation, whether it be a personal or a business situation. And how do we actually build that trust, not just in a personal basis, but I think also that the same trust has to be projected, whether it be a company, whether it be a service, whether it be a product, or whether it be a brand, because it's all based on how, and it's a lot of it is based on perception. So how do you ensure that people get the right perception of you and your business and your company and your product? And I was reading about a trust equation called Charles Green's trust equation, which is very interesting. And they've got a little formula which looks at credibility and reliability and intimacy. Those things added together, marks out of 10, divided by the level of, shall we say, self-interest. So in other words, the more self-interested you are, the less able to gain trust you are, which I think is very, very interesting. So that sort of got me thinking, well, on a personal level, how do these things look? Also on a person-to-person level, if you're selling to a founder or a CEO, Obviously, you've got to convince them, but also it becomes slightly more complicated, I think, if you're looking at a team and you're trying to sell to a whole board or to a whole group, because you actually need to ensure you've built this trust with at least the majority of those people. And that can sometimes be very tricky, I believe, within a business environment, whether it be online or offline. You know, we've all, I think the days of the super slick salesperson turning up with their polished suit and tie and fast talking and, you know, trying to close you off a bit like the timeshare salesperson. I think those days are over for the majority of people. And also, as we know, building online rapport globally is a big part of what we do these days. Now, I've been involved with online selling and promoting and working, partnering for 15 years. So to some extent, for me, that's been something I've sort of become part of my part of my DNA, hopefully. But you know, as with ourselves, we've never met personally, but I think we're starting to get to know each other to the point where we understand what makes the other person tick, you know, and I'm sure that when we meet, eventually it will be, I know this person pretty well, and therefore we've built that trustworthiness between us. There's a credibility, there's a reliability, there's a, you know, a degree of in trust between us, in trusting and intimacy about what we share, some elements. And also, you know, I think we're both aware of the balance between, and there's a balance to be struck between self-interest and also the interest in somebody else. I think within a personal situation, the self-interest should be less, you know. Within a business situation, I think it needs to be balanced, frankly, because otherwise it's not true, it's not credible, because you've got your commercial objectives, I've got my commercial objectives. We have to recognize that. And I think the relationship bases itself on the fact that we both need to win. It's got to be a, you know, a win-win situation, the classic partnering scenario. So that's sort of my starter for 10.
Very interesting, Mike. In fact, you rightly said that without trust, it will be very difficult to set up any transaction between businesses. And there is no shortcut, because if you don't know the person, you don't know the person. I mean, there is no choice. You have to know the person first, and that is why the trust is built. But I think now, in the current context, especially from 2019 onwards, when people are not able to travel, catch a flight and go all the way to UK and meet, or vice versa, the only method we have to build trust is this 2D screen. And I think that requires a totally different skill. And another thing that has happened is people with a lot of experience who have built a lot of big network, they are losing it now, because I think they have to build a new type of trust with new set of people all over again. I think this is a restarting, it's a reset button that the nature has pressed, and you have to start building your network again. So what are the key ingredients of building a trust in an online arena?
Well, there's an interesting question. Again, I think it's two-dimensional. There's two different types. There is the online trust in a person-to-person environment, so like between you and I, and then there's the online trust for an e-commerce platform, shall we say. So a business that's selling its product purely online still has to actually get to the trust point, otherwise people won't commercially buy it. So again, it's about ensuring that in the other person's eyes, the correct perception is being taken. So, and again, I think in the online world, in an e-commerce environment, which is where a lot of trade is now going, as we know, with SaaS products, etc. The credibility is by endorsement. So maybe that is a case study, maybe it's recommendations, maybe it's a contact, or reviews online. Hopefully they're trustworthy, so I think that is a key part of an online e-commerce experience. Reliability is vital because, of course, that will affect your reviews. It's the if you say you're going to deliver it by tomorrow, deliver it. And if it's going to be late, which does happen occasionally, at least have the courtesy to communicate with people and say there's been a delay. It's going to be tomorrow. Blah blah blah. Which is, I suppose, the classic example that we know about is Amazon. Amazon, I think, has got this pretty good by and large, and that's why they're doing such a sterling job of selling stuff to people globally, because I think they understand the online trust model. Then there's the intimacy element. How do you do that within an e-commerce environment? Well, again, I think Amazon, it's a moving ship. So see with the picture in the background, but basically it's understanding the behavior of the buyer so that you can tailor things in a way that is of interest to them. So rather than blasting the world saying, here's a product, what you're doing is you're tailoring the audience and saying, because you bought this product, we think you'll be interested in this one. So I think that's an area where you can tweak the experience to make it more personal, to show that you actually paid some attention to what is really of interest to the client. And then, of course, it's about, the self-interest element. There'd be, we'd be very foolish to think that there's a personal element in Amazon. What they're actually trying to do is ensure your trust ongoing, so you come back and buy something else. It is a commercial play. Yeah. There wouldn't be, a time for Amazon to come along and say, oh, thank you, Mike, you bought this product, blah, 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 blah. That's not credible. It's not true. So, you can dismiss it. But I think also that's the e-commerce side. On the traditional networking piece, I think this is where the dynamic becomes much more interesting. So you've got to build rapport, let's say with a board. You have to build that up online like we do here. So we build that up over time, but I think we do it by being open and honest with each other. And also being yourself. What we're not doing here in this context even is it's not like we're on television. We're not here as a newscaster just giving updates. What we're doing is we're trying to establish and build bridges. So, people need to see there's a vulnerability in the human side, and we're not just robots. I think otherwise, we'll all be replaced one day by an automaton saying, "Oh, hello, how are you today, Chandra?" Blah blah blah. It's not going to get like that, and that's the difference between us and robots. Is there isn't an emotional component that we're trying to build. There's not an emotional quotient. So I think that's where the differentiator is, and that's how you build it online. Is we open up about our circumstances, our challenges with COVID maybe, or challenges with our business, and we share together and create, and we try and help each other with the challenges we face, and even better, try and help each other with the deals that we want to get, so that we all live and eat and put food on the table, roofs on our head, over our head even.
Well, I think you mentioned two very important points. One was Amazon, and when I think of Amazon, one or two things flashes my mind.
One is that Amazon is such a strong, trustworthy brand that multiple layers of people are working without even thinking about it. For example, sellers are selling, buyers are buying. Then there is a whole delivery mechanism which are actually distributing to unknown people. Then this last mile delivery, that person is totally not emotional about actually delivering, like a postman. Postman used to be very emotional person. That person will go door to door, but these guys are not emotional. They will just deliver, follow a protocol and do it. And in case you want to return your merchandise, whatever you purchased, there'll be a return process. So because of one brand which has built a trust, so many different types of activities going on without even thinking, because they totally trust the brand. But I think you also mentioned very important critical subject about self-interest. And when we talk about self-interest, the key issue that comes to everyone's mind, yours, or everyone in the world, even animals, is to do self-preservation. So if that is the underlying thought of self-preservation, how we can ignore self-interest when we are actually building a trust? Is there a mechanism which we can use to build a trust and ignore self-interest?
I think that comes down to being true and open, and also recognizing right from the start that there's everybody has to have some degree of self-interest, and those people who say that they're not interested in doing things themselves, I don't believe them. So again, trustworthiness depreciates if you say, I'm not really interested in what's in it for me. Of course they are. And if they're not if they're genuinely not interested in what's in it for them, well, is that true? And that credibility, again, the trust goes out the window. For me, that's like, yeah, right, sure. I'm not sure I agree with that. But I think what's important is that the whole equation around this builds confidence in each other. It's all about credibility and competence, and alongside that, competency. So if you say that you can do something, prove that you can do it. If you don't prove your competency, that affects the confidence level. That also affects the credibility of your argument or your product or your pitch, because it's fair to say with a new business, this is a new business, we've got this new product, and ideally, as part of that new business, you will be identifying some beta test clients who will work with you to actually refine your solution so that it's credible to others. I think one of the biggest challenges for a startup is they don't necessarily have clients. And I think we discussed this before, actually, where part of the key to ensuring you've got a good startup proposition is build it in conjunction with the market and the customer, because otherwise you're not going to address that competency, credibility, and confidence factor, which gives trust in your product and your business. And I think when you get to like the scale-ups that we deal with in Scale-Up Arena, what we're doing there is we're saying, well, actually, you've already, to some extent, you've demonstrated your reliability and credibility. What you've now got to do is demonstrate your level of interest in the client by showing them that you supply what is important to them, because ultimately that's what they're going to want. They're going to want a solution to deliver for them. So I think in the growth company environment, credibility should be a given, and there will be endorsements, there'll be clients, etc. Reliability, well, you wouldn't have got to become a scale-up or a growth company without being able to deliver to clients in a consistent way. And so therefore it's building that intimacy and giving credibility to the self-interest, such as, we take your money and then we run. is not a way to build a good long-term trust within any environment. So be there, be part of the customer, and this is one of the challenges, I think, when you get from the early majority phase of the product life cycle into the late majority phase, where it becomes like a multinational product. And when it becomes a multinational product, customer service goes out the window, because actually all they're interested in, how many orders have we got today, what margin have we made today, and so the service level is just doesn't really matter, because they've got so many customers. We're too big to fail. Back to our corporate AAA syndrome we discussed in the past. You know, the arrogance sets in, the forgetting the customer, the amnesia piece, and the fact that we're so high in the clouds that we don't breathe fresh air with our customers and our staff. So, you know, I think this sort of model, this trustworthiness model, applies across all organizations, all products, all services. What are you doing to improve those elements? And many, I think, of the multinationals would do well to delegate this evaluation of the trust model to their divisions, to their customers, to their functions, to ensure that these elements are all in balance and going in the right direction.
Well, I think, in my opinion, the trust building over digital platform has become the center stage of any business development activity, whether you are a large corporation or a SME or a startup. So that requires a totally different kind of patience levels. And I think you mentioned so many different, very, very powerful points today with regard to actually building the trust. However, I think the last question I have is, what are the key attributes of building the trust using a digital platform? Because here you don't have ability to measure what the other guy is thinking on the other side of the screen. At the same time, you don't see the body language, because that is also one of the important aspect of communication. So we have to rely on just the spoken words to build a relationship in this case. Do you have any opinion on this?
Yeah, well, I think this is where having an open and true discussion, and I in most cases, I think it's, again, there's a difference between building rapport between people in a network and building rapport as, say, an Amazon customer site. But it all, again, comes down to, you know, the environment of people that are around that. So I think, again, it comes down to reviewing. It comes down to, you know, which other contacts do you know? You know, you've been involved with an online discussion, maybe with other people. Are those sort of people also trustworthy, or are they the, you know, the traditional used car salesman, timeshare salesman? You know, I think the people that you see around the people on the other end tell you about the sort of person that you're dealing with. So I think you can look for signals, you can look for references, you can look at LinkedIn profiles. What sort of things are people saying? Are they people interested, or are they actually self-interested? Are they out for me, or are they actually out to try and build value and support in our world? And that, I don't know, maybe I'm a bit naive. I like to think that 80% of people actually want the best for others. And so if you go into trading relationships, personal relationships, with the view that actually this person is probably one of the 80%, you're probably more likely to build up that credibility, reliability, intimacy, and the right balance of self-interest, so that there is credibility, competence, and competency expressed, rather than being in a situation where you're not, you know, going in and thinking immediately, well, most of the people in the world are not trustworthy. If you go into it that way, I think you might just as well go and sell flowers in the local shop, because you're not going to build online relationships. You're not going to even probably build strategic partner relationships, because there's got to be a degree of trust. We're all familiar with non-disclosure agreements. I always think that the day you have to bring the non-disclosure agreement out is the day that the relationship's already over, because that trust is no longer there.
Yes, Mike, I think we had a very interesting discussion. There are a lot of learnings from this discussion. I think everybody needs to build trust, and people who are experienced also with 20, 30 years of experience, they still need to build trust now in the new world, which is the digital world of Industry 4.0. So thank you so much, Mike, for finding time and discussing this very critical, emotional subject, but very, very important.
Thank you, Chandra. It's been a pleasure as always, and have a good afternoon and evening.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we will catch up in the next show. Until such time, I'd like to say goodbye.
Look forward to it.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Grit and Valor. And today we have very distinguished guest with us. She's a veteran from Air Force. Her name is Squadron Leader Manvi Bali. So without further ado, let me welcome her to our show.
Good afternoon, Chandrakant. Thank you so much for such a nice, warm welcome. And it's my pleasure to be a part of this today.
Absolutely. In fact, we would like to know about certain things which we have been hearing in the press. Something to do with the working condition of the women soldiers in our armed forces. And you have been a veteran. You have served the Air Force for a very long time, and I think you are the best person to discuss on this subject. And we have also seen recently there was a movie which covered that. Obviously, that was all false, and Supreme Court of India struck that down. But anyway, I think what is the training schedule for women cadet? Is it different from men? What is your opinion?
Well, Chandrakant, I think I will start with, just very, very briefly talking about from where we all began. So if we look at the history of the women in defense services, in 1888, the role of the women in the Indian Army began with the Indian Military Nursing Service, which was formed during the British rule. And we have some very, very notable names around from that time. In one of the recent series, also, a lot of people would have seen very, very strong women warriors like Noor Inayat Khan, Kalyani Sen. And then obviously we've also seen the famous women regiment under Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's Indian National Army called the Rani of Jhansi Regiment, one of its kind regiment during the World War II. And the Indian Armed Forces, they began inducting women officers in 1992. And look at where we have come, breaking all the societal barriers. In this present day, we have fighter pilots. Women have flown into combat zones. They will be inducted as sailors. And we are a very strong group of women in the Indian armed services. And from 1992 to 2021, it has been a long way. So would we say it has been an easy journey? Definitely not. So a lot of work had been done by the pioneers, the early batches of the women in the Indian Air Force. So like you mentioned, there's been a recent movie. Without mentioning the name of the movie and the person who's been mentioned in the movie, a lot of respect for the senior lady officer. But of course, around that time, the Indian services were adjusting to the fact that women will be inducted into the defense services. It was very new concepts for them. And now we've come a long way. That's the reason we have the 3 women officers into the fighter streams. So the life in Indian Air Force, when we started off with our trainings, there hasn't been any bias for lady officers. It was exactly the same physical regime. We passed the same physical fitness tests. We passed the same examinations. We went through exactly the similar service selection boards. So the entry to the training, to our specialized training post our commissioning, they all have been exactly the same. So I really don't understand from where the question comes that, what is the difference between the men and women? Because these services, I think they're the pioneers when you talk about who don't create that sort of bias of caste, color, creed, sex, gender. It's never been around. So nobody really asks, can you do this task or will you not be able to do this task because you are A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z? No, exactly not. It's a mission. If you are, so, the Indian Army logo, do you have it in you? Does it say, do you have it in you if you are a man or if you are a woman? No, it doesn't. So it just asks, do you have it in you? So if you have it in you, you just prove yourself. So that's what Defense Services is all about.
I think it's a great answer, and I think you have conveyed the message loud and clear for our viewers. But there are 2 sides of viewers we have. One is called civilian, other is called the forces. So when you talk about all these things, certain section of society would know exactly where you're coming from. But then there are people who are in the civilian, especially in the civilian side, who have never seen, who have no exposure to the defense, how it is done. I think there will be a lot of confusion with regard to specifically sending their girl child for army training. I think it is required to change the perception. What is your message for those kind of people where equal opportunities are given in the defense services for men and women, and how they can leverage it?
So if you look at this present, so let me give a very common example, which I give these days. So what has COVID taught us? It's taught us to be adaptable and survive in a situation which has been put in front of us. This adaptability and the survivability is part of a training in defense services. Don't you think these are the most important skills which even the girls of the today, they need to learn? I think everybody, why just girls? I generally don't mention male and female separately, again, because of the backgrounds that I come from. But this sort of independence that the defense services have, put inside us, the confidence that they've built in all of us. I can tell you, I am from a middle class family. My parents were in the services. And we were just like any other girls in the household, helping even our mothers in kitchens. But there weren't any biases or, differences which were kept from the girls and the sons. So we still grew up thinking that, okay, these are the things that the bhaias do and these are the things that the girls do. So when I entered academy, the first thing that was grilled inside my mind was that there isn't a thing which only the boys can do and the girls can't do. In fact, the physical and the psychological strength that women have is far more than, I'm so sorry, but it's more than what men do. And that has been proven in, the last few, if you've read the news, the women are just breaking records of all kinds when it comes to displaying physical and psychological strength. So I think for all the girls, not just independence, the confidence, a financial independence, and a lot of pride, which you yourself feel when you adorn that beautiful uniform. It can be olive green, it can be blue, it can be the white. But the moment you wear that uniform and you give that big salute to somebody, the pride with which your heart swells, I think there's no other profession in this world. I'm so sorry. I think, again, I'm very partial about it. But I think there isn't any other profession which gives you that sort of self-satisfaction that, this is like, it cannot get better than this. So I think this is the profession for the girls of today and the girls of tomorrow.
Absolutely. In fact, when you talk about the psychological strength that women has inherently, or as the genetic code, describes it, we got an opportunity to cover the Triveni success
Yes,
last year.
yes, an awesome
And
session.
right, and this was, I mean, it can get as grueling as ever. You're middle of the ocean, 5 women, 5 soldiers from the Indian Defense Services, all by themselves circumnavigating the earth. I think they have achieved it. It was a great feat. Now, coming back to the moot question, when you were undergoing the academy training, uh, what kind of training would you like to share? I mean, what I've heard from
Yes.
my friends is that, you have to drop down and give me 30, it's like that. Is it similar for you also?
Trust me, Chandrakant, it's not 30. It's definitely in 3 figures. It's sometimes 100 and more. So 30 is like a lassi day for us. But yes, the trainings are quite intensive. So they do understand, the services do understand that everybody is not coming from a very athletic background. So the defense services, they prepare you for what is going to come to you in near future. So it's not like you need to be a outstanding sports person or a gymnast or a body weight, you need to do a lot of exercises before you join the defense service. The defense services really understand your diverse backgrounds and they train you. So the first year of our training includes a lot of physical fitness. So the physical fitness starts early in the morning. So mornings generally start at around, sometimes it starts at 3. So normally I'll just not scare people. It starts at 4. So it starts with us getting absolutely fit and ready in our whites. So we call them whites, and we get ready for a morning PT. So after a PT, which is approximately a run of around 1.5 to 2 kilometers, we get back to our exercises, which includes a lot of push-ups, a lot of jumps, and a lot of rolling, and everything in academy. We are taught that you have to earn it. So we earn our breakfast, we earn our lunch, and we earn our dinners. We also earn our bookouts. So the earning session is wherein the entire course just gets together and they say, okay, so our bookout today, which means we'll go out in the city today, we can negotiate at approximately like 500 push-ups from the entire course. So the entire course gets down on hands and we give 500 push-ups, all in high josh, that these 500 push-ups are going to take us out to the city and we are going to have some nice food today in Hyderabad. So again, it also builds on your strength, but it also builds in a lot of camaraderie amongst your fellow cadets. So we all have, again, a common cause, which is taught inside us from a very simple thing like just a book out. So we all just believe, yeah, that's a common cause, we all need to go out. What do we need to do that? We all need to give 500 push-ups. So let's all do that. So there have been times when we've gone in for cross countries, which we have regularly. And again, I've not been a very athletic person. And trust me, I just had one of my fellow cadets hand behind my back. He was just put his palm behind my back, and I would just continue to run. Again, if you think, what would that palm on the back of me would have done in helping me to run? Actually, nothing. But what it did to me psychologically was, Manvi, just keep on running. I'm behind you. So it didn't matter who comes first. What mattered was, all of us just do this together. So, the physical fitness was part of all these qualities and these traits which were built into us. So it wasn't like today we'll just get up and we'll, start doing A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. It used to be a lot of small activities through which the cause spirit used to develop, through which we would understand, how to stand for each other. So there used to be exercise wherein they just used to teach us, can you carry your friend behind your back? He's hurt. Can you carry him? And people would. I think about it that how could a girl with a frail figure like me would be carrying one of my postmates behind my back? But we did. And sometimes I just wonder, what did they do to us? So it's all in the mind. That's what they taught us. Physical fitness is an aspect of you being strong, but it starts with your mind believing that you can achieve and you can do it. So that's what the physical regime is in the defense services.
I think you have put it very nicely. In fact, it's 90% the mental ability and 10% physical. And that is what the discipline of the defense teaches you. I think all soldiers go through that. And it's basically you have to be fit all the time. And if you're not fit, you will not be able to carry out your operations. So going to the
Yes.
operations side of it, today in the mechanized warfare, you use billions of dollars of equipment. You may be having $1 million in your both hands. What kind of training you go through, and is there any difference between men and women training when it comes to equipment and all of these gadgets which are being used today? We would like to know more from you about this.
So after this first year of training at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal in Hyderabad, we all moved to our technical training. So I've been a technical officer with the Indian Air Force. So then we moved for 6 months. The another 1 year, we moved to the Air Force Technical College in Bangalore, Dundigal. And that's where we do our technical training there. After that training, there's a 6 months tetra, which is a specialized training for all of us, which is a training imparted to officers based on what equipment has been allotted to them. So I've been a communications officer. So I was the first batch who was learning, and we were put through a tetra for learning all these new age radars, which were being inducted into the Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force was also going through the process of having the Air Force network. So we all were being trained on these things. Again, there hasn't been any difference in men and the female. We all been together from day one, and we were also together during our specialized trainings. Yes, there has been a lot of effort which has gone through in having women go through specialized training on the fighter aircraft streams from the technical side too. But again, we've been very successful in breaking those barriers. The women, you also have the first women being in the Mirage fleet, the first woman in the Isles, the first women in the Sukhois. So it took us some time, but then the enviable force that the women officers of today are, we proved our worth and we did get it. So no cribs at all.
Absolutely. So I think the defense services treat every individual equally and equal opportunities are
Yes.
given. I think that is very clear. Coming to the almost like my second last question is about the combat services. And when it comes to combat, obviously, men are chosen for doing that because there are inherent risk involved. However, now we are seeing women also in India who are now getting inducted in the frontline combat, and Israel has been having the women officers and soldiers for a very long time. Do you see any challenge in that area if you are in combat, frontline combat? Do you see any big challenge for women soldiers?
Absolutely not, Chandrakant. If you see even the United States, the number of women officers that they have been inducting into direct combat zones after they've seen how women have performed, especially during their conflicts, it's just rose manifold. So the issues, what issues? So that's my question. We've gone through the same trainings. We understand what entails when we go into combat zone. Obviously, we're not in some beautiful area, which is it's a combat zone. There are some things which are required of you as a soldier. And the women are far equipped to handle such adversities. So I don't see any issues in women going into active combat roles at all. In fact, they'll be great. History's proven that.
Yes, I think as far as my opinion goes on this subject is that India has been always having women soldiers, always. And I think the whole paradigm shift happened after the British started coming to India, and they didn't have women soldiers in their own army. But if you look at our history, Indian history, I mean, we have a lot of examples of women fighting and also carrying out strategic decisions which are required in the battlefield. You have any last words to convey for our viewers?
Just continuing with what you just said, womb which can give birth to a child, and arms which can give a lot of love to a child and a family. In case it really requires, our history has taught us that it can also pick up arms and fight. So the women are an enviable force, and the companies, the corporates, the defense services, they have realized that it's just beyond anybody to imagine a life without women in all these services. So it's a great future for all of us. Looking forward to a great, great, great future for all the young girls who will be willing to join the defense services in near future.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It was a great pleasure learning about these things from you. And shall I call you Officer Manvi? I think that is a better way to call you instead of saying Miss Manvi, because you are a officer of the army, and once you are a squadron leader, you're always a squadron leader. So it was a great pleasure talking to you. We will catch up in the next episode very soon with something even more interesting.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much, Chandrakant. It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a nice
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma. And today in this series, we will be discussing about some aspects of public relations. And today we have a very prominent, experienced public relation professional, Ritu Gupta. So first, let's welcome her. Hello, Ritu. How are you doing today? Welcome to the show.
I'm absolutely fine, Kanchan.
So, yes.
I'm absolutely fine, Kanchan, and so delighted to be back on your show.
So, we will be discussing about public relation, yet another topic. So, what...
Kanchan, we'll be talking about the internal communication. The internal communication, which is a very strong part in public relations, one of the very strong aspects, that having communication inside your organization. Because, most of the time till now, we have discussed about public relation communication, which is a company and an organization making to the outside public, perhaps the shareholders, the investors, the media, the audiences outside, the general public. So today we are going to talk about on the other side of the table, that is inside the organization. What is the role of the PR person? What is the role of the PR consultant of that particular organization, and why it is important?
Well, when we are talking about internal communication, so first we would like to ask, is internal communication is required in the company?
Absolutely, absolutely, it is required because there are so many people who are working in the organization, so many employees. So it is very important to have their support, their trust, and to have your image also among them, to have a positive image about yourself. So public relations is required internally. Perhaps the way we work for the external public, it is not done on that basis, but yes, public relations, internal public relations is required on day-to-day basis, and it is a very important aspect of public relations because if your own employees they are satisfied, they are going to be strong pillars. Also, they are going to spread the word about yourself, your organization, when they go back home, when they talk, when they mingle with the general masses. So they are very strong, it's a very strong aspect.
Well, what kind of a plan is being executed in the companies when we are talking about internal public relation?
So in internal public relations, the PR executive or the PR consultant or the complete PR department, those who are working, they try to, create a harmony between the employees and the management. They are the spokesperson between the management and the employees. They do everything where the employees remain happy. Their main job is to present a positive image about the management to the employees and also give feedback to the management about whatsoever and howsoever the employees are feeling. Number two, the good organizations have their internal communication. I mean, they have a magazine, an internal communication magazine. It depends. It can be fortnightly, monthly, or it can be taken out in 3 months. It all depends on the budget of the organization, where the message of different members of the management is published in the magazine, where the employees they write the articles, get their poetry is published, or if there is any important happening, an event or function which has taken place, an article is written about it, and the photographs are carried along with it, and also. There are obituaries. There are, other things which are happening in the lives of the employees, in the personal life of the employees. It is all published there. It is done because family feeling is being tried to foster among the employees, and this should be done. All the good organizations, they have their various channels of internal communication, and this is how they do it, because it is very important that if you want to be successful, then your employees should have trust in you. And so internal communication is very important, and the management and the employees, they have various functions, various gatherings, various parties. So these are all organized by the public relations department.
Well, would you like to share any case study which you appreciate, and the kind of work which is done internal public relation activity by any company?
Of course. So I personally believe that the internal communication in India is best done by Tata groups. The Tatas, they are the best people. They go to any length to take care of their employees. So there have been cases. I mean, we all know about the attack on Taj Group of hotels in Mumbai, and many of the employees of Taj Group who were there doing the duty, who were present there, they passed away. So the Tata took care of the families. They adopted all the families. Believe me, all the families were adopted. The children were given the financial aid, complete 100% financial aid was given to the children, and they were made to finish their studies. They were provided the jobs, and the employees who died next to them, whosoever was, educated, was given some kind of jobs by in different groups, different companies of Tatas. Now, this is internal communication, and this was very well published in the Tata's own internal magazine, which they also told everyone in any of the Tata's plant. It is done so because, you have to let your employees also know that have trust in us. have trust in us, we are going to take care of you. For example, if you have been to Jamshedpur, which is Tata Nagar, it is, I personally feel, Kanchan, it is one of my favorite city. It's one of my favorite city. It is slightly high, slightly on the hills. It's so clean, so beautifully taken care of. And all the people who are staying there, most of them are Tata's employees. They have the healthcare sector there. They have the hospitals, which takes care of the employees. They have the best of the schools. They have picnic spots. They have everything for the entertainment. The Jamshedpur itself is an example of internal communication. You ask your employees to work for you, and in return, you're giving them 100% facility. And you are also providing them platform where they can, perform, they can talk, they can do various things. And these all things are being showcased to the other public, outside public also, so that, in future you get good employees. The employees who walk in your organization to work have trust that they're going to join a very good organization. So okay, Tata is a big organization, but also in Delhi, I've seen many small organizations doing similar things for their, employees.
Well, external communication and internal communication are both, our public relations are very, very important.
Yeah.
But what is the difference, and do you really need specialized people to do internal relations?
No, you really don't need specialized people. The people who are doing public relations, the external communication, those people are required to do the internal communication work. So, like, for example, I was working for one organization, and I was heading their PR department, and my main job, my main portfolio, my main responsibility was to deal with the media, the outside public, and anything and everyone outside the organization who would help us. But at the same time, my job was to take out the internal magazine, which was called Channel. My job was to collect the articles, get it published, design the magazine. My main job was also to get the CEO of the company make him write the article, make him write the message. And most of the time, CEOs don't write. It was I who would write on their behalf, on most of the people. And also, if anything is happening, any mishappening is also happening in the organization among the employees, which may hamper the growth of the organization, it was my job to let the management know about it, provide them the solution, make them talk to the employees also. Getting the new schemes, for example, I was the main person who got the MEX insurance company introduced in my organization. And I was the person who helped out my management that how they can let their employees benefit through MEX policies also. And so these were the various things which, it may look small, but then on the longer run, these are very beneficial for the employees. And this is what internal communication is about, that you are letting your employees know that we care for you. You are earning the money and we want you to spend your money wisely. So we care for you.
Well, any last thoughts? You want to give any message to the companies who are doing internal communication, internal public relations? You want to guide them, or you want to give any message to them?
Yes, I want to give one message that in most of the time, when most of the organization these days, I'm not talking about the big groups like Godrej and Tata's, they are very well concerned people about their employees. But most of the organizations which are starting the new startups or the middle level businessmen, they want their PR people to take care of the outside employees, outside, so not the employees, sorry, outside public, the media, the masses outside, through them who can, they can be beneficial to the outside public, but at the same time, please take care of your employees. The internal communication is very important because it is your employee who helps you out directly or indirectly in making your public relation strong. It is your employee who helps you out directly or indirectly, making your image strong outside in the world of external public. So take care of your internal public also. And it's a very important responsibility of PR department.
As usual, it is so interesting to talk to you today and learn about internal public relation activities and how it is very important. We'll be meeting again with another topic. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Bye-bye, Kanchan. And it's so nice to talk with you and we should meet again. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies and welcome to Dr. Speak. And today we would like to discuss something which affects the entire world, not only our country, it affects the young generation. And it is about drug abuse. To discuss this very important subject, let me invite my friend from Shimla, Dr. Pooja Bedi.
Good morning, CK. It's a pleasure connecting with you every time. Hope you're doing fine.
I'm doing absolutely fine, doctor, and I'm very happy to discuss this very important subject which affects all of us. And you know, people talk about drug abuse. There are a lot of movies built on it. There are a lot of awareness from the government. Yet, a lot of youngsters get into this habit. Would you like to throw some your opinion or some you know, points that you want to make to youngsters? Why they get into these habits?
Yes, CK, as you correctly mentioned, it is a very global issue, as well as you can say India is also affected very badly with the drug. Now, what exactly is the drug? Drug is nothing but a simple chemical, actually. And if taken in an unrecommended uh, amount, it tends to affect the physiology and the psychology of the individual. And you correctly mentioned, CK, that yes, the youth of the country and of the world is getting affected because the people who are behind selling it, they have a very clear cut or target audience, that is the youth. So the same thing is happening here also in India, where the target audience are more youngsters. So this is a very unfortunate situation and the issue that we need to cater on a very alarming basis. So drugs are actually used in the pharmacology for making several kind of medicines. But since the amount is controlled and their action is also modified in a manner that they are useful for the humanity, but if not taken in an unrecommended amount, in a higher amount, and they are easily available as well, the availability is not a major issue. So it is easily available for the target audience, and it tends to affect the youth and the socio-economic growth of the country as well, and tends to affect the family as well as the social stigma that comes along with it is a unpleasant gift, I must say. So drugs are something that we need to cater at a very younger uh, age group. Also, the government is taking tremendous action to overcome it, but I personally feel that the family support that is there for that particular individual and the peer support that is required so much, and they get into the habit because of the peer pressure majorly, is the something that we are looking forward to it. So yes, the support from the family, the motivation and the willpower of the individual to come out of it, and there are many cases that we have seen and are witnessing in which we see that many youngsters are coming out of it. So government is also taking appropriate action. There's a toll free number, de-addiction centers are there, the awareness they are generating by the print media and the audiovisual media is highly appreciable. But it's the individual who has to come out and reach out to such aid in order to get himself out of this drug habit.
Doctor, many people are aware that the drug is affecting all of us in a very adverse way. And when you get into a consuming drug, you know, when you're young, you don't know what are the implications. Would you like to enlighten our youngsters what are the implications on the body later on they may experience, physically as well as on their mental well-being? It'll be very important to make them aware so that they can think by themselves and do not get into these habits.
Yes, CK, that's a very apt question for the situation. How to generate the awareness among the youth? Now, the government is doing their own thing, but how, as a family and as a good, having a good bonding as relatives or you can say friends, it's very important that we must first actually be very open about it, and the child should be, or the kid around us should be very comfortable talking about it. So the kind of aura we generate at in our home is very very important. So that is the first thing. Second is that see, there's so much of data that is available online these days, and people and the youngsters, since they are more vulnerable to these services and they go through it, so they are very clear cut markers for it. Physiologically, if somebody is taking drugs for a good long time, it tends to affect the heart, brain, kidneys, liver, entire physiology is badly affected if there's a prolonged intake of the drug and the individual is not undergoing some kind of treatment or counseling to overcome it. Now, the second, which is very crucial, is the psychological factor involved in it. So, you can see that particular individual will be socially disinclined, will be sitting more alone, sleeping for major of the time during the daytime as well, is less inclined towards the studies, towards the family activities or the discussions. So there are actually clear cut indicators which tell us that they need to be catered for mental health issue as well because of the drugs. And in, you can say, if the process is or the individual is taking it for a long time, so the process leads them towards depression also. It can lead to anxiety, paranoia, hallucinations. There are many, many other severe conditions or the mental health issues that come along with the prolonged intake of the drug. So these are the two things that we are very commonly aware. But there's one more thing that I would like to add is the social stigma that comes along with it. So that has got a very, very bad implication in overall, you can say, the health of the individual who is taking drug. So we need to cater for it in a very rational manner. The support has to be there from the family, from the relatives, from the friends, and they should be able to reach out to government aids or to other private aids as well, depending on their comfort, and try to come out of it as soon as possible. So there has to be awareness from the family front, which is so crucial. There has to be, I personally feel, the drug uh, manifestations should be part of the school curriculum where kids get aware of what it can actually lead to. It can lead to a bad career growth. They may end up in some kind of job that they don't enjoy anymore. They can end up with a very bad family situation at home. And since I mentioned they tend to socially disinclined, so their social life is also affected. So, considering all these parameters, they tend to affect the mental health of the individual who is taking the drugs for a shorter time, also in a manner, as I mentioned, social stigma. And in prolonged cases, it can lead to severe mental health issues that need to be catered for.
So, doctor, it's creates some sort of social stigma, and that can be overcome by having some awareness program in the school. And you're also saying that it should be part of the curriculum because, first of all, we should know what are the side effects of consuming drugs, what are the banned drugs. I think all this is a part of awareness where people should know what are banned and what is clinically applicable, which you can buy freely. So I think these are the things that people should be made aware, and the best way to make them aware about is through CSR activities. Some of us can get involved, and also the school should take lead in terms of having a monthly session on making the students aware about the harmful effect of the drugs. So having said that, if someone get into a habit of consuming drug, Is there a way they can get out of it easily? What are the methods available for this?
Yes, to understand it in a better manner, CK, first we need to understand why somebody gets into the habit of drug and what is the process during that particular after the intake of the drug. There's first stage, the reason it's experimentation where kids tend to experiment a lot. It's because of the age, they tend to experiment a lot, and unfortunately, if they end up experimenting it in the field of drug, then they tend to enjoy it. You know, we all know that drugs tend to make you feel euphoric for some time. So they start enjoying this euphoric phase for such an extent they keep on experimenting. Re-experimentation comes very often for the youth, so they want to experience it more often. Now, second stage, which comes after immediately after experimentation, is the when they get into a user-friendly stage. Where they want to use it more often for the same reason as I mentioned in the stage number one. Now, the third stage is the critical stage where they becoming towards the risky users. Now, risky users are the ones who are still not into a stage where they would require the de-addiction center or the therapy. To be very frank, they can come out of it on their own. But the last, when we entitle them with the addicts, drug addicts, that is the stage when they require the medical intervention as well as the family and the social intervention in order to come out of it. So I would say that the initial first, second, and the third stage they can easily cater on their own with a strong motivation, will, and support from the family and awareness. Maybe some counseling or psychiatric intervention may be required initially, but all these three stages can be catered very easily. But coming down to the later stage when they tend to become the drug addicts, it's something that needs to be catered in a very rational, patient, and in a manner which is not very aggressive also, where the patient wants to reach out to the doctor. So there has to be a good relationship between the doctor and the patient who wants to come out of it, and it has to be complemented with the strong family support. So these are some of the factors which actually help the person to come out of it. But the very crucial ones are that they can come out of it. Yes, they can. In the first three stages on their own, yes, they can. And in the fourth stage where they become addicted, yes, they do require medical intervention. And CK, let me add that the government is doing its job. It's the individual who has to reach out. Government has been doing a tremendous job in generating awareness. There's toll-free number, timely awareness in terms of, you can say, campaigns that are being run by the government at the school and the college level as well. So government is doing their job. There are free de-addiction centers that are available these days. And the private sector is also there. As you mentioned, CSR activities, yes, many NGOs are coming forward. Many huge MNCs are also contributing a lot. But now it is up to that particular individual and family to utilize the services and to come out of it. It is so important because their career is gone at this particular age. So it's very crucial that they should be coming out of it on their own, reach out to such facilities that are available for them, and be a better person physically, psychologically, and socially as well.
I think you made very important points about not getting into any drug habits, and there is a very easy way to even get out of the drug habit, just in case if you are a drug addict. Um, I think the last question that I have is where is the differentiation between what type of drugs you can take safely and what are the drugs which should not be taken? Are there any medical terms, or let me frame my question in a different way. There are certain drugs which are less harmful and there are certain drugs which are more harmful. So is there a awareness program that is provided by the government which tells the people about the harmful nature of these different drugs, and the drugs are also mentioned in terms of list so that the youngsters are made aware about this?
Yes, CK, there is actually there are many programs that are being run by the government and NGOs regarding the same. So there is definitely a legal listing of the drugs that are less harmful, or you can say they tend to affect little less compared to the other drugs. But drugs in any intensity or in any manner are very bad. It should not be taken. I would like to cite a very simple example here, CK. Like, for example, if somebody, many boys these days are very cosmetically oriented. So they all want to have a very good body, many of them. So the shortcut way of it is to go and have drugs or steroids which are available not at very expensive amount, and they're readily available also. So the source is there, the money involved is not too much, and these all lead to intake of some these kind of cosmetic drugs where they tend to get into a habit later on. So there is definitely a instant body cosmetic gain is there. But just see, if somebody gets into the habit and gets into a prolonged use of the same, it will affect their physiology and psychology to a greater extent. So my request to youngsters specifically is to be, it's good to be cosmetically oriented, but please follow the procedures, follow the diet, follow the exercise pattern, consult a good dietitian or maybe a gym instructor to get into a cosmetically nice body, but not go for the shortcuts like drugs or steroids. So government is taking definitely many actions. I must support and say that, in terms of toll-free number, de-addiction centers, generating awareness by various campaigns. So yes, government is taking their action, and there is a listing of very clear-cut drugs which tend to affect more and which tends to affect less. So there is a clear-cut listing. But drugs in any manner is bad for your health. So please avoid it as much as you can.
So that is a very positive message that you have given our viewers. You should not take drugs. In fact, if you want to do some extracurricular activities, get into yoga. I think that's the best thing to do today. And the message is very loud and clear from the doctor that drugs are very bad for you, for your body as well as for your mental health. So we should not do that. So Dr. Pooja Bedi, thank you so much for finding time and discussing this very important subject today. And hopefully the viewers will like it and they will get some learning points from this discussion. We will catch up with you next week on something interesting which is affecting the mental health being and our physical activities. So for that, I say goodbye for today, and we will only catch up next week.
Thank you so much, CK, for the opportunity, and have a great day.
Friends, as we know, the biggest mystery that humans have to deal with still is the origin of the universe. Some says it is because of black hole, and James Webb telescope has been sent to unravel these mysteries. However, there are still many mysteries that James Webb may not be able to solve, and one of the mystery that is how much matter we have in our universe, in known universe. Some says that the matter is only 5% of the total matter that we see that was created after the Big Bang. And some says that the unknown matter is also known as dark matter, because something which cannot be measured, which cannot be seen, the matter that does not react with the visible matter. That is why this is called dark matter, and it's very mysterious. Dark matter is very, very mysterious. And the latest study therefore shows that there are several candidates which can solve the mystery of dark matter, because humans have tried very hard and they have not been able to find a single speck of dark matter ever. They have tried very hard, and they are trying to basically evaluate and asking the question ourselves that, hey, maybe this boson is responsible for dark matter. But the property of dark matter is very strange.
it does not react with itself, and it does not react with matter. And since it does not react, it does not give any visible impression or reaction, so that we can capture that reaction and for sure say that this is what the dark matter is all about, and this is how it reacts, this is how it emits light, this is how it absorbs light, etc. So it is a very big mystery, and the latest study that has come out is that the black hole itself may be the right candidate of being a dark matter, because so far we have not considered dark matter as black hole as dark matter. However, now the scientists are started to say that the black holes are probably the dark matter which was created at the beginning of the universe. So the scientists are now saying that when the universe was very new, there were very high temperature and there was very high density, which is the ingredient to form a black hole. So instead of going through the process of becoming a star, then exploding that into a supernova and then forming a black hole, the matter itself degenerated straight away into black hole. And numerous black holes were formed just 1 second after the Big Bang. And these black holes are of various sizes, and these are called primordial black hole because they were formed at the time of the Big Bang, just 1 second after Big Bang, and there were so many. So in essence, the black hole were born before the matter itself was born, because the primordial black holes came into picture just 1 second after the Big Bang. And the matter as we know it today, like protons, electrons, and neutrons, were formed much later in the journey of the universe. So therefore, these primordial black holes can form the dark matter as we know it today. And when I say that the primordial black holes, because there are further deep-rooted mysteries within the black hole formation itself. You see, the black holes are of two kinds. One is the stellar black holes, and other one is the supermassive black holes, which are present in the center of the galaxies and around which the galaxies revolve, and essentially it forms around the supermassive black hole. Now the supermassive black holes are of millions of times of the stellar black holes, and that itself is a mystery, how they became so large in such a short period of time, just after the 14 billion years, because the processes to support such large black hole to form are not there, are not supported by the laws of physics. Therefore, these are the mysteries. Whereas we pretty much know the stellar size black holes are something which are formed when a large star collapses and form a very large supernova, and then consequently forms a black hole. So this is certain things that we already know, that if the star is small, just like our sun, it will become a white dwarf. If the star is 3 times the mass of our sun, it will become a neutron star. And if the star is 8 times the mass of our sun, it will definitely become a black hole. So we know that the black hole has a mass limit. And then there are other types of black hole which are supermassive. We have not been able to detect any black hole which is in the intermediary space or even smaller than the stellar mass black holes. So these are the two mysteries that we have, and to answer this mystery, scientists have proposed that there could be instances where there were primordial black holes which then eventually merged into forming the supermassive black hole, and that is why the formation of supermassive black hole happened very quickly in our young universe, and then gradually started forming, and they started revolving around the supermassive black holes and thus forming the galaxy. And there are other mysteries which is related to our solar system itself. People are saying that the objects far away in the outer solar systems are being attracted in one point, which indicates that there could be ninth planet lurking around. And we have tried so far
we have not been able to see any planet there, although we have been able to see so many other objects in that area. So to create so much gravity which will pull, which will disturb the orbits of these planets, you need a very heavy object, and yet it is not detectable. So people are started to believe that there could be a primordial black hole revolving around sun. Now the primordial black hole can be very small and can also be size of a tennis ball. If it is very small, these are the size of so these are black hole, which is the size of a like a moon shrunken down, and the resultant black hole will be the size of an atom. Now if there are so many of these primordial black holes which are the size of an atom, they may be able to pass through the planet all the time, through our planet, through our bodies, without interacting with the material of our bodies or our planet. So basically, essentially, there could be primordial black holes which we have not been able to detect because they are so tiny, so small, and yet contains a punch. And at the same time, they show the ability, just like dark matter, that they are there and they do not interact with the matter, because they have the ability to pass through empty spaces between the atoms. And if the black hole enters from one side of the earth, a primordial black hole which is like a size of an atom, it will just come out straight without interacting with the material of the earth on the other side. So this is exactly the classical example of or behavior of the dark matter. So there could be instance that we are looking for something which does not exist, whereas the primordial black holes may be the reality, and they must have been formed at right about the time of the origin of the universe itself. Therefore, the latest study shows that we may be looking for something which does not exist, because so far the dark matter particles have not been discovered so far. We have tried very hard, we have tried different methods. The problem with detecting dark matter is it does not react with the matter itself. So if it does not react with our sensors, we will not be able to gauge what dark matter is and what it is formed of. Therefore, the only explanation now left with is the intermediary size black holes or primordial black holes, which were formed much before the matter was formed, and they are the basic responsible objects which kind of fueled formation of large galaxies, attracted all these into lumps, all these material into lumps, and thus created these area of high gravitational densities, and thus created the universe as we know it today. So friends, I'd like to end here today. Do engage with me if you have any thought on this subject. Do you believe if dark matter is a reality, or do you believe that it is not the dark matter? It is the primordial black holes which created extra gravity that enabled large galaxies to form, large stars, planets to form. Do write in, and I will say goodbye for today, only to catch you in the next one.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you graciously on Legal Matters. Today, we want to discuss about something which is very remarkable, and half of India was not even born at that point in time. The story is of 1975. It was a case between Srimati Indira Gandhi and Raj Narayan, and the case was ruled in favor of Mr. Raj Narayan. Srimati Indira Gandhi lost that case, and the ruling was made by Allahabad High Court. It's a very historic judgment, and to discuss this further, let me invite my friend Mr. Jeet Bhatt from Ahmedabad.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me in this legal matters. And I'm looking forward for this discussion in a very important judgment of the Allahabad.
Yes, in fact, there was a time where it was known very publicly that India is Indra and Indra is India. That was a slogan which was promoted, and I think most of us were not even born at that time. Almost 50 to 60% Indians that we are today were not even born in 1975, and that was the power of Srimati Indira Gandhi, where she can equate herself with the country of India being such a powerful leader of our nation. She lost a case, and I think we would like to know. It's very interesting to know, such a remarkable leader, very popular leader, losing the legal battle. I think you can throw more light on this one.
Yes, absolutely. It was a very important judgment of that era, and a very important historic development which happened thereafter because of this judgment was the imposition of internal emergency in the country. It was declared on 25th of June 1975. This judgment of the Allahabad High Court was declared on 12th of June 1975, wherein Srimati Indira Gandhi election from the seat of Raebareli was declared to be void, and therefore, in order to nullify that judgment, she was compelled to declare emergency on 25th June 1975. But what had happened and what were the facts and how this came up before the Allahabad High Court and what are the rulings, that is what I want to discuss with you in this show. The facts were that the general elections for the Lok Sabha was conducted in the year 1971, wherein Srimati Indira Gandhi and Shri Raj Narayan were contesting from the parliamentary seat of Raebareli. Indira Gandhi had got 183 votes and was declared the winner from that constituency. And thereafter, she continued to be the prime minister of this country. But Raj Narayan had filed an election petition immediately after the results were declared, alleging that Srimati Indira Gandhi had indulged in some corrupt practices under the provisions of the Representation of People's Act. And therefore, his petition alleged that the main contentions of the petition were that Srimati Indira Gandhi had procured an the assistance of one Shri Yashpal Kapoor, who was a gazetted officer in the employment of the Government of India, holding the post of officer on special duty to the Prime Minister's Secretariat, and having the assistance of a gazetted officer during election and for election purpose amounts to a corrupt practice under the provisions of the Representation of People's Act. The second allegation against Srimati Indira Gandhi was that she had procured the assistance of the armed forces of the Union for furtherance of her election prospects, as the members of the Air Force uh, had arranged the airplanes and helicopters at her instance for her to address the meetings at her constituency. So the reason given is that by having assistance of armed forces, of gazetted officers, of police forces, as well as the officers of the state of UP, he was having a dominating position. And to use that position over other candidates amounts to inequality in treatment to all candidates who want to contest elections from that position, from that parliamentary seat. Those were the allegations which were made. Also, allegations were made that the agents of Srimati Indira Gandhi had distributed quilts, blankets, liquor, etc., to the voters and had influenced them to vote in her favor. Also, it was alleged that free conveyance was provided by the agents and Mr. Yashpal Kapoor to the voters to come to the polling station. Therefore, the entire election was challenged on the ground that Srimati Indira Gandhi had indulged in corrupt practices for winning that election. So the court then framed certain issues in the matter. The first issue which the court framed was whether Srimati Indira Gandhi had obtained assistance of Shri Yashpal Kapoor for her elections while he was still a gazetted officer in the service of the government of India. Srimati Indira Gandhi had a battery of lawyers who were engaged and were defending the case, and wherein she had stated that Yashpal Kapoor was a member of the government of India, but he had resigned on 13th of January 1971, and the resignation was orally accepted on 14th January 1971, And the notification was also issued accepting his resignation, which was issued on 25th January 1971. So she refuted the allegation by saying that once the gazetted officer having resigned and the resignation having been accepted, and then from there on, whatever he has done, he is not the gazetted officer of the Union of India. But the court went through the entire documentary evidence as well as the oral evidence, and also interpreting the service rules, came to the conclusion that Sri Yashpal Kapoor could not have been ceased to be a government servant till the date of notification was issued by the appointing authority accepting his resignation, which was accepted on 25th of January 1971. So therefore, the court held that whatever assistance Yashpal Kapoor had given to Indira Gandhi till 24th of January 1971, he was a gazetted officer. And it was also proved that he had given speeches on 7th January, and from 14th January onwards, he was the election agent and had carried out several functions for the election prospect of Srimati Indira Gandhi. And therefore, in the month of January till 24th January, whatever functions and assistance was given by Sri Yashpal Kapoor was done by a gazetted officer of the government of India. And therefore, this amounted to corrupt practice under the Representation of People's Act. On this ground, the court held that yes, this issue is proved in favor of the petitioner Sri Rajnarayan and against the respondent Srimati Indira Gandhi. With respect to other allegations, which were that she had procured the assistance of the armed forces as the Air Force planes and helicopters were arranged for her to reach the constituency for giving election addresses. The court, interpreting the entire documentary evidence, held that the Prime Minister of the country is entitled to make use of Indian Air Force aircrafts while traveling for official as well as non-official purpose as well. And in the facts of that case, the court held that by using Air Force planes to reach Raebareli or to reach Uttar Pradesh did not amount to taking the assistance of the armed forces in furtherance of her prospects for the election. And therefore, that issue was held in favor of Srimati Indira Gandhi and against Raj Narayan. But with respect to the third issue, which was whether at the instance of Srimati Indira Gandhi and her election agent, the Yashpal Kapoor, the district magistrate of Raebareli and the superintendent of police and the home secretary of Uttar Pradesh government arranged for rostrums, loudspeakers and barricades to be set up for members of the police force to be posted in connection with her election tour. Because normally whenever a prime minister or chief minister is coming, police force is always there to provide security. Also, sometimes barricades are also issued if there is a big gathering. But what the Uttar Pradesh government servants had done was that they had procured and arranged for rostrum, the Shamiana Mandap, and also arranged for loudspeakers and electricity, which was not within the purview of the state government because during an election it is to be done by the party and the candidate. So what the court held in with regards to this issue is that it was conclusively proved by documentary and oral evidence that the rostrums were constructed by government agency for meetings addressed by Indira Gandhi in her constituency. And it was proved that the gazetted officers of the state, particularly the superintendent of police and executive engineer PWD, got the rostrums constructed for the purpose of public meeting addressed by respondent number one in her constituency. So this the court held that yes, Indira Gandhi had procured the assistance of gazetted officers in furtherance of her election prospect, which gave her an edge over all other candidates because while contesting elections, everybody is equal. And therefore, having assistance of government servants and also the election agent who was the gazetted officer amounts to unfair practice, amounts to a corrupt practice under the Representation of People's Act. So this issue was held against her and in favor of the petitioner. With regards to other allegations that she had distributed quilts, dhotis, liquor, etc. to the voters, and also that she had provided conveyance to the voters to reach the polling station, the court held that the petitioner could not prove these allegations. But two allegations of the petitioners which were proved were that the candidate Srimati Indira Gandhi had used the assistance of Sri Yashpal Kapoor, who was a government servant, a gazetted officer of the government of India, and also used the services and assistance of the gazetted officers in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And on these grounds, she had indulged in corrupt practices, and these grounds were proved by the petitioner. And ultimately, the court held in favor of the petitioner, declaring the election of Srimati Indira Gandhi as void. And further, she was disqualified for a further period of 6 years from the date of the judgment for contesting elections under the Representation of People's Act. So this was a huge blow at that time to the government, and the Prime Minister was to lose her position overnight. However, this judgment was stayed for a further period of 20 days, and therefore she was not to be removed immediately from the post of Prime Minister. But what happened in those 20 days is that on 12th of June, this judgment was delivered. But on 25th of June, the Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister wrote a letter to the President saying that there is an internal state of emergency and you declare that there is an emergency in this country. And on 25th June 1975 itself, the President proclaimed the state of internal emergency, and the fundamental rights and civil liberties were suspended. All the opponents of the government were taken in custody, detained for a period of more than 20 years. The state of emergency lasted for about almost 2 years. In that time, what the government did was that they introduced an amendment to the Constitution, which was the 39th Amendment Act, wherein Article 329A of the Constitution came to be inserted, which provided that the elections to the post of Prime Minister cannot be challenged in any court of law. And this was remarkable because this took away the power of judicial review, which is which had been considered to be the basic structure of the Constitution. And this this changed the entire structure of the Constitution. And therefore, the power that she wielded during that time was enormous, which was never seen before and even afterwards. And therefore, that constitutional amendment came to be challenged. And the Supreme Court delivered a landmark judgment, the matter of Srimati Indira Gandhi versus Raj Narayan, where the Supreme Court held that this constitutional amendment was unconstitutional and it altered the basic structure of the Constitution. Also, during the state of emergency, what she did was that she amended the Representation of People's Act 1951 with retrospective effect so that the grounds on which the judgment was delivered were nullified and taken away. And therefore, the entire judgment of the Allahabad High Court was nullified. And the Supreme Court had to accept that since the act has been amended with retrospective effect, the grounds for challenge were not available. And therefore, it set aside the Allahabad High Court judgment. But it did rule that the constitutional amendment with regards to Article 329A was bad, illegal, and void. This is what had happened during the time when internal emergency had been declared. And yes, she had tremendous power during those times. And it is because of this judgment of the Allahabad High Court that this historic event had happened.
So this is very remarkable, and it is almost like a plot of a movie when you narrated it. And nowadays a lot of these OTT platforms are showing these political dramas. So this story, it happened in real, but it sounds like it appears to be a movie plot. But Jeet, let me ask you one question. What is the state of affairs now with regard to the modus operandi of the politicians?
Well, see, election petitions are filed under the Representation of People's Act. Several petitions are pending before the High Court. So, and there are allegations made by both the parties. So well, so there are corrupt practices which are going on, and there are petitions and there are judgments which are being delivered. But ultimately, it is very difficult sometimes to prove these allegations in court. So therefore, what happens is it goes unnoticed or it goes unproved, and therefore we cannot have such judgments in every petition. So therefore, corrupt practices are prevalent in the country. We can't deny it, but it has to be curbed, and such petitions have to be filed before the High Court, and the High Court has to deliver judgments in a short period of time, rather than taking.
So, Jeet, the 49th Amendment, which was made during the emergency, what is the status of that now? Is it applicable or it has been challenged?
So 39th Amendment was challenged to the Supreme Court, and some parts of it were declared to be unconstitutional. And thereafter, in 1977, the entire amendment was removed from the Constitution. So it is not in the Constitution anymore.
Oh, okay, it is already taken out from the. Okay, so then it's a sigh of relief for a lot of people, because then once you become a powerful person in India, then nobody can challenge it. It is almost like an autocratic state. So it's a good thing that
Absolutely.
it was taken out from the constitution. So I think it's very interesting. I am sure people can read a lot about it. I'm not sure whether a lot of information is available about this incident, but whatever is available, I think it gives a lot of goosebumps hearing about this. How the power was taken away and then wielded by the people who were in power. It was I would say that it was a dark political history of our country, which has been corrected now. So, with this, I think I'd like to say thank you, Jeet, for giving us all this information. It's quite interesting to learn about these historic cases. And I will say goodbye for today. I will meet you with some other very interesting legal matters in the next episode.
Absolutely, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello, this is Chandra from Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today is day 4, and I'm in company of Raghavendra, who's the Group Managing Director of Thought Folks group of companies, and he joins us from Hyderabad. So, Raghav, welcome to the show.
Hey CK, thank you so much for inviting me on the show, and it's always a pleasure talking to you.
His pleasure is mine. So you are in Hyderabad. How Hyderabad is treating you during this lockdown? I'm sure you are making full advantage of your free time. You're trying to find some balance between home as well as your office. You would have called your colleagues and your workers today while at home.
Yeah.
Why don't you share your
Yeah. So CK, I think I feel this lockdown has been a blessing in disguise, because obviously for multiple reasons. A, we never consciously take time to spend time with family and all of that, right? I mean, you know how it is. You yourself have been a very successful entrepreneur, so you're like 24/7 on job. So A, it has been good because we are able to kind of do a little bit of work-life balance. B, you can focus on a lot of your personal projects. Like you're doing, I'm also kind of doing a 21-day talk show on LinkedIn, where we are talking about what people should do in these 21 days. And the last thing is my book is in the final phase of launch. I'm authoring a book on growth marketing, so I've been having a lot of time to redo the edits and all that. So it has been a phenomenal time so far.
Amazing, Raghav. So you're workaholic as ever, even though you're so successful. I know you have also you were associated at one point in time with United Nations. So, but the drive is driving you, I think, and you're making use of the lockdown, and the lockdown is not stopping you.
Yes.
So, what do you think will happen? Because now is day 4, and we got another 18, 17 days to go. Yeah. What do you feel? How people will react? Because last 4 days we have been working. I think people like you and me are working. You are fully dressed up. I'm fully dressed up, suited, booted, even on a weekend, and we are utilizing our time. But what do you think after some days, like 10 days or 15 days? What impact this lockdown will have on the psychology of people?
So a couple of things, CK. One is, like you said, people who are in IT fraternity, people like us, people who are doing a lot of consulting or people who are working with customers overseas and all of that, they are somehow able to still juggle with this lockdown. But people who are not into the core IT and people who need to be physically present at work are facing the heat. I think the initial first week is still okay, because it's like a warm up period where they are still enjoying spending time with their spouse, their kids, their parents. But I think the real challenge will starting next week. And while it is a great move from our honorable PM in terms of requesting people to lock down, I mean, if you see the curve, it still hasn't taken up. We are in week 4, the curve still remains flat. It has been a great move to control the spread of the pandemic, but unfortunately I think people will start getting a little worked up as we move further in this. So the only thing that probably I would recommend is people who are able to work from home, like yourself, like me, and like all other most of the IT employees, great. And people who cannot can probably utilize these 21 days to sharpen the saw, or to probably pick up a new skill and learn a new language, things like that.
So, what do you think this lockdown or this pandemic, which has created, social distancing, physical social distancing, but we are closer than ever because the internet and the broadband is bringing us together. So, what do you think? Is there going to be a change in the way we do business?
Absolutely, CK. So that's a brilliant question. Actually, the whole paradigm or the landscape of the way business is done is going to change, and it will not be same ever. The reason why I'm saying this, if you look at a lot of these online, communication and collaboration tools, right, whether it is a Microsoft Teams, whether it is a Skype, or even a WhatsApp video calling, I think people were restricting it either to their personal use or to communicate and collaborate within the teams. But today, if you look at it, it is being used world over. Like, for example, I'm also, along with you, and I'm also an active member of World Economic Forum. And we had a call last night to discuss about, how this whole thing is going to have impact worldwide. We had close to 60 plus, people joining on the teams from almost like, 11 odd countries. And we kind of didn't feel that we were in a lockdown situation and things like that. And like you rightly said, I think this is going to be the tipping point for technology to take over. And a lot of companies will now realize that with the right communication and collaboration tools, people can work from any part of the world.
So I think there is going to be an opportunity for innovative people, innovative companies to come out with new solutions for office, for schools, for different walks of life. I think I personally believe that 21 days lockout is not sufficient. I think this will proceed for some more time.
Yeah, absolutely. So 21 days will not help. If you look at Maharashtra, yesterday announced the lockdown to be continued till end of April. It was till mid of April. Now it has been pushed to end of April. The Telangana state is also contemplating. We have a press meet on Monday, and hopefully we will get to know on when, to what extent will it be extended. I think, like you rightly predicted, it will be probably extended by another 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
So until that time, the entrepreneurs like you and me and many others, our colleagues in the industry, we cannot sit and wait and watch. So I think the innovation has to come forward. New ways of doing things have to be evolved. I think we are at a tipping point where the evolution will take over.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. Like you rightly said, people just cannot take this lockdown as a holiday. Like you said, I personally have been working extra hours since the time the lockdown has happened, because now you don't have the hassle of traveling in the traffic, reaching office and doing all that. And whatever extra hours I get, I kind of enjoy doing my personal gigs. Like, I'm like working on the book, working on few other podcasts. This is a great opportunity that I get to talk to you. I think it's been like 4 years that we met, and look what lockdown did. It brought us together, and we are having a nice chat today. So I think, yeah, it's going to be great.
Great, Raghav. I think people in Hyderabad remain indoors and remain safe. I wish you all the best with your book, which is going to be launched very, very soon. And I wish you all the best with your endeavors, which you're running in your group companies. But we have still a lockdown to live through. So I will catch up with you after a few more days to check on you, how things are. Until then, I would like to say goodbye to you for today at least.
Thank you so much, CK. Thanks for the opportunity. And, I loved our conversation. And likewise, I know you're doing a lot of great things and helping a lot of customers with their marketing sales journey, accelerating their growth. So I wish you all the best, and, let the force be with you and do great work. And yeah, I look forward to catching up with you again soon. Take care.
Take care, Raghav. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, my name is Chandrasen and today I am going to talk about the sun. So our sun formed 4.5 billion years ago in the Orion spur when a cloud of dust and gas collapsed and formed our sun. Our sun can fit all 8 planets 600 times. It's 100 Earths wide, and in terms of atom count, it's 91% hydrogen, 8.9% helium, and 0.1% heavier elements like carbon and nitrogen. So, our sun can be divided into 6 layers: chromosphere, corona, and photosphere, convective and radiative zone, and the core. In the core, temperatures reach to 15 million centigrade, and in the core fuses two hydrogen molecules together to create helium. This process is called thermonuclear fusion. This releases an enormous form of electricity, solar wind, and radiation. So I will tell more about the sun in the next episode. Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass DQ. And the DQ stands for Digital Quotient. And in this series, our objective is to increase the DQ for every citizen of the world. The objective really is very clearly defined. It's basically increasing the ability to understand the digital world in a much better way, and this is the first chapter of that series. There are 24 more to go. This chapter is focused on digital identity. So let's discuss about the digital identity and how it affects. So as you see, the identity of a human being is really the uh, his face and his name and his signatures. So that is how the identity of a person is captured. But when it comes to digital arena, then how do you make sure that the same identity of a person which is in physical world is captured into the digital world? So this is really the definition of digital identity, which is exact replication of the person's physical identity or organization's physical identity, application's physical identity, or a device like a mobile phone or a tab, etc. So I think it's important to understand what is digital identity and how it is correlated to my physical identity. So as we are moving forward into the 21st century, I think there will be a time when the digital identity will exactly match your physical identity. That means whatever you do you on the digital media will be tracked directly to your name and to yourself.
and the time is very near. So I think it's important for everyone to understand how to create your digital identity and how to match it with physical identity. So in this session, we will discuss what is your digital identity. So as you know that when we say that when we log in into internet, that becomes my digital identity. So what you would use to log in is basically a username and a password. So using that, you will log in into variety of applications like email or a Facebook or Amazon. And this is a trend everywhere, whether you are in Malaysia, US, Europe, or in India. You have to have your username and password defined to get started and to start using the internet. And many people will think, hey, that becomes my digital identity. That means my username is my digital identity. And that is not the case at all. See, what happens is after you log in into system, you may use the system in variety of ways. You may use, if you're a businessman, you may use to see your stocks. If you are a student, you may see it to study online or to check your scores. Um, if you are a casual user, you may want to share your pictures. You may contact your friends via Facebook. If you have an opinion about some subjects, you may tweet using the Twitter platform. If you want to explore business opportunities on the web, you may log in into LinkedIn and try to see who can be your business partner, check the opportunities, job opportunities or business opportunities. So, so these are the things that you normally would do. And lately, a lot of e-commerce has also come up in a big way, where you go to online portals and buy things of certain types. So some people may buy gadgets more, some people may buy dress material more than other things. Some material will like, some people will like to check out what is available today, which is or the prices are moving up and down of different commodities. Many people like to just survey the market, so do window shopping using Amazon, see what is latest coming into the market. So you see the impact of digital world is so profound today that you not only log in to check your emails, you log in to read news, you log in to buy your things, you log in to get your groceries, you log in to see what are the opportunities for you, you share your pictures and different events about your personal life in Facebook. And if you have an opinion, you also express your opinion using Twitter. Apart from that, there are other areas like hospitals. Nobody is keeping any record in a physical format. All the history of a patient goes into some sort of a system. It is immediately digitized, kept it as a record. So you see, if you summarize all this, your identity today is made of various aspects. It's not only dependent on the username that you have chosen. It is actually your behavior on the internet. It is tracked and segmentized you in a particular bucket. So what happens is, if somebody is looking for a certain segment of people, you will come into that list. Say some business is looking for trying to sell insurance, and they want to basically reach out to people who are in the age group of 25 to 35, and they had certain behavior. And if you happen to show that behavior on the internet, automatically you become their target audience. So the behavior plays a major role. How you basically use the system plays a major role in determining your identity today. Going forward, it will be even more smarter to track you down. So it's not only your username, it is how you basically use various systems on the internet, and that becomes part of our identity. For example, if you're doing a review of legal systems, so the chances are either you require some help, so lawyers can proactively reach out to you, or you are
generally concerned about legal system, you want to give an opinion. So, the legal fraternity would be informed that so and so person is trying to make inquiry in the legal system. So you see, it doesn't matter what name you have. You can name yourself Casanova, but it won't matter because your identity is a combination of various factors today, and everyone in the world must know how their identity is being maintained or being viewed on the internet. So it's important. So I think we have understood what is the digital identity, and we have to see that our identity is not misused. Uh, Things like your personal physical appearance has identification mark. If you fill out any application today for any admission, they will ask your identification mark. So you would say, hey, I have a mole on my forehead, or I have uh, 11 fingers. So everyone has some identity. I have a scar on my left hand, right cheek, etc. Everyone would be having an identity, and so your face becomes your biggest identity. So there was a time when the finger scanning used to be considered as a foolproof identification, and about 10-15 years back there was a huge ho-halla about biometrics and all that. Now even the biometrics can be fooled. People have realized that it's the finger scanning data which is kept in certain database, and that can be hacked, then your identity can be lost. So industry has moved along. They are not dependent on the finger scanning as a password. So the emergence of finger scanning basically happened because it was easy to have a finger scan as your password, because your finger scan is very unique. In fact, there is no other person in the world which will have your kind of a finger. So logically it was felt that finger scanning is the best method, and that way you don't have to remember your password, and you carry your finger always with you. So all you have to do, give your username, scan your finger, and that's it. You're in the system, you're in the internet. But then it also had a lot of pitfalls, and because of that, now the emerging trend is the face recognition, because your face is your exact replication of your physical personification. So capture the face into the system in such a way that it exactly matches your digital identity. So world is moving towards that, and now this technology is so advanced that even if you wear a mask on your face, you can still be identified. So for example, if you walk into a bank, there is a CCTV camera capturing your image, and that image will, even though you have put a mask on your face, can identify you as XYZ. So this technology has evolved to so much, very rapidly evolved into this arena, and that is why it has become very, very powerful, and it's much closer now to replicate your personal identification with your digital identification. So I think even though you have multiple passwords in the system, say for example Facebook you have one password and LinkedIn you have another, and you may think that, hey, I'm trying to protect myself by having different passwords and different usernames, but that won't help you, because your identification is captured by the face. And this technology is now available across multiple platforms. In fact, the mobile players have come up in a big way. All the mobile handsets, devices have the face recognition, so you don't have to press a finger, you just look at the mobile and it opens up. So this is where the world is moving. So that is why it is very important to know to capture your personal identification into digital world. And how do you do that? And also protect it, because once you have come closer, you have to make sure that your digital identity is not misused. So because there are various threats which are available today, and which are which can there are some people who are out there to steal your identity. So that, for example, I would say that if you some people give their date of birth, and they manage their passwords using their date of birth. So it's very simple for any hacker, a smart hacker who can, if your date of birth is known to him, he can crack your password. So the things like that, even though when you're capturing yourself into digital world, you have to ensure that how you're using the system, that is going to reveal you in the digital world. And if you're also giving information like your date of birth, etc., that can be misused against you. So how do you prevent all that is the question. So we will tackle some of these things. See, the whole thing is that if somebody is trying to steal data of say 1 million people, the easiest way to do it is use unprotected Wi-Fi systems. Say Wi-Fi in a lounge or a coffee shop or an airport or in railway station, which are not very well protected Wi-Fi. Why the hackers who are trying to steal your identity will use this method? Number one, it is easy to hack in because it's not protected. Number two, they can easily hide themselves. See, it is like this: somebody is trying to steal your identity and steal your data. They will like to first conceal themselves because they are obviously committing a crime. So they don't want themselves to be exposed while they can see all your data. So I think this is the easiest method by which they can reach out to you. So make sure that even though somebody says that, hey, use a free Wi-Fi in the lounge, don't get tempted and get connected to a free Wi-Fi system in a lounge. Similarly, when you see unprotected web page, don't click on that. Don't go to that page itself, because what happens is, for the same reason that people who are trying to use unprotected web pages, they will very easily conceal their own identity. And when you are browsing something which is not protected, in the backend they will have some sort of a software running which will capture all your data, your pictures, your documents on your PC without even you knowing about it. So make sure that don't look at the web pages which do not show the lock sign on the left hand side top in your browser. So these are very, very important keys. I think everyone should make sure that they don't look, have caution not to look at the unprotected websites. At the same time, a lot of phishing activity happens. So what is phishing? It's basically some a bad person sends you an email posing as your banker, for example. So you get an email from your banker saying, hey, why don't you click on this web page to revalidate your credit card or revalidate this XYZ things that the bank wants. So make sure before you start clicking at that email, because the email will capture the logo of your bank very nicely, but when you look at the website carefully, there will be one or two spellings here and there, some spelling mistakes. So before you start clicking on these phishing emails or any email from a bank, make sure that you read the web link carefully, very, very carefully. The chances are most of the bankers don't send you any email. They will not send you any link to click. Rather, they will ask you to visit their website and then use their banking system. They will not send you an email. So the things are small things like this. If you take care, the chances are that you will be safer and your identity will be safe as well. The best method to protect your identity is to use a strong password. So what is a strong password? Strong password is not your date of birth and if your name is Alan 223355, not like that. So it's very easy to crack. What you have to do is basically give special characters at special, use alphanumeric, sometimes capital letters and sometimes small letters, and also use special characters, which are very difficult to crack or very difficult to imagine, because the special characters like star, hash,
they do not correlate to anything in your personal life. So it's very difficult for anyone, even your known people, to crack your password. So make sure that your passwords are very, very strong. Use special characters, use combination of capital letters and small letters. At the same time, change your password frequently. uh, Even though you are using a very strong password methodology, but still it is advisable to change your passwords frequently. Make sure that you have the two-factor authentications enabled across all platforms. So if you follow the strong password, chances are the systems will be much more secure for you, and people will not be able to hack into your personal data. And the last is privacy policies. So when you want to share some picture with your friends, but you don't want to share that picture with public, all that is determined by the privacy policies of your social media accounts. So the privacy policies of the social media accounts are regularly updated by the social media players. So you have to make sure that these policies are reviewed by you regularly. If there is a change, usually the social media players will tell you about it, that this change is happening, and make sure that you read all these policies carefully and enable those features which are meaningful for you or which you want. Make sure that certain pictures of your family gathering you don't want to share with a lot of people. So make sure that you define your privacy policies, your privacy levels in your social media accounts, to make sure that your identity is not thrown open for anyone uh, to know about. So these are certain things that um, if you follow and do these things, you will be much more literate in terms of understanding your digital identity. And there is no point in assuming anything that, hey, if I have my password secure, I have a strong password. Your behavior itself will reveal a lot of things about you. So make sure that you have the right behavior when you're using the digital systems. Also make sure that you change your password, and very important, make sure that you use a face recognition technology wherever is possible, so that you use the best of the breed which is available to protect yourself. So with this, I will end the session today. Dear friends, write to me, give your comments about this. Anything else you want me to include in the next session, we can do that. I can take up the questions raised by you in the next session. But until then, I like to say goodbye, and I wait to hear from you. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akul Mac. Today, we have a very distinguished personality joining us from UK. His name is Mike Bradley, and he is the Chief Strategy Officer of Scale Up Arena. So, we will learn about Scale Up Arena in a bit, but our discussion today would largely revolve around the gig economy. Why we have chosen this subject? Simply because it has been predicted by a lot of gurus and a lot of experts that in 2021 and onwards, almost 50% of the workforce will be part of the gig economy. So even if you are a very senior person like a CXO, you would still be billed by hours, and you will not be employed full time. So without further ado, let me invite Mike. How was the weather in London, Mike?
Well, London, I don't know. I'm on the south coast, so I'm in Christchurch. I'm on the south coast in delightful Dorset, or delightfully digital Dorset, which is the nicest weather in the UK, the best beaches in the UK. I like London, but from a distance.
So it doesn't rain that much where you're located.
No, actually, we're in a bit of an igloo, so we have very good weather most of the time. Today is not raining. is cloudy, but it's not raining. And we had a smattering of snow the other day, whereas the rest of the UK was blanketed in snow. So yeah, we're very fortunate. And in the summer, the weather, quite often in the evenings, we get a nice sunny evening, and the rest of the country can be in cloud. And if you go north of Birmingham, it's raining. So we're very fortunate.
So, Mike, thank you very much for coming on the show. And before we start, can you tell us a little bit about Scale Up Arena so that we can straight away dive into the gig economy and how Scale Up will fill the gap which exists today?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Scale Up Arena is an ecosystem which energizes and provides nutrients, the ability to survive and grow for emerge ups and scale ups. Emerge ups are the starting to get traction companies. They're bigger than startups, but not yet at the wonderful spot of being called a scale up with 3 years of 20% growth. We support them through 5 key pillars: funding, joint venturing and partnering, showcasing, training and tutoring, and also expert advisory. And it's a global platform, and it's spawning off other ones. We've got another one now called Insure Scale Up. We've got another one which is in launch, which will be for SMEs, SME IT, and enabling the great unwashed, about 80% of the traditional businesses who don't utilize tech in the way they could and should, and it's available for them. So yeah.
Thank you for the brief, Mike. And as we progress into 2021, I think the message is very loud and clear that most of us would be working in the gig economy. That means we'll be individual, we'll be billed by the hour, and there will be deliverables which will be defined at the beginning of the contract, whether you are a senior person or a junior person. So that is how the shape of things that will evolve as we progress. And that is why platforms like Scale Up Arena plays a major role. Would you like to tell us how Scale Up Arena will help the Indians, and there are quite a bit of in numbers, how we can find out global opportunities using your platform called Scale Up Arena?
Sure. Well, as you rightly say, the gig economy is growing and is probably going to become, I don't know, quite the norm, I would suggest, particularly within that emerge up and scale up space, because for 2 reasons. One is the vast availability of gig workers. Those are workers who are independents, as you say. They are on a short-term contract basis. And there's a reason for that has grown so massively is, of course, our wonderful global pandemic has helped to put a lot of people out of work, unfortunately. But those people have got good skill sets, and therefore they're a ready pool of expertise, which is available to the emerging and scaling companies, the emerge ups and the scale ups. And the reason that the gig economy is useful for those sort of companies is because in many cases they can't afford to have a full-time chief marketing officer or a full-time chief strategy officer or a full-time chief technology officer. They need those skills, but they cannot afford them full-time. They probably don't even need them full-time. The vast majority, particularly of the emerging companies, the emerge ups, which could have a handful of people, can be supplying across the globe, but don't actually need to have the full-time staff and the cost, the overhead that goes with that. And of course, in the 21st century cottage industry that we now live in, where we're all working from home, which is what used to happen two centuries ago, we are now able to do these as we are, to discuss globally, support globally, develop globally, So there's massive opportunities because of the availability of gig workers and the demand for that sort of skill set within the scale-up arena community.
So a lot of my industry colleagues are experimenting with CXO on demand services, or similar type of services. How Scale Up Arena will be able to help these people who are looking for jobs and can work on project basis? Is there a possibility, or is there an area where Scale Up Arena can help the gig workers?
100%. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of what I call, the term silver foxes and silver vixens, who've got lots of skills to offer into the young growing companies globally. I mean, there are a lot of companies through Scale Up Arena, which is global. We had a meeting the other day where we had people from India, we had people from Africa, we had people from Australia, China, UK, Europe, and also, well, it was a bit early when we had our gathering, but we also have people in the States that are engaging with us, but that not many of them turn up on the meetings. But the point is that there's the ability for these silver foxes and vixens to be listed on the Scale Up Arena in several ways, because maybe they're entrepreneurs and they've got their own businesses and they want to reach out to other parts of the globe and sell online to other parts of the world. Then there's the ability to utilize their local skills, go global and act local skills, because it's still preferable for a buyer to find a supplier who speaks and is part of their culture. So even if you're a global company, you will work through the local people. So if you're trying to enter that massive market in India, the best way to do that is to engage with people who know the Indian market and live there and are part of the culture. And so there's great opportunities for the Indian silver foxes and vixens to make themselves available. They can have a listing on Scale Up Arena. There's three ways they can list. They can list their company as a provider of services and solutions in the showcase. They could list their expertise as a mentor, advisor within the expert advisory micro consulting area, which is exactly the gig economy. And then there's the ability to have their expertise projected in terms of a training course, a webinar, a briefing that they create. And as they create a blog or they create an audio or video, they can also list that within the MediaCast area, all of which helps to gain their profile. The major challenge, of course, for the gig economy and gig worker is how do people find them? Because it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yes, we're listed on LinkedIn, but how do you raise your profile? And of course, on LinkedIn directly, you can post something, you might share it, other people might comment, you might connect with people, but there's no direct mechanism for promoting yourself. The benefit of being part of an ecosystem like Scale Up Arena or Insure Scale Up, or in the near future for Assimilate, means that by associating with these other brands, you're actually, it's like an online supermarket. So an online marketplace, and people will come there to find other things. They can easily search. I say to people these days, don't bother trying to browse the site. Just do a search. When you're on the site, look for Chandrakant, and up you'll come with Akumak, because they'll find you by searching your text and your entries. It's a much quicker way to find you. Someone might say, actually, I want to search somebody who is a cybersecurity expert, or a CXO for a SaaS provider, or I'm looking for a SaaS platform that can take me to 22 countries. We have all of those within the Scale Up Arena ecosystem.
Excellent, Mike. In fact, there could be instance where the scale-up arena will have like 10 resources available, and in those cases, how the scale-up arena will help viewers which person to engage with. Is there a facility of some sort of a rating available?
Well, no, there isn't. Well, there is and there isn't. I think ultimately, people have to make their own decision. We don't try and give them a preference. But what there is on each entry is the ability for the company to have use cases, to have client quotes. They can have little video clips. They could have the same on a webinar entry. They can have the same on their expert advisory mentoring listing. So there's the ability to have quotes there. And so, you can have client endorsements that way. The other way, of course, is to come along to various of the special interest group meetings or the virtual gatherings. People get to see the face, they hear your voice. It's a friendly, professional environment. We're all geared to the 5 C's, as I call it: connecting, communicating, cooperating, collaborating. And what we all want to do, particularly with that Indian culture, is closing. So, it's all geared to that. We're all geared to trying to support each other. It's a tough old world out there, and we have to differentiate. But the way you differentiate is by getting to know people. And the ecosystem is a great way for promoting your wares, social media engagement, but also for engaging with people face to face, online, reaching other parts of the world we wouldn't have reached before, the likes of Zoom and Teams and Hangouts, which now make the world a smaller place. So, of course, we hear a lot about the negatives of social media, but there's actually far more benefit from a positive angle than a few unfortunate trolls who go around making a bad name for these things. I've worked in communications for many years, and I don't think there's ever been a better time to work together on a global basis, which is what we're doing with the ecosystems, with Scale Up Arena and Ensure Scale Up. It's just we're making that world smaller, more engaged, more positive. It gives the other benefit, of course, is that we allow the gig economy workers. They've all got networks. They've all got people they know. They can get you into the Tata Comms or Tata Teleservices or BSNL or somebody, and those connections are very valuable to other service providers in the ecosystem. So the other benefit for a gig worker to be part of an ecosystem like Scale Up Arena or Ensure Scale Up is their black book. And so part of what we do within Scale Up Arena is allow them to refer somebody from their network for a service that's on the site, or a mentor on the site. And again, because it's come through a third party, a large ecosystem and brand, it's much better than a cold call or just a standard sort of email. It's an endorsement in a way of saying, I will introduce this company. So it's a great way to monetize somebody's black book. So, and what we do with Scale Up Arena, if you become a member of the group and the ecosystem, we ask for 15% generally of your sale or your consultancy, and we then share that with the person who's referred you. So if you've got 50 great contacts and you can sell services to them, you can sell other people's services into your contacts, and you get a share of any success fees. So you can monetize your black book, and it's a virtual sales force.
When you talk about money, it's quite interesting. Always show me the money.
So closing, it's all about closing.
It's all about closing and then finally getting the money in your bank. So
there you go. That's the 6th C, isn't it? It's the cash.
So the scale-up arena has a mechanism to get paid, or is it outside the system?
No, at the moment, that's done separately outside the system. We are shortly going to be introducing the ability to do micro consulting through the platform. And what that means is you'll be able to say, I want 2 hours of a comms expert in Hyderabad. And you can find your expert online, say, I want an hour of their time, click the button and schedule a time, and or go straight into a conf call where you basically present your payment. So, your hour may cost, I don't know, quite a few rupees or a few pounds. And then you pay straight on and go straight into the conf call. So it'd be like a rather Uber-esque model, but for micro consulting, for gig economy work.
And do you have a timeline when this will be ready? Why I'm asking this, Mike? Simply because this is the Achilles heel of any network. Because let's say if you have LinkedIn, there is no surety of getting the number one, work done. Number two, after the work is done, surety of getting the payments. So if there is a platform which can ensure both sides, buyers and sellers, come together and exchange their work as well as get the payment done, that will be very good.
That's what's going to happen. I reckon that it will be 3 to 4 months when that's available. And like I say, for now, we do that as a back-end office resource, and we counter that up. But the model is definitely the Uber-esque model, as I call it, is you say, I want a chief strategy officer. I want that really great guy, Mike Bradley. They say nice things about him to go on to the global markets and do strategic development. So they say, yeah, I want 2 hours of Mike's time to talk about something. They come in, they pay their 2 hours worth. I do my 2 hours worth of consultancy, and then the back end divvies out the money, and everybody gets paid. Everybody's happy, and then hopefully they'll review me and say, I have my discussion, my consultancy project, my iteration with Mike. He was brilliant. He's helped me to get into lots of strategic partners, or pointed me in the direction of debt-based funding, and I would recommend him to other people. That goes against my profile, and then the next person can find that, and they will push me up the ratings for, go to Mike next time because he's a brilliant guy. He says modestly, not.
All right. I think this is all very exciting. But one last question I have, Mike, in case, when the matchmaking happens, when the buyer engages a gig worker for a matter of 2 hours, and then gig worker says that, hey, I have to deliver whatever you asked me to do it. There could be some communication gap. And after 2 hours, the buyer says, hey, you did not deliver up to the mark. So in those cases, how Scale-up Arena will resolve these issues?
Well, of course, we hope that won't happen very often. It is going to happen. And when that happens, I think we've got a support mechanism for the ecosystem. So there's an email that you can send to support@scaleuparena.com. If you had to make in that sense, a complaint about somebody, then I think that's how we would handle it. Obviously, these things have to be done properly. And I think if I was the consultant in that case, I would say, okay, you got your 2 hours. What do you want to achieve in 2 hours? Let's agree that at the front of the call. And then you might say, well, actually, this is going to take 6 hours, not going to take 3 hours or 2 hours. So then let's agree that before we go through what we're going to achieve today, and then have another session or whatever. So I think it's all about meeting expectations and exceeding expectations. So it would be, sensible to have a formalized approach. If you're a gig consultant, if you like, or an advisor, then I think you have to be very clear what you can deliver. And that's you've got to put that in your profile on Scale Up Arena to say, these are my deliverables. If you have 1 hour, maybe we'll just evaluate your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. If we have 2 hours, we might get into ideation. If we get into 3 hours, we might get into a bit of execution discussion. So I think it's all about how you frame your solution, because you don't want people reviewing you badly. So you've got to make sure your proposition is right, your value is right, and it would be wrong to say you can boil the ocean in 1 hour. I think also expectations on the part of the buyer are important. I think it was Bill Gates. I hope I'm quoting him right, but Bill Gates said that you can achieve a lot more in 10 years. You can achieve a lot in 10 years, but you can't achieve very much. You don't achieve quite so much in 1 year. So life is about stepping stones. So I think you have to look at what the stepping stones are, and both the acquirer of the consultancy and the supplier of the consultancy need to agree very clearly up front what is the stepping stones we're hoping to cover here, because we're not going to jump the river in 2 hours, but we may just get onto the next stepping stone and help you go somewhere.
I think
That
very
would
well
be my
said.
assessment.
Yes,
on
Mike,
that
I think
one.
you mentioned very well, because the billing can be in 1 hour, but the result that you want to achieve may take 1 week. So I think that is the way the gig economy will flourish and will kickstart, and more people start engaging with each other. So I think my last word would be that since we have just started 2021, I think more and more people who are watching this program can register themselves with Scale Up Arena. I think it's a global platform where a lot of people can get benefit. You can be based anywhere in South Africa, India, Singapore, UK, US, and you can
Correct.
then pool your knowledge together, find new client base online, and you can then leverage your years of experience by coming to Scale Up Arena. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Yes, Mike, you have any last words?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say the other thing I strongly recommend gig consultants to provide and to utilize on the ecosystem platforms that we have is the ability to run a briefing, because they can, that your service is applicable to somebody, but a lot of people don't recognize that they have a need for it. So it's an education process. And you can use the briefing area, the learning and development, tutoring and training areas, to actually put a briefing together about why your solution and how your solution can support people. And so very much complement your entry on the site. So don't overlook the soft sell opportunity to educate people on why they need your service. And that can be done on Scale Up Arena as well.
Absolutely. I think this is a very comprehensive system that you're talking about, and it's a real help to business people who want to really, spread themselves beyond boundaries, beyond countries, and your client can come from anywhere, from any can trade with you in any currency. So with this,
Absolutely.
I like to say that thank you very much for coming onto this show, Mike, and telling us about how Scale Up Arena can help the gig workers of the future. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Been a pleasure as always, Chandra. Have a good day.
Thank you, and bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Hello friends, welcome to Untitled Live. I am Kanchan Verma. And today in this episode, we are discussing about how to become public relation professional. Public relations are very, very important for businesses because that enhance the funding, that also impacts the sales, and that ensure day by day to get market leadership. So stick around to this episode till the end, you will get more information. Welcome back, friends, and today we have Ritu Gupta, who is a PR professional. She owns her own PR agency, and we'll be discussing something very interesting with her. So before discussing important issues regarding career, I'd like to welcome her. Welcome to the show. Ritu, how are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine, and I hope you're also doing fine.
I'm great, and you see, monsoons are here, and we are again following social distancing. But the crucial topic, a crucial question is now the people who have come out of the college and they are looking for career. So, how to start a career in a industry?
Okay, very interesting. So, PR is a very interesting field, and people who are very outgoing, who love talking, who love socializing, meeting, and in today's time, you don't have to actually socialize one to one. You can digitally socialize. So that's why it's a very interesting field for these people. Now, how to begin the career in PR industry? After attaining the required qualification, after your graduation or master's, or having a certificate program in public relations, the best way to do the PR, get into PR industry, is to get into some kind of PR agency, whether it's a big agency or a small agency, regardless. A student should get into PR agency because when you're into a PR agency, you have different clients. Someone can be from hospitality industry, someone can be from education industry, and you can have a celebrity, a Bollywood personality, or a sports person. So you have different kind of clients to handle, and you get to know their needs, their requirement, and how to promote them, their ideas, the individual themselves in the industry, and so on and so forth. And after spending, some time in PR agency, let's say at least for 2 years, spending 1 to 2 years, 2 years is a good time. Then one can think of, getting into specialized PR, that is getting into corporate PR, or getting to do the Bollywood PR or political PR, or just getting with any other PR agency. So I think any child, any student, they should start their career with a PR agency, because you get to learn the small nuances of PR also.
Well, definitely. Once you join any PR agency, these are few responsibilities which you have to take up, and that enhance your experience. But does taking a PR career require education or any degree?
Yes, in today's time, things are changing, and any PR agency or anyone who is looking out for a PR professional, a PR consultant, they want people to have minimum basic qualification in PR. So, as if you ask me, the best qualification is to have your degree in any subject, in any field. You can do your degree from any background, but then you should do your master's in public relations, advertising. You should do your master's in mass communication and journalism, because a good journalist is always a good PR person. So your master's should at least be in this particular field.
I also want to add here that I think any student or any person who wants to become a PR professional, I think they have to put the goal in front of them that yes, I want to go into this field. And once you have that kind of pre-requirement to join this university, I think education wise, so you have that. But one thing I really feel is that because I am from advertising and you are from public relation industry, and for both of us, I think one thing which stands out is that you have a very good communication skill and very good communicating in verbal and written. So I think these
Absolutely.
two aspects are very important. And somebody who's not having these kind of soft skill. So what is your advice to them?
Absolutely, I agree with what you said, that you should have goal in front of you. You should have identified your goal, and you should have planned your life accordingly for the coming, once you get out of the college. And as for the communication skills, that is the most important requirement in public relation industry. Because what is public relations? You have to make relations with the clients, with outside public, and you have to talk it out with them. You have to have good written skills also. You have to have good oral skills and understanding skills. So this is a very important requirement. And I'm sure that, when you have your friends, you talk to them. People these days, the students these days, they speak. Yes, they speak their mind. But, there are some people who do not have very good communication skills. So you need to do some kind of small courses, and you can do some kind of, small exercises at home. One exercise which I really want to share on your platform is that if you really want to improve your communication skills, which means good vocabulary, good pronunciation, and carrying your body as per the requirement. When you talk, your body language should be such. What students they need to do is they should write the diary every night. They should write the diary. They should write what has happened in their life in that day, and they should stand in front of the mirror and speak out. So after, they will find the difference in themselves after 1 month, the day they start writing the diary, and from that day onwards to 1 month, they will find that their English or whatever language they want to improve their communication skills in, that has changed a lot. They have learned good vocabulary, and their pronunciation, the facial expressions, the body movement, they will find definitely good change. Number two, talk to the people who use good vocabulary. They use good language, because what you listen goes in your brain and it comes out from your mouth. So it's very important to read good newspaper, good magazine, watch good channels with good language use in that. And I want to say English is very important in public relations, because English, let's say it's a business language, it's a global language. So anyone who wants to get into public relations should know good usage of English. That is very important.
Well, to summarize, your first is language. You should have a good command of language. You should English. If you are into English language, then you should have a good command of English language.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think regional language also, you need PR professional to enhance the personality, or any writing a write-up for newspaper. So I think whatever language you use, your command on the language has to be very, very
Yes.
good. And plus, then you should also be prepared to take the challenges to for enhancement taking up the communication skill as a sword to fight
Yeah.
and become a good professional in PR agency. But Ritu, nowadays people are not going out. So whatever they are doing at home, and they are using all digital platform. So any advice to those people, any enhancement they can do while sitting at home, and improve their skills to join this industry?
Absolutely, Kanchan. So I think it's a very good time, because everyone has got smartphones. And so right now, since most of the people are not going out, there are very good apps, there are very good platforms on different social media, where you read good stuff, you gain your knowledge. And what these people, the would-be PR professionals, what they should do is they should know about each and every field. They should some way inculcate good reading habits. So they should read about everything, right from the gastronomy, the food, the environment, politics, and other things also. So that, as a PR person, your personality is developed, 100% developed personality. When you present yourself in front of the client, talk to them. So you have a very strong, very impressive personality. You may do PR, you may get into Bollywood PR. That's your interest, area of interest. You may do political PR. That's your area of interest. But then you should have knowledge about most of the things happening around you. So right now, what they can do, they can on various social media platforms, they can read about good news, watch good channels, and gain knowledge. And they should also watch various kind of debate programs. So this way they will enhance their knowledge, and the brain will also is filled with good information, good knowledge. That's important.
You see, as we were discussing at Akulmek, also we also run a program, Genius program, where we guide students to for the communication, body skills, and so many aspects to become a good professional. So I think this high time that people should take advantage of this, and they can contact you because you are an expert in PR, and they can contact Akulmek to enhance their skills. So that is something really good. So any last words you want to guide regarding the career in PR industry to the viewers?
Yes, Kanchan, it's a very interesting field, and one should give time to themselves also to grow in the field. You cannot expect overnight growth, but yes, you should love your work, you should love the assignments, do it with honesty, talk to people, try establishing communication with your clients, with other people also, and whether you are not even in the industry, but you plan to get into industry, even in your colony, in your society, wherever you stay, try to see how people they are working, what they do, what are they doing, learn, meet people, talk to them, and you get to learn things. And people, these young kids, the would-be professionals, should definitely, in whatever language they want to do the PR, should have dictionary, take out 5 new words, learn the meaning, learn the pronunciation, and try to use those words in good language, in good sentences. This I would definitely tell them.
Well, yes, it was so wonderful to talk to you today, Ritu, and do just to summarize that it's the best time to really find out your place in PR industry, and as you mentioned, language, passion, and to do something good in any of the industry. But PR is because it's a frontline career. So I think meeting people, talking to them, and that will give you a confidence, and you get more experience. So that is one thing which is pre-requirement of PR, getting a career in PR. So we'll meet again, Ritu, with some other guidance from your experience, so that young people who are looking for jobs, all job seekers will get and take advantage of it. So till then,
definitely, thank you.
Yeah, bye bye.
And yes, bye bye. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome back, friends. And as you know, that we have started a very special group called What You Should Have Learned in School, But You Didn't. And we have our first session coming up on this Friday. This particular event will be co-hosted by myself, as well as my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund. So we want to give you a little taste of what things that we will discuss in the group. And to do that, let me invite my friend Neville into the discussion.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. CK, you mentioned a word there twice. Friend. My friend from the UK, and good morning, friends. That's one thing we could have learned at school, how to make friends, how to keep friends, how to be a good friend. But we didn't really learn it, did we? We weren't taught it. The teacher didn't say, we're going to learn today how to be a friend. Did your teachers ever say that?
Unfortunately, none of the teachers said you have to be good friend. In fact, they said if you are too good with each other, you are making too much noise, so separate it out.
Exactly. And stop talking to your friend. And you've got plenty of time in the playground to be a friend. So it wasn't though friends, being a friend, making friends, having friends, keeping friends wasn't important, but it was for the playground. It was for outside the lesson. In other words, you had to learn it for yourself. And the thing is, the majority of people just went along and they made friends, but there was no plan, there was no pattern, there was no reason, there was no chemistry that you understood of why you're making that person a friend, and more importantly, how to keep that friendship. And of course, this next question, CK, how many friends have you got from your primary school?
Well, I think you hit the hammer on the nail head, and I don't have anyone which I remember that I studied. In fact, I had very close friends when I was in the primary school. I remember at least 3 names, and I've tried to search out their whereabouts, and I have failed so far.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? And you ask many men that question, and it's very rare that you've kept a friend that you've met at school. You may have kept a friend that you met in your street and then went to school, but it's pretty rare that you kept a friendship going with people that you met at school. However, women are very different. They keep their friendships, they make their friendships. There's deeper bonds with friendships, and they've got a chemistry that men don't have. So come along on Friday, and we're going to be talking about all these things that you should have learned at school but didn't. So come along, let's have some fun.
Friends, I think this is just a precursor of what we are going to discuss on this coming Friday between 4 p.m. 5 p.m. India time, and this is going to be very, very interesting. So please join in. It is going to be open forum. You will be able to ask questions live and also ask anything that you want from Mr. Naval Gund, who is going to be the main chairperson of our discussion. So thank you, Naval, for coming live with us. We will catch up again tomorrow before Friday on our usual show. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Cheerio. Have a good day, everybody.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live, and I'm Kanchan Varma. And today is Awesome Wednesday, and today we have a very profound musician, and she is Dr. Shambhavi Das. She is a great singer and a great teacher. So let's welcome her first. Hello, welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you so much for inviting me, Kanchanji.
All Wednesdays are awesome. And so today, what music trend we are discussing? Are we discussing something different?
Yes, as we know, Indian classical music is full of different topics and different cultures. So today we will discuss how you visualize music. That is, back during 17th century, there is something called Rag Mala paintings, and we will be discussing that today.
Well, great, and it is quite remarkable because how really we can demonstrate music in painting. So I'm really eager to hear what we will be starting and how these paintings are depicted.
Definitely. So during 16th and 17th century, maybe during medieval period of India, Indian culture and Indian music, what happened was there was a lot of arts, poetries, uh, classical music. Like that day we discussed that these Mughal emperors were so much fond of music, art, and poetries. So what they did was, see, music is all about creativity. So the art, poetry, literature, music, everything got entangled. So basically, Ragmala paintings are the amalgamation of art, poetry, culture, literature, philosophy, classical music. So, for example, if we discuss Amir Khusro, he was a poet. Now, obviously, he wrote the books also, but he was a poet as in just the poet. But there were certain musicians also. So what he did was he started putting the visualizations of his poetries and arts into the form of the paintings. So we have certain ragas, and in the latter episodes we discussed that there were five prime ragas which were made by Lord Shiva. So in Ragmala paintings, these five ragas, Bhairav, Megh, Shri, Deepak Rag, and Malkons, these are depicted a lot in the form of so many. So visualizations can be perceptions. Like if I'm singing a rag, I'm getting a different perception. And similarly, the other poets, the art lovers, have different perceptions. So there are so the ragas were depicted in the form of the paintings, and it is also called rag dhyan paddhati. So rag mala is one term, राग ध्यान पद्धति. व्हाट इज राग ध्यान? कि राग को ध्यान में लाए, जो आया उसको पेंट कर दिया. So that is one form, and it's very interesting. Would you like me to show something in this?
Sure, I will be eager to really see what kind of these paintings are, because that's quite unique, and I have not seen anything which, when you are talking that perception and paintings are always perception, but then painting rag on any canvas or any other material which is paintable, I think that is awesome. Definitely, I would like to see what kind of painting these are.
So as of now, those paintings are not the unique one, because we find it in the form of Madhubani paintings. I think you might have watched. Just for example, here you can watch that there is something called, so clouds are there, and in that rainy season, obviously clouds, and you see the garjan, the thundering is also there. Okay. And uh, all the ranis and all these gopis and all the ladies are dancing. So what do you get from this? Rag Megh. Okay, or Rag Megh Malhar. Now Megh means badal, so this is Rag Megh. Sa re ma pa ni sa, sa ni pa ma re, Mare Nisa. So there are so many songs in this. Garjat barsat bhijat ayo re, garjat barsat bhijat ailo, तुम्हारे मिलन को हमरे बिछड़े बलम बार, सखी गरवा लगाए गरजत. So garjan is also seen here. So this is a perception. This is rag mala painting of rag megh. Now this is rag todi. Todi is a very minor rag, and you can see it's a day rag. So they have painted the day. And hiran, that is the deers, normally they appear during the daytime. and this girl is actually feeding them, and they have come because of that. She was singing Rag Todi. Since it's a minor rag, so it's showing a little bit of peacefulness, gambhirta in this painting. So like people can perceive it the way they want. Obviously music and it's all about human mind and emotions, but this they might have perceived this, that it's a very dull मौसम, दिन है लेकिन डल है, और वो लड़की अकेले बैठी कुछ कुछ हिरन को, मतलब इट्स अ वेरी पीसफुल डे. ये राग बसंत है, बसंत भी बोल सकते हैं. कर्नाटक म्यूजिक में वी कॉल इट बसंता. Vasanta means Basant as in spring. You can see the blossoms, the flowers are actually dancing, and by Basant is such a beautiful rag that all the herons, the deers are collected over there. If you see over here, it's greenery. Sa sa ga ma dha re sa ni dha ma ga sa ni dha pa ma ga ma ga re sa. तो थोड़ा सा, so this is a called of blossom. So this way you can find so many ragas. Now if we speak, we have already spoke about rag bhairav, this is a morning rag day. So morning that depicts like this is very common ragmala painting in Google. Every time when you will type ragmala, so bhairav you will get that Saraswati ji in the morning time, the lotuses are all in its peak, and Parvati ji is worshipping Lord Shiva, and it's a very serene kind of atmosphere, very, and a little bit of sun. It is just going to rise, and red sun is getting depicted in this. So these paintings are normally depicted, and especially the ancient ragas. One more thing is very important, that it's not only our Indian culture. There are different kinds. See, poets were there, poets and painters were there in all cultures. So Ragmala paintings are also Rajput Ragmala. That is ragas from Rajasthan, Rajput. Mughal Ragmala is also there. Afghani ragas, Mughals. So it's like ki ret ret hai, all the deserted area is having some rag mala thing. So that culture is depicting that. Then Deccan Ragmala. So where we have a Carnatic music, Deccan area, Deccan Plateau. Then we have Pahadi Ragmala, that is up north. Deccan south. So Carnatic music also have the Ragmala systems. So basically the point is that visualizations were during the medieval period, it was all there. Now it has been come into normal paintings. You can call it worldly art. You can call it Madhubani art. So it's so as of now it's common in, but visualizations during that time, the ragas were so popular, Indian classical music, everybody knew them, so they depicted it into the paintings.
Well, to our viewers, I just want to inform that Dr. Shambhavi Das is a quite experienced musician. And before I go further, I also want to mention that she had her own academy, Sudemi. So now, as you mentioned, Shambhavi, that there are different types of ragmala in different part of the world. So now when we are talking about this, so all ragmala paintings must be different from other ragmalas?
Yes, all the Ragmala paintings are very different. Even one rag has different Ragmala paintings. It's like you are experiencing rain. So monsoon season is the same for everyone. Everybody is experiencing that downpour. But if you will paint something, you will paint it your way. Your daughter will paint it your way. Your family member, everybody have their different, set of mind. So if I say that I have to paint a rain, or I have to paint a dhoop, the sun, so I have a different outlook. So even for one rag, there are different rag mala paintings, and especially like I said, those 5 prime ragas which were created by Lord Shiva. That was actually, those ragas have so many different rag dhyan paddhati. It's a rag dhyan paddhati. That's why they have converted it into rag dhyan, because dhyan is not the same for everyone. Perceptions are different, so they're all different rag. But one thing more, in schools also during medieval period, they used to make it, they introduce this to the students also, so that they have a very good memorization of the raga. For example, I showed that rag tori is a day rag. So now when you visualize it, you will understand, oh, this is a day rag. So now suppose I tell something, that this is I give you a painting, and that painting is depicting a daytime or night time. So you'll say, oh, so Yaman is a night raga or what? So I'll say yes. So Yaman is a night raga, it's an evening raga. So this is how they used to, so rag mala paintings were used for the memorization as and to increase the aesthetical manodharma of students. Because if just singing a rag, that is different thing, but singing and internalizing the rag, it's, you are manifesting the rag into a body, that is totally different thing. Okay, you have to anyways get some painting in your mind when you are meditating or manifesting a rag. So there were 2 things very important with rag mala paintings. First, rag dhyan, rag meditation. Secondly, memorization. Whatever you will see, the visuals are definitely important, because what we visualize, what we see is learned more, is memorized. Third is the aesthetical sense will, the rasa of that particular raga will improve in the students. So there they used to put it. Unfortunately, it's not now, because they started, the intellectuals felt that it's not a very logical thing.
Well, I think this is a very good cue for anybody who's learning rag, because that comes naturally. What I feel when you have a visualization of rag, and that is really awesome. Now, I would like to ask you, what is your, how you combined this rag mala painting with your rag, and how, which is the best raga you and painting rag mala you really feel and you enjoy watching and singing?
That's a good question. But see, I like so many ragas. So, anyways, when I like the ragas, I visualize them that way. And I actually paint them myself. Because, I tell my students that if you really know the rag, you paint that rag, because when you sing, you'll get some emotions, you'll get some thoughts with it, and you paint, you just visualize them and paint it. Sometimes I make them write it down, what did you feel listening to the rag or singing to this rag. Now if they write it, they can paint it also, they can draw it. And as far as rag mala is concerned, I like I said, rag bhairavi and rag bhairav, because I can connect to it. Like when I say it's rag bhairav is very serene rag. Ta re ga ma pa da ni sa. So this rag connects me with the lotus, which is there in the Ragmala paintings. So all the atmosphere which is depicted in it, I can connect to it. It's all about your own connection. Then only you like that particular Ragmala painting. Secondly, I like one Ragmala painting, which is Gurjari Todi. And I like Madhuvanti. Madhuvanti is also a serene rag, and it gives you a feeling of separation, like a little bit of agony. But that's a good one. Agony doesn't mean that if a person is depressed. In fact, the other way around, it's a positive effect it will give. It will be a separation, it will be a little sadness, sad raga, the minor raga, but positive it gives you a positive inclinations, it gives you a so it doesn't it makes you feel high with that particular agony, that solace. So sadness, the other name can be just solace, just you are just finding peace in that, you are just connecting to it, and since you are connecting, you are venting it out, you are venting yourself through that raga. After venting out, it's very positive, you are just, you are fine, you are with the, you are connecting with yourself more. So that's why minor ragas are very, very important, even for the depression patients.
Well, before we end this beautiful and thought-provoking session, I would like to listen some good raga today for and I think my viewers will also enjoy that.
Definitely. So I will start. Maybe I'll sing Rag Madhuvanti itself, because now, right now, Rag Mala Madhuvanti is in my head. Sa ni sa ga ma pa ni sa ni da pa ma ga re sa ni sa ga ma pa ma ga re sa re ni dha pa 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 ni sa re sa काहे मान करो सखीरी अब काहे मान करो सखीरी अब काहे मान करो सखीरी अब बहुत दिनन ते पिया घर आए बहुत दिनन से पिया घर आए माही मनाओ धीर धरो माही मनाओ धीर धरो काहे मान करो सखीरी अब काहे मान करो सखीरी अब गंधमाल से अंग सजाओ गंधमाल से अंग सजाओ छंद ढंग से गाहरी जाओ प्रीतम को फिर प्रीत करो प्रीतम को प्रीत करो काहे मान करो सखीरी अब काहे मान करो सखीरी अब Thank you. So I hope you are getting some visualizations in you, and I would want the listeners, the viewers, to just understand your mind, just read your mind. What did you get from this raga? This is my one of the favorite ragas, Rag Madhuvanti.
Well, after this discussion and after your singing, I'm also getting motivated to learn music and maybe do some brushes on the canvas and see the visualization. As usual, Dr. Shambhavi Das, it is so wonderful to talk to you today. And we'll be meeting again with some other interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, a very important event has happened in the capital region of India, that is New Delhi. A new chief minister has taken oath. Mr. Kejriwal has become the new chief minister of New Delhi state after a very long, almost like a 40 days fight during the election for New Delhi. So why I'm talking this is a very important event because this has created a sort of a template for all future elections which will happen in India. Why I'm saying this? I would like to make few points before I come to the reasoning why I'm saying that this is an inspirational election for other political parties, and they have to understand why it is important as a template. Number one, the political parties have to know that they are not a company, they are a political party. And usually, political parties succeed on the basis of their ideology. So, the political parties who are, who are behaving more like a private company and not, bringing the issues which are related to ideology, those political parties will have a shrinking vote bank. Why? Because people don't want to give vote to a private company. They would like to give vote to a leader or a political party on the basis of what they are thinking. So one of the most important thing for any political party has to keep in mind is that their ideology is very important. And when I say ideology is very important, it's simply not speaking out in public forum. They have to also show that they are actually standing by their ideology. Because on one side, people keep talking about in their speeches and all that, and their social media campaigns. But on the other hand, they do totally different things, and people actually see through this, and they actually feel that they say something about ideology which basically sort of ring bell with the masses of their voters, but when they actually do things which that is totally opposite. So the lesson that we have to learn from Aam Aadmi Party is uh, never dilute your ideology. And that is exactly Aam Aadmi Party under the leadership of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal did. They maintain what they are standing for. Whatever the whatever the pressure that came from the opposition, they did not change their ideology, and that resonate very well with the voters. That is number one. Number two, you know, give details of your work, what you have done, and what challenges you have faced, and don't speak words which does not mean anything. Because if you look at Aam Aadmi Party's opposition, they did not do anything. The opposition parties did not accept criticizing what good work was being done by the Delhi government. So give details related to what actual work you have done. Number three is never compromise on nationalism, because if you talk about something which is against the interest of the nation, because obviously one state is part of a larger nation which is India. So as a state, if you are bringing an ideology which is anti-national, or it perceived as an anti-national, obviously people will not like it. Most of the people, I would say 99.99% people, don't want to go against the idea of India. So these are the three inspirations that we have to take from this election. Number one, never compromise on ideology. Number two, always give details of your work, because what you promised in your last term's manifesto, and in the new term that you are going or you're aiming to become or acquire power, you actually give that I have promised these things. My journey will continue, and I will, some of those tasks which are still pending, I will still work towards it if the people give them chance. And there are new things which as a government they would like to do. So, and number three is never compromise on nationalism, always talk about nations first. So these are the three inspirational or sort of learning that we get from this election. And hats off to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his entire team, all the team of ministers which worked very hard, and also being a political party did a lot of propaganda around what they did. So this is exactly what the model which will continue from now on. And if the political party who are not very strong on ideology, people will not like them. Number two, the political party who are not working for the benefit of the people who have voted them, people will reject them. And people who are compromising on nationalism, people will reject them. So these are the three things which I feel, as per my analysis, is going to be the next template for next 10 to 20 years for political scene in India. So these are my views, and I'll see you again with some more interesting analytics tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we will be discussing about Rag Yaman. But before that, I would like to remind you that there is a free gift available only for you. Stick around to this wonderful show till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to our show. And today, as you know, is Wednesday and we have Akul Mac Nightingale with us. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Dr. Shambhavi Das. Welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
Namaste, everyone, and good morning. Again, very special thanks to Kanchanji. I'm doing very good today, and thanks for inviting me again.
It is all our pleasure, Shambhavi. And before I start talking to you, I would like to hear your beautiful voice and a beautiful song from you.
So, thank you so much for the compliment. And I would like to sing a song. It is not a bhajan for a change. So, it will be a song in Rag Yaman, which I'll be discussing today. And so I will just start with Rag Yaman. And it's a very, I think it's the most popular raga so far. And you will find 95% of the songs in this rag. So I think it will be a great episode today because everybody might be knowing this rag through the songs. Nirgar nirsa nidha nirsa tere bin tere bin tere bin tere bin तेरे बिना मरना नहीं जीना नहीं तेरे बिन तेरे बिन तेरे बिन तेरे बिन तेरे बिन तेरे बिना मरना नहीं जीना नहीं तेरे बिन pa 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 ga ma pa sani sani sare ma 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 da ni sani da pa ma ga pa 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 ga ma pa sani sani sare ma 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 pa pa ma ga बावरे पिया लागे ना जिया देखो मेरा मन जलता दिया जलता दिया बुझे ना पिया जल बुझे ना पिया जलता दिया ला 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 ला. Thank you so much.
Beautiful, very nice. So today we are discussing Rag Yaman. So tell us about this Rag and how it affects people, and is it easy to learn this Rag?
So yes, this is actually one of my favorite rag, and this is, I think, many people's favorite. Sometimes even non-musicians sing them, not knowing that this is Rag Yaman. This is so popular, and this is why this is popular, because it has all the notes Shuddha. So it goes like a normal melody, and a very good characteristics in this rag is that like in ragas in classical music, there's a lot of rules and regulations and grammar of the rag, which is called chalan. But in this rag, even if you twist, turn and twist it according to anything, it remains yaman only. Nobody will question you that no, why did you put this, unless you have just totally changed the raga. So it starts from sa, ni, re, ga. So instead of sa, it starts from the ni. Sa, ni, re, ga, ma, dha, ni, sa. So ma is normally upper side ma. It's not the shuddha ma. It is the tivra ma in it. That is the higher, the ma which is from higher frequencies. Ni re ga ma dha ni sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. So if you see, ni re ga is the chalan. Ni re ga. So many songs you will get to see. आंसू भरी है निरगा निगाहें मिलाने निरगा ये मोह मोह निरगा गा गा गा. Then हुजूर इस कदर निरेगा जब दीप जले नीरे पा जब दीप जले आना नीरे पा परे सा नीरे अगेन नीरे 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 फुल यमन नीरे पा परे सा नि सा जब शाम ढले आना. So this way you can find a lot of songs nirega nirega, and all the notes are shuddha in it. Especially even in the recent times also, you will find the Bollywood songs and old Hindi movies are totally filled up with it. So it goes up with nirega madhani sa, all notes shuddha with tivrama, comes back with all notes shuddha tivrama. Sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. Like I sang the song Tere bin Sani pa, same song Sathiya. So this is the same tune. So even with the tunes, people understand that okay, this song is similar to this song. Maybe if this is Yaman, so that should be Yaman. This is how people get it. So it's very easy rag, and it's very easy for the people to understand and sing.
होता यूँ है कि जनरली लोग ये बोलते हैं कि भाई जो इंडियन म्यूज़िक है वो तो इतना अच्छा होता है, और से हमारे जो सर है वो हिलता है, हम म्यूज़िक सुनते हैं बहुत अच्छा लगता है, और वेस्टर्न म्यूज़िक में ऐसा होता है कि हमको डांस करने का मन करता है. तो वंस फॉर ऑल आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क यू कि व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन वेस्टर्न म्यूज़िक एंड इंडियन म्यूज़िक?
वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक इंडियन म्यूजिक में तो बहुत डिफरेंस है। सबसे ज्यादा बड़ा डिफरेंस है, जैसे मोदी ने कहा था एक बार, हमारे जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं उन्होंने कहा था कि भारतीय संगीत मन को डुलाता है और जो हमारा पाश्चात्य संगीत है वो तन को डुलाता है। तो तन को आई थिंक ऐसा नहीं है, जैसे कई बार म्यूजिक के फास्टनेस पे भी डिपेंड करता है। अब आप बॉलीवुड सॉन्ग्स ले लें और आप वो वाला गाना सुने कि फिटनेस से रिलेटेड है कि माँ की चोट से दंगल तक है न न न न न न न प्यारे दंगल दंगल, इसमें किसी का भी सर हिलेगा और पैर थिरकेंगे। या वो गाना है घर मोरे परदेसिया, ये इतना फास्ट है। तो आई थिंक वो बीट्स पे डिपेंड करता है। तो ये बात तो अलग है कि बहुत से जैसे गाने डांस करने का मन उस पे करता है, बट मुझे लगता है उनका ये मानना था कि जो हमारा इंडियन म्यूजिक होता है वो आपके दिल को छूता है, क्योंकि और डिपेंड करता है आपने उसको बचपन से सुन रखा है। हमारा जो म्यूजिक है वो एक सबसे बड़ा जो डिफरेंस है वो हमारा म्यूजिक एक पिच पे रहता है, कि जैसे मुझे तानपुरा बजाना ही पड़ा क्योंकि मेरा एक पिच पे रहता है। कोई भी गाना हम गाएंगे तो वो एक स्केल पर रहेगा। जैसे कहते हैं ना, हमारी एक फाउंडेशन हमें बनानी पड़ेगी, एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना पड़ेगा। वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक में हार्मनी है कि आप एक पिच से दूसरे पिच पर आप जंप मार सकते हैं। हाँ, वो दोनों पिचेस सिंक्रोनाइज्ड होनी चाहिए, कॉन्सोनेंस में होनी चाहिए, वो बात अलग है। लेकिन हम ऐसे नहीं कर सकते हैं कि हम एक ही गाने को दो डिफरेंट पिचेस को हार्मोनाइज करें। तो वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक इज बेस्ड ऑन हार्मनी, इंडियन म्यूजिक इज बेस्ड ऑन मेलोडी। मेलोडी मतलब कि मोडल म्यूजिक, हमें एक मोड को पकड़ के रखना पड़ता है। तो इसलिए क्या है कि हमें एक छत मिलती है, इट्स लाइक अ होम कॉन्सेप्ट, कि जैसे एक बिलोंगिंगनेस है कि हमने एक मोनोफोनिक ट्यून को पकड़ रखा है, तो हमारा एक स्टैग्नेंसी बन रही है, एक शांत रस बन रहा है। कोई चीज हमें ऊपर से कनेक्ट करी। अभी आप तानपुरा बहुत देर तक सुनते रहेंगे, आपका मन शांत होगा क्योंकि आप एक ही मोनोफोनिक ट्यून पे बहुत टाइम से हैं। तो हमारा म्यूजिक, मुझे ऐसा लगता है इंडियन म्यूजिक स्पिरिचुअल ज्यादा है, इसलिए वो मन को डुलाता है। मतलब ये इंटरप्रिटेशन है। वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक में आप एक सुर पे नहीं रहते हो, आप अलग अलग सुर पे भागते हो। तो उनका म्यूजिक आई थिंक स्टिमुलेशन के लिए बेटर है, कि आपको एकदम से अपने आप को स्टिमुलेट करना है। तो वो रिलैक्सेशन और स्टिमुलेशन का सबसे बड़ा डिफरेंस है। और रही बात डांस करने की, तो बॉलीवुड में और इवन क्लासिकल में हमारे में बहुत सारे ऐसे गाने हैं, ऐसा क्लासिकल म्यूजिक है, तबला म्यूजिक है जिसमें आपको डांस करने का मन करेगा। लेकिन हाँ, बच्चों का रुझान या लोगों का रुझान उस तरफ ज्यादा है, और उस पर भी डिपेंड करता है कि हम बचपन से क्या सुन रहे हैं। तो उस पे भी डिपेंड करता है कि हमें उस तरफ ज्यादा रुझान है और क्लासिकल म्यूजिक में कम है, कि आप अपने बच्चे को कोई चीज बचपन से सिखा रहे हैं तो वो ठीक, वो फिर उसी हिसाब से बच्चा सुनता है।
खैर, ये तो बात हुई गाने की, बट कुछ ऐसे इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स भी होते हैं जो कईयों को अच्छे लगते हैं। जो यंग जनरेशन है वो गिटार सीखना चाहती है। आपका फेवरेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट कौन सा है?
मेरा फेवरेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट सितार है। मैंने कुछ टाइम सितार सीखा भी हुआ है, और लेकिन सुनने में मुझे फ्लूट भी बहुत पसंद आता है, क्योंकि आप फ्लूट सुनेंगे आपका बिल्कुल एक रिलैक्सेशन और डी स्ट्रेस करेगा। तो मैं इवन स्ट्रेस पेशेंट्स को भी फ्लूट ज़्यादा रिकमेंड करती हूँ। बच्चों में मुझे लगता है हाँ, गिटार अच्छी चीज़ है और मुझे भी बहुत पसंद है।
तो जब हम बात करते हैं कुछ वेस्टर्न इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स की, जैसे कि सेलो है या गिटार है, सो can we really play Indian ragas on these instruments, and they what you feel they will be coming out in a quite a classical way when we are playing guitar or some Western instrument, and maybe asking our children to learn ragas on modern instruments?
So, yeah, sorry. So yes, you can easily play the ragas and in like all the Western instruments. But the question is good कि वो जो एक nuances हैं, the way we handle the ragas and the way we have a technicalities in the Indian classical music, they may not come into the Western music. But yes, but I may be wrong in that, क्योंकि cello एक ऐसा instrument है where it's beautiful, and I know and I have heard two or three musicians who are quite a big maestros. They are a cello vadak, and beautiful they play. So I would like to take the name Saskia Rao. She is a lady and she plays it beautifully, and she has her own gharana. और चूंकि cello इतना ज़्यादा common नहीं है, so she is very popular also. So she brings out the ragas very well. She's an Indian classical cello accompanist. So I think it depends upon the person also, and it depends upon how you have learned it also. For example, in guitar and in other Western instruments, it may not come. इसीलिए suppose there are two types of violin: Western violin, Indian violin. Why they have made such? Because in Indian violin they had to create that Indian raganess. Raganess means that Indian voice technicalities, the Indian raga technicalities has to come out. That's why there is a Indian violin as well. In guitar also, in Hawaiian guitar, I have heard such a way the beautifully rag has been rendered by the maestros. So it all depends upon how you have got the training also, because they are able to, now I listen to so many instruments, such a good, the harkat, the murkis, the nuances come out. It's beautiful. So it all depends upon the talim and how much time you have given to that instrument since 20 years, 25 years. For example, there is a maestro called Niladri ji, and he has made a very good combination of sitar and guitar, and he has created an instrument called zitar, and he plays all the ragas on it, and it's beautiful, and it's very, very popular. If you put zitar Niladri, it's very, very, he has made it popular, and because of that he has made Indian classical music also very popular. Whenever his live program comes, he plays in the end he plays his zitar, and it brings all the nuances inside it, because that way he has framed it. So this way we see that that everyone, it depends upon the talim you get, and sometimes it depends, like people improvise the instrument, or the big maestros improvise the instrument like this, like they form it according to the Indian nuances this way. So this is how it gets.
Okay, well, we are discussing about Rag Yaman, and we'd like to know what are the effects of Rag Yaman, and it is good for children and for elders to learn it and sing songs in that. I think it's an easy rag, the way the songs you have presented. So I think everybody can learn, but I would like to hear from you.
So should I explain the rag, or should I explain the songs or something?
I would like you to explain the rag, so that our viewers can understand the nuances of the rag and how it is sung and how it is beneficial for them.
Sure. So this is a very easy rag, and if you know that what are Shuddha Swaras, the natural notes, and it comes into very natural position of notes. Except like I said, ma tivra is the higher one. Ma is on the higher frequencies. So ni re ga ma dha ni sa. Sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. So like you said, it is made of 7 notes. Nothing is like varjit in it. Nothing is missed in it. So it is like so every time it goes ni re ga, and the second very important note is pa re ga. So pa re ga and pa re sa is a very very popular and important phrase in it. Ni re ga pa re ga. Now pa re ga. No, रंजिश ही सही रंजिश ही सही दिल ही दुखाने के लिए रंजिश ही सही then sa ni re ga ma pa अरे ये शाम कुछ अजीब थी. So like this, I can just keep on telling the ragas. And when we come to the classicality, so these few things have to kept in mind, that nirega phrase is important, parega is important, like I gave the example, paresa is important, and ga and ni. Like you might have just got it, like Gandhar ga note is very very important in this. That's called Raja, the Wadi in this rag. And the second most important note is ni. I can give you the example, like we halt on the ga every time. Chandan sa badan papa magare sa. Sa ni re 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 ga re sa re ga sa ni re धीरे से तेरा ये मुस्काना. So we halted on the ga after the full line. मुझे दो गा गा मा पा दा धा नी. मुझे दोष न देना जग वालों. So ga and ni are the most important notes, and this is the characteristic of the rag, that this rag is a evening rag. It is sung or played during 6 to 9 p.m. to have more of its therapeutic value, to have more of its effect on the body, on the mind, on the soul. So basically all the ragas, it's a big logic behind why you should listen to the ragas on their specific timings according to the time zones. So this rag is sung or played during the evening. And like I said, it's a very flexible raga. And there is so you can, instead of singing it into classical, you can sing like different classical songs in this. Classical songs like da din din da da, jao re jogi tum jao re, jiya le gayo ji mora savari. Now this is obviously it's a film music. So they have taken the Shuddhama in it. It has a little mixture because nobody is questioning you in the you have all the liberties when you are creating the film song, so it's okay. But the bass is Yaman. Jiya le gayo ji mora savariya, lagi man mein agan bhai bawariya jiya. So this way, then If we come to bhajan, Shri Ram Chandra Kru, Shri Ram Nirega, came up again. Shri Ram Chandra Krupal Bhajaman Haran Bhava Bhaya Darunam. This is also, it's a very, very common, popular Shri Ram Aarti. So it's a very popular rag, and people just can understand by just singing Ni Re Ga. Ni Re Ga Ma Dha Ni Sa Ni Da Pa Ma Ga Re Sa. This is the ascent and the descent. Once you sing this 10 times, you will get to, you will memorize all the songs and many things come up to your mind.
So, Dr. Shambhavi Das, it was so wonderful to talk to you, to listen to the songs, and to understand Rag Yaman. We'll be meeting again in next week and understand a different rag. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Bye. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you.
It's all pleasure. Bye.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmek Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by very eminent personality. Many of us in the IT fraternity know him and we all lovingly call him Trips. Mr. Tripathi, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you, Chandra. Thank you, CK, my old friend. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and I'm very glad to see your success, newfound success. You're always a great sales manager who built our international operations in a banking solutions company. From there, you have moved to a new business model. Rarely people are able to do that. So, congrats to you.
Thank you, sir. I think it is all because of the learning and coaching I got in mentorship of leaders like yourself. Really appreciate the time that I spent with you.
Thank you.
So, sir, we are in day 14 and the India is under lockdown and it's already 2 weeks. What do you see in your neighborhood and in your community, how people have perceived this lockdown? Because I'm sure for many of us, it's first time.
Yes, I'm sure uh, it is it is the case with everybody in the world, and no exception. And especially in Mumbai, in Hirandani Gardens in Powai, it's a community which is highly interactive, where people meet on roads, they meet in malls, they meet in stores, they meet in gardens. Very importantly, there are a lot of partying. There are people who meet together very regularly. And I have been a Rotary president last year, so I have been far more active in this community. So from there to a situation where meeting itself is a taboo, or not even letting your family members come in to your own house from outside, relatives to come in, or not letting your community people, which is society people, to even go out. It has been one of the hardest phase, and occurring all of a sudden. So let me tell you that when the government started to feel that the numbers in Mumbai were just suddenly started to rise and so on and so forth, and they were not just left to people coming from abroad. So one thing we got as a very important condition is to stop movement of all the maids and drivers into the building. So vendors, maids, drivers, everything got stopped. You know, that caused not just the hardship of people having to work at home, but also, you know, those poor people, they suddenly were locked up into their small homes and not knowing whether their jobs are safe and so on. So one thing we continued, and I'm sure many societies have continued, is that we told our members that while we are not able to engage the staff, but we must continue their income. And second stage came where we had to say that even the building security and all these people, if we want to engage with them, we cannot let them go home so that inter-community breakout risks are minimal. So then the issue was how many people will agree that they'll come and stay uh, here, and then it's not like coming from a village. They live next door and they're not allowed to go home. So we made those arrangements. We made arrangements for their food, their stay, their bathing, their checking up of medical conditions on a day-to-day basis, so on and so forth. And of course, I have a small child at home, and very importantly, this community of small children, which was playing every day outside, they were going and playing football or they were playing in gardens, and there was a timetable for them to do taekwondo today and cricket tomorrow, football day after, everything got stopped. Then the issue came in as to how do you deal with groceries and your regular supplies. So Hirandani Pawai is very well stocked. That's not an issue. But government is not keen that people go out as much as possible. So we had to tell our members, and they're very, very well off and highly experienced and highly educated, extremely well read and well traveled people in this building, to not go out of the building at all. So you know that campaigning has been a very tough call, and we have minimized that. The police people were telling me, and before that I must tell you that Hirandani Gardens as Pawai is a community of 45 buildings, and for each building would have about 100 flats, maybe more. So there is an association which is building up here, and I'm in that apex body there also. So to put these as a change of culture among 25,000 people of Hirandani community has been a very, very tough task. But I can assure you that informally police said that this is one of the most well-behaved complexes of 150, 200 acres where people are not coming out and they are they are listening to what government is saying. So it's a complete change of life, and you know. It's not just going to end on 15th April as we presume, or some people are dreaming that it will happen that way, because it's not like a war related lockout. It's not related to certain kind of conditions just overnight changing and the government is going to make announcements. It's not a bar which has been put on a highway which will be just removed and people can start traveling. It is something which naturally has to set in terms of closure of corona as a spreading virus, or vaccine has to be there, and it has to become like a normal influenza or cough cold treatment kind of a thing. That's where probably the life will normalize, not until then.
Very well said, Trips. And you have been a very successful businessman yourself. You have created companies, you have built teams. What do you see that, is there a downturn in the business sentiments because of this issue?
So I'm working on various committees. I am a SME council chair in NASCOM, and I am also on their executive council consequently. And NASSCOM has 3,000 members, out of which 2,500 members are SME members. And what we call SMEs, if you remember in our old times, 200 crore company was considered very, very large. But here, the definition of SME in software, which is fully services driven or fully people driven, is that 200 crores is SME. So we are talking of companies which are 5 to 200 crores. And we are looking at all sorts of recommendations which we are getting from the country. I have personally spoken to 6 regions in last 15 days and more than about 100 companies. Yesterday I did a webinar where there were 190 or 210 companies. So we are accumulating information and then putting it as our recommendation to the government. So without involving NASSCOM here, that was only to give you an idea of what I'm doing from a perspective of correctness of my thought process, is that our view is, and it's absolutely personal view, that among the smaller companies, they can be almost like 30-35% knock with regards to delayed cash flows. And there can be anything between 25-30% knock in terms of force majeure or non-renewal of contracts. So the risk which Indian small companies, especially in the IT industry, run is almost like 40-50% of lack of cash flows in coming times. Whereas today, if you see, there was some gentleman writing saying that Indian industry will bounce back in the second quarter. And if you remember our old times together, I used to always say that whenever there will be a bad time on this earth, IT industry is going to grow. Because automation, intelligence built into the system, processes changeover of new offerings, all of that happens only because of IT. So my sincere hope and prayer is that IT industry is going to bounce back, but not without a slump for at least 2 quarters in a big way. Now, very large companies which have got huge cash piles and they have managed their cash flows extremely well, they may face this shock little lesser, but they also have very large expenses. But smaller companies will face this issue. There is also a thing which we have to understand outside IT industry, since your platform is not IT industry specific, is that there are crores of SME companies, crores, people who are doing small manufacturing to small distribution of goods to making engineering parts, working as ancillaries, plastic manufacturers, goods manufacturers. So many things which are in daily life. You and me may not be buying some of those unbranded stuff, but in and around us, there are thousands of such stuff. If you see, look around in your house today, and those companies are facing a very high risk that their markets may suffer in a big way. So the sentiment worldwide is that certain types of businesses are going to grow, like what we see in healthcare in IT, healthcare as such, hospital services. And there was something which people said that insurance is not going to do well. According to me, insurance should do much better in coming times. Organizations which are providing services which are on supply chain side must benefit quite a lot. Organizations that are working towards any kind of a prevention of any outbreak in future, anything which is like the guy whose platform we are using, the Zoom communication. This is a 9-year-old company and suddenly has become a star overnight. So the business models are going to change, but the current business models are going to suffer. And new things will appear from here which will make people rich, which will make people will bring in new skills, new ways of doing business in the first place. And obviously all this is going to lead to some kind of an unemployment or some kind of an employment loss and lack of cash flows for some time in the world. I would always pray that at least India remains positive, as what economists are saying worldwide, that India will be plus 2% and so on and so forth. But if you see the larger economies who we have grown revering with, we have been looking at them with reverence all along. They're all showing a situation of either flat growth or negative growth almost till 10%, which is not good for the world. So yeah, that's my view.
Trips, you have such a vast experience. In fact, you are a encyclopedia of business, and what we are seeing is that the entire business is at a standstill, at least in India and also the world over. Once this lockdown is over, in certain extent or in a phased manner, do you have any opinion on what the governments of each country should do to revive the business sentiments?
See, that answer, uh, even our Prime Minister or the President of US is still searching. And we are extremely small microorganisms not to be able to probably contribute much today on that thought. Because I was telling one council member of mine, my co-council member, very active person in morning in NASCOM, that we had just met about a month and a half back, and we were planning a very large event. And here we are in last 15 days completely shut. So the thing is that this is a dynamically changing situation. It's not really possible to say how will things fan out in future. But as what intelligentsia is saying and what my mind just contributes a little bit to, I personally feel that the lockdown is not going to open fully and all of a sudden. Government is presently in a consultative mode with all the trade platforms to take advice as to what is required to be most critically to be kept open, where it is very critical for people to travel and reach on the other side and so on and so forth. So they are all essential services first of all, or people who are supporting essential services, and therefore it might be a partial opening of this lockdown in a manner that we may be able to experience little better freedom than what we have in coming times, but not all the freedom. Like, my personal view is that the PM should never open the international borders and international airlines for at least the time that we get a complete negative growth rate of corona. Also the feeling is that that mass transportation, like local trains in Mumbai or BEST in Mumbai or any mass transportation where people just don't bother about not having to rub against each other and stand in a proximity. They will have to be operated in a different manner, or even airlines will have to be operated in a different manner. There are ways which people are talking about, saying there'll be less passengers in a row and fewer passengers in the aircraft and so on and so forth. So how will something like that be feasible in a local train in Mumbai? One has to imagine those kind of things. What I believe is that we'll have to first and foremost consider, which I'm sure government has got extremely concerned about, is that what we call as essentials in life. चाहे तुम उसको बोर्नविटा या बूस्ट बोलो एक तरफ से, या मिल्क बोलो, या चाय बोलो, या or you call it as atta, dal, or you call it as namak, sugar. Where is it coming from? It's not coming from thin air. It's coming from factories. Factories have got no laborers. Farms, जहाँ खेती हो रही है, जहाँ फसल खड़ी हुई है, वहाँ फसल काटने के लिए लोग नहीं है. So there are two aspects that for the business to continue, these things will have to come back. And more importantly, these 20-25 lakh workers who went back to their villages, they may have nothing to eat or nothing to live. So they will have to be re-engaged and so on and so forth very quickly for our base economy to remain stronger and so on and so forth. Whatever is our export, will have to come back very quickly, including what you heard from paracetamol and the other chloroquine. I don't know what is that term. Sorry, uh, being allowed to be exported and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to tell you is that these will open. Then in IT industry, there are BPM companies, business process management companies, which are significantly large, employing the largest number of people. They are supporting the world. They are not just supporting India. And there are IT companies which have some critical, not business as usual, but BCP support, which is happening for global customers and Indian customers. So some of these will have to be opened up. So I think this is the way government might be thinking. This is my view. If you ask me what should probably be done, is one thing, CK, when we were working together many years back, and it was why SEZs came into play in the first place. SEZs came because there was a sunset clause which was on STPI, and the tax benefits were going, and the government thought there should be a new way of doing business. So if you just extend your SEZ thought, I think now government should push that there should be special economic zones in tier 3 and tier 4 towns only, and create, because the engineering colleges are everywhere, medical colleges are everywhere, proper business colleges are everywhere. So why should people travel and create such kind of a chaos in large cities? They should get enough of opportunities to work in their cities, work in the comfort of larger spaces, go back to their homes, and not really create a concentration in just 4 or 5 cities in the country. And this is my thinking. The other thinking is that government should actually call 200 large businesses or 500 large businesses from the country and say that all of them must open the next factory in a tier 3 tier 4 plant only, and they will be provided free land or free water. Or free land itself is a very big attraction in India, and government will support a certain amount of a sunset or a reduced GST or something like that, but they must create factories into deep rooted areas. The moment you do something like this, we will have next maybe, and they all can be cultivated into smart cities. So they all can be cultivated for better emergency management or emergency response management. They can all be smart cities with IT systems controlling behavior of people and situations like that, and not have shanties and not have overflowing uh, lakes or overflowing drainages and dirty lakes and so on and so forth. So I have a feeling that these are all the things which will probably be the next generation switch. The other thing which is going to happen, which is very important, and in a very brief, I'll try to complete that, is the part there are going to be new business models. As I said in the middle of our conversation, that in the supply chain management or in the healthcare or in the way people are conversing today, the need for people to travel will reduce. So the shock which we have all got, and we both being from sales, would remember that we used to think that a B2B sales cannot happen unless sales managers travel. Or a Hindustan Lever or a Procter and Gamble used to train their management trainees for last 100 years by having van salesmen. So they believe that even B2C sales will not happen until people travel. So this concept of travel, hotels, events, this is going to undergo a very major change. So मुझे क्या लगता है कि because there is going to be a certain sacrifice by the hotels and the hospitality and airline industry, actually the entire business may double up or triple up in a big way. And here is Ariman here, who wants to say hi to you. Aryan, see, he does that to all my video conferencing. So,
manager.
So I was saying that because you can now work without having to travel and 50, 60, you suddenly realize futility of that, because you can do conferences of hundreds and hundreds of people without having to be in a hotel arranging food, arranging systems and all of that. I think the business is going to explode now, because you will be able to communicate far more effectively at lower cost, at a much lower turnaround time, and so on. This is my view. But there is a sacrifice which is going to happen, and I hope that sacrifice does not last long, because the best businesses, according to me, the most businesses where we have grown enjoying are actually hospitality and airlines and so on and so forth. You know, the fondest memories which we have today, and I'm sure that includes you also, is about our travel experiences, about having to meet people in their offices. And I hope all this comes back, and comes back with a fervor. But the business models are going to change.
So, excellent words of wisdom, Trips. I think the world will not be the same after this lockdown is released, either in one go or in phased manner. I think the new business models will be evolved, and I'm sure there are a lot of smart people who will come up with new solutions for the new problems. It was a great pleasure talking to you, Trips.
Oh, thanks a ton, CK. After a long, long time we spoke, and like to continue this interaction. And thank you very much, and best wishes to you, your family, and your team. Stay safe. There are 5 things which government has told us to do with every new person we meet. Is that to tell that please wash your hands regularly, stay at home, stay safe, stay at home, work for your companies from home, and contribute as much as you can by staying at home. So that is second. Third is, if you do have to step out, please keep a cotton mask made at home ready, and please use that full time. Fourth thing is, avoid touch, and therefore make only online payments as much as possible. And fifth is, please download Arogya Setu, the Ministry of Electronics and IT's new application, which is going to track COVID, and to ensure that using that app you stay safe and secure. So these, with these 5 things, I would like to end my present communication with you, and wish you the best, and would like to meet you in good times soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be positive.
Bye bye.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we have a very special guest. She is Meeta Joshi. She is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college in Hyderabad. So let's welcome her first. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine, and you know, it is always interesting to talk to you and also know about the past of our Indian heritage and culture. So today, what topic we are discussing today?
We will be discussing about the Delhi Sultanate. We'll start with Qutbuddin Aibak and how, the rule of these dynasties started in India.
Well, that will be very interesting topic. But before that, I would like to ask you that why it is so popular in medieval times and in ancient time to really people come and attack Indian land.
The basic reason of invasions which happened in our country was because our country was so prosperous at that time, and all the travelers who came to India, whether they came just as a tourist or they came to do some trade and commerce, They were mesmerized by the prosperity, by the beauty of our country. And when they went back, they told stories about it. And so it allured the foreign people. And that's why so many invasions happened in the past. If we see this Mahmud of Ghazni, then Temur Lang, and these Muhammad Ghori. So continuous these invasions happened only and only to plunder India's wealth. That was their basic motive.
Well, definitely, India is a much sought place, and people dream to come even today. So now, when we are talking about Qutbuddin Aibak, so why it is for him it was essential to really establish Delhi Sultanate?
See, when Muhammad Ghori came to India and he invaded India, that time when he went back to Ghor, he left Qutbuddin Aibak as a general of these Indian territories. And Qutbuddin Aibak, as a very, very sincere slave, he was doing his duties very, very sincerely. And when in 1206 AD Muhammad Ghori passed away, then he had a war of succession with Yildiz and he declared himself independent. And then he founded this dynasty, which is also known as Slave Dynasty or Mamluk Dynasty. And then this famous Delhi Sultanate started in India from 1206 AD till 1526 AD. So not only slave dynasty, many dynasties were there. There was Khilji dynasty, there was Sayyid dynasty, there were Tughlaqs, there were Lodhis. So all these five dynasties, they comprise of Delhi Sultanate. And why it is known as Delhi Sultanate? Because Delhi and Agra were their main seats. So that's why it is known as Delhi Sultanate.
Well, when he landed in this land, Qutbuddin Aibak, so was it really difficult, or he has already uh, prepared to establish this kingdom in Delhi?
No, it was not like that, that everything was given to him in a platter. That time, because the political conditions of India were such that India was divided into small, small principalities, small kingdoms. There was no unity among the Indian kings. And when the unity was not there, then it was very easy for any invader or foreigner to come and attack the Indian borders. And the same thing happened when Muhammad Ghori came to India. He invaded India, took all the wealth away, and then he left Qutbuddin Aibak as a general to watch the northern territories, including India. The invasions were in India and other parts also. So Qutbuddin Aibak was placed in India and he was taking care of all the territories invaded by Muhammad Ghori. So it was not an easy task for him because, first of all, being a foreigner coming to India, then language was a problem. Then he has to set up his, he has to expand his army to stay here. So it was a big task for him. But because he was a very, very sincere slave, so he did all that. He loved his master very much, Muhammad Ghori. And in some of the accounts, it is mentioned that Muhammad Ghori had even freed him from slavery before his death. Muhammad Ghori told him that you are free now. But because his devotion to his master was so much that he remained a slave till Muhammad Ghori was alive. And after his death in 1206 AD, he had a war of succession with Tajuddin Yildiz because Yildiz was again a slave of Muhammad Ghori. And then he declared himself independent and established this dynasty, which was known as Slave Dynasty or Mamluk dynasty. Sorry.
Well, when we talk about any king who establishes empire, it is very, very essential that he should be a good general, and Qutbuddin Aibak was a good general. But what about as a king when he is establishing a empire, slave and dynasty? What are those points which were taken care, and that makes him more rememberable emperor of India?
See, Kanchan, his rule was only for 4 years, from 1206 till 1210 AD. Unfortunately, he passed away in 1210 AD while playing a game of polo. He fell from his horse and there was a head injury and he died. But in those 4 years, it was not an easy thing for him because setting up the kingdom, making the administrative guidelines, convincing the principalities and the kings, princes to come under his suzerainty. There was a lot of diplomatic things involved. And then he has to secure his kingdom, plus he has to expand his kingdom. So wars, battles were going on simultaneously, administrative work was going on parallelly, and in 4 years, from 1206 AD till 1210 AD, he made sure that the dynasty establishes itself in India. So he did the groundwork, but the others, they ate the fruit, because for two others, like to his successors, everything was ready. They just had to come and rule. But the groundwork was done by Qutbuddin Aibak.
Well, definitely it was very difficult, must have been very difficult task for Qutbuddin Aibak, that too in a foreign land. I also heard that he was a very honest and very soft-hearted emperor, because every time he has to give lot of alms to people who needed, and in this way I think he has earned the goodwill of the people where he wanted to establish this empire. So, what are those finer achievements? Though the time is limited when you're talking, he already ruled only 4 years. But what are the achievements which he established and which still we remember?
See, the first immediate challenge for Qutbuddin Aibak at the time was to establish his roots in India. And in one of the accounts, written accounts, which is known as Tazul Masir, written by Hassan Nizami. Okay, Hassan Nizami writes that because of his sincerity towards Muhammad Gori, Muhammad Gori also loved him equally, Qutbuddin Aibak, and he provided him all the resources what he wanted to expand himself in India, whether it was army, whether it was artillery, everything was provided to Qutbuddin Aibak by Muhammad Gori. And in this process, see, he had to meet many people, the Indian people. He had to convince them to accept their rule because they were foreigners. See, this is, I don't know, I should say it India's fate, or it was unfortunate for India. But if you see, Kanchan, starting from 1206 AD till 1526 AD was Delhi Sultanate. From 1526 AD till 1707 was the Mughal Empire. And then after that was the British rule, which ended for almost 200 or 250 odd years. So this was an irony that Indians had to live under a foreign rule for such a long period of time, you know. And see, if you see Delhi Sultanate, all the rulers were the followers of Islam. Mughal Empire, all the followers were the emperors were the followers of Islam. Britishers were obviously Christians. So in this, in this entire journey, India lost a lot. You know, our heritage was affected. The literature, it was affected. And but one thing is there, that Delhi Sultanate people and Mughal Empire people never harmed India that way as the British people did, because British people just exhausted all the resources of India to get benefited. But these people, whether they were Delhi Sultanate or Mughals, they thought that India was their land, so they adopted, Indian customs, because there were matrimonial alliances to have peace in the territories. So, for example, many Mughal emperors had Hindu wives, like Akbar had Jodha Bhai. Okay, and even in Delhi Sultanate, we find this account that Alauddin Khilji was allured by the beauty of Rani Padmini. One movie also came, that Padmavat. So see, all these things are there, but we as Indians have lost a lot in that entire process, which hopefully we don't realize, because we are so involved in our day-to-day lives that we don't even give it a thought that we were slaves for such a long period of time. It was a foreign rule. Delhi Sultanate was a foreign rule because Qutbuddin Aibak was from Turkestan. And if you see 1526, when Babur came to India, he was a Chagatai Turk. Okay, so all these Turkish people have ruled India for such a long time period. One good thing you can say, that there was cultural exchange, because many things of ours they adopted, many things from them we adopted. For example, because I'm in Hyderabad, so when I see Hyderabad's cuisine, biryani, the world famous Hyderabad biryani, is a dish from Persia. So these cuisine exchanges which happened, and even the way we changed our attire, because they got impressed by our attires, we got impressed by the way they dressed up. So there was a lot of exchange. Persian carpets are still world famous. So all the kings which were there, they really, were very happy exhibiting Persian carpets in their palaces and in their courts. So all this is there. But if you see on a longer run, we have lost a lot, Kanchan, because of this foreign rule, which and it is very unfortunate that as Indians we never realize that. You know, we are still so much mesmerized by the foreign things and by the foreign people, that we somewhere in our Britishers went away, but still we are slaves from here. We still admire their clothes, we admire their accessories, their makeup, all these things, you see. And at the because of COVID-19, this migration has stopped. But before COVID, just imagine how many Indians were going to America, Canada, or other foreign countries to work and then finally get settled there. So this is that craving for their culture, for their money, which unfortunately we Indians have.
Well, definitely, as you mentioned, that we are ruled by invaders for such a long time, and yes, we have lost our connection with culture and our heritage, and we just fail to really notice the kind of architecture we have our own in terms of temples, in terms of other buildings. So definitely. But then, as you mentioned, that these invader who came, they were very different from Britishers, because they made India as their home, and that makes them little good. That is a goodness when we really think about it. And definitely time has come that Indians should connect themselves to their roots. And so it is essential to really know about these invaders who made themselves Indian, and that's why we are discussing Delhi Sultanate and Mughals. They have contributed in this development, in economic wise or administration wise. When we talk about Khilji has a contribution of administration. But before I close this discussion, I would like to ask you how you really feel about Qutbuddin Aibak, who was a slave, who became an emperor. He established a dynasty. It's a huge task for a person who's coming from outside, and in India especially, when you say that Indians are entirely different when we really talk about their interaction with people. So how it was difficult for Qutbuddin Aibak to establish himself here, and how you rate this person as a king?
See, it is really a very big thing that a slave from Turkestan, he came to India and he established his own rule, own dynasty, the Mamluk dynasty or slave dynasty. And definitely he was a very good general, no doubt about that. As a king, as an administrator, he had no time to prove himself Kanchan, because these 4 years from 1206 to 1210 AD really went him to establish the the Mamluk rule in India. So if you want me to judge him as a king, I cannot tell you that he was a very good king, or I can say that he was a very good general. He was a very good general because he followed whatever Muhammad Ghori said sincerely, and to make his suzerainty over Indian people, he really worked hard. And that's why he was recognized as a king of northern India that time. People accepted him. People accepted him, and slowly, he set up the stage for his successors, which were about to come after him. So that way, he did a commendable job, no doubt, because coming from a foreign land, establishing oneself in a foreign land again, and then establishing a big rule itself is a very great thing. So that way, you can say that he was a very good general. And if he would have been alive, maybe he would have proven himself as a very good king. But unfortunately, his life was short lived and he died at the age of 60 years in Delhi while playing the game of polo.
Well, we are talking to an eminent historian from India, and we'll be taking forward this discussion of Delhi Sultanate. Sumita ji, it was wonderful talking to you, and we'll be taking this whole discussion in other episodes. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. You too take care.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and welcome to Legal Matters. And let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and having me on this show.
Jeet, what we would like to discuss is something which is aware. It's a common knowledge. Everybody is aware that our constitution is an evolving constitution, and the constitution itself allows amendment to itself. So I think we would like to discuss more around this. How this mechanism works, and what was the first amendment which made the constitution the way it appears today.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. You are right. When you say that constitution is an evolving and a living document. And when the constitution was enacted and came into existence, that is on 26 January 1950, it was a great experiment that India began with, because it was the first written constitution and one of the lengthiest constitution uh, uh, which was enacted in India. And first time we became the citizens of this great country, and the citizens and persons residing in India had the fundamental rights. So this was the first time this concept of fundamental rights, the directive principles of state policy, the this great document came into existence. So certainly that was a great day for the country, and it was a great experiment, because first time something of this nature was being adopted and was put into existence. So certainly the constitution itself provides that it should change and it should adapt with the times. And any document which is created 70, 80, or 100 years prior would certainly, with the change in time, require certain changes. And therefore there was a mechanism prescribed under the constitution itself, that in certain circumstances the constitution could be amended. But this amendment of the constitution and the powers upon the parliament were of such a nature that not in every circumstance that the constitution should be amended, not every part of the constitution that could be amended, and there were certain inbuilt restrictions. But what happened is that when it came into existence, the first year of the Supreme Court, also because of the constitution, the Supreme Court was also constituted and came into existence in the year 1950. And the interpretation of the Supreme Court at that time with regards to the fundamental rights and certain judgments were so much in favor of the citizens, because it again tried to restrict the government from controlling the freedoms that the Constitution itself had provided. So the first of the judgments with regards to freedom of speech and expression was in the matter of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, where the government in 1950 tried to curb the freedom of press because it did not agree with the views being expressed by the media houses that were run by Romesh Thapar, who was slightly towards the left, and Brij Bhushan was was the editor of another organizer who was right wing. So basically, the Congress at that time did not want right wing or left wing to be in the center, or its views were not in consonance with the views of this government. So they wanted to curb it, control it, and therefore the government of Madras came out with a circular banning the edition of Romesh Thapar in the state of Madras. And these restrictions were challenged before the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court came down heavily against the state, saying that freedom of speech and expression, you cannot control it unless it is provided under Article 19(2). So these were landmark judgments of that time, giving freedom of speech, and freedom of press was also elevated to the status of a fundamental right. So this was a major judgment which gave a major blow to the government at that time. Second was with respect to the judgment of Champakam Dorai Rajan, wherein again the communal order issued by the state of Madras, which provided for certain reservations to certain religion and certain castes, was declared to be void by the Supreme Court because it violated Article 19(2), which says that for admission in educational colleges run by the state, there cannot be any discrimination with respect to race, religion, caste, creed, etc. So having a reservation policy was not in consonance at that time with the fundamental rights. And therefore, this judgment gave a major blow, because in Madras, this circular giving reserved seats for certain religious candidates was in existence prior to independence. So there was a major uproar in state of Madras. And the third judgment was with regards to the right to property, because at that time, right to property was also a fundamental right under Article 19(1)(f) and Article 31. But because the main program of the government was with regards to the zamindari abolition and land reforms, because it wanted to distribute the land after acquiring it from zamindars to poor peasants and farmers. So this was a major program, and these zamindars also did not want to give up their land very easily. So there was a great fight between the government and the zamindars, and the Bihar state, which came out with a state land reform act in 1950, acquiring the land of the for acquisition of lands of the zamindars. The zamindars challenged that act before the Bihar Patna High Court, and Patna High Court in 1951 gave out a judgment declaring the act to be unconstitutional, because the Patna High Court believed that it was violative of Article 14 of the Constitution, which provides for equality, as different zamindars having different parcels of land were to be given different rates of compensation. So this, the Patna High Court held, was not constitutional and in violation of fundamental right to equality of the zamindars. So because it said that there cannot be a class within a class, and therefore it violated the fundamental rights of the zamindars. So this was a major blow. So government at that time had the majority, because it was the only government, the Congress had the majority. But the parliament had not come into existence by way of an elected representative, because the elections were to happen in October 1951. But the government was so furious that it did not like the interpretation given by the Supreme Court in favor of citizens, and the programs of the government were not being implemented as it wanted. And therefore, though there was a provisional parliament and the Constituent Assembly, which had drafted the constitution, was granted that power of conducting the parliament, and that provisional parliament uh, came out with a amendment bill to the constitution, and that was the first amendment, and it was sent to the president, and Dr. Rajendra Prasad at that time objected to certain changes which were made, because the changes that it had wanted to introduce were restrict the fundamental right of freedom and expression and bring out certain more restrictions to it. The second change that it wanted was to insert Article 15 Clause 4 in the Constitution, which which would empower the state to provide for special reservations and special provisions for backward classes. And third was with respect to insertion of certain more restrictions with regards to right to property. And Dr. Rajendra Prasad, in his comments on the bill, said that it's an irony of fate that the most cherished part of the Constitution, that is fundamental rights, is the first to be assailed. So therefore, despite of objection from the president, and despite that the bill was introduced in the parliament, and after 16 days of debate, it was ultimately cleared on 18th of June 1951. But the most important and criticized move in that amendment was that it altered the basic structure of the constitution to the effect that it introduced a schedule 9 to the constitution, wherein laws could be placed. So a state legislature or a parliament could pass any law, and that law, if was placed in schedule 9 to the constitution, then the courts did not have the authority or jurisdiction to decide on its constitutionality. So this was unheard, and this was unknown to law, because you are taking away the power of the court to examine a law. And even if a law is violating fundamental rights of the citizens, despite that the courts could not hold it void. So this altered the entire structure of the constitution, the basic structure of the constitution. But despite opposition, there were few leaders who had opposed. Even Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, who was also the member of the drafting of the Constituent Assembly and the drafter of the Constitution. He also vehemently opposed, saying that what is this amendment that you are bringing? But then, despite opposition, the amendment was passed and cleared and came into effect on 18th June 1951. So this goes to show that if there are not certain restrictions on the power of amending the constitution, then having a majority and a government which wants its way over the rights of the citizens, then amendments of such a nature which would take away the fundamental rights could also be passed. So thereafter, in a series of judgments of the Supreme Court, this battle began with regards to the supremacy of the parliament over the Supreme Court and the constitution. And several judgments of the Supreme Court at that time were nullified by bringing these sorts of amendments with retrospective effect. And ultimately, this matter was settled by a landmark decision of the Supreme Court, a 13-judge bench decision of the Supreme Court in Keshwanand Bharti in the year 1973, wherein the Supreme Court laid down that the basic structure of the Constitution cannot be changed or amended by the Parliament, and that power is not with the Parliament. So certain basic features of the Constitution, like the preamble, the Part 3 fundamental rights, uh, so these were the certain basic structures of the Constitution, the judicial review. So these basic structure of the Constitution could not be amended, and that power is not with the Parliament. But rest of the parts of the Constitution can be amended. So this is what the majority laid down in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But the first amendment did bring out a lot of changes, and later on there were several amendments to the Constitution. In fact, till date, there are more than 120 amendments which have been passed by the Parliament with respect to the Constitution in a short span of 70 years, which is unusual because we see the US Constitution, which is more than 200 years old. There are not more than 27 to 28 amendments, even after 200 years. So it is not to be easily amended. Only it can be amended if there are certain lacunas which the Parliament feels that are required and are of such a nature that it does not alter the basic structure. Then only a constitution can be amended.
Well, I think the two countries which were formed at the same time in 1947, which is our neighboring country called Pakistan, and whether it is the first amendment or the second one, but I think we were successfully, as a nation, were able to abolish the jamidari system, as you said. And there was a mechanism which was also, I've heard from my forefathers that if there is a labor and he can show the payment receipt, the land will be his. And that is the kind of system that they came up with to bring equality. Otherwise, it was more of a feudalistic society. So I'm very happy that, you know, in the neighboring country, the evolution of society has happened in a feudal manner. You know, if you look at Pakistan, they were never able to demolish the zamindari system, and their whole politics and the entire social fabric is based on feudalism, whereas India has evolved. But you know, because of this first amendment, what is your opinion? Did it change the way we do governance, or did it had any major impact on our governance systems?
So yes, so with respect to our neighboring country, yes, you are right. We could abolish the zamindari system and also give land to the peasants and farmers who were tilling the land on that day, because otherwise there were big zamindars who were exploiting these farmers and peasants. So rather than a feudalistic society, we have certainly evolved and given the poor farmers the right over their property. So certainly that was a major victory. But what was a little disturbing aspect of that amendment was taking away the judicial review, because Schedule 9, inserting Schedule 9 and saying that any act, even if it violates fundamental right, would be out of judicial review, was not in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So ultimately, yes, the economic social policy of the government in abolishing the zamindari system, it was successful. But taking away the judicial review, the power of the Supreme Court to examine the law, was something which was extremely disturbing. And later on, it was rectified by the Supreme Court in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But it took 23 years, because from 1951 to 1974, there were several acts which were placed in Schedule 9. And Supreme Court also in 74 said that all acts till date placed cannot be judged, but any act after 1974 is placed into Schedule 9, then it can be decided by its constitutionality can be decided, and if it violates fundamental rights, then it can be declared to be unconstitutional. So that was a landmark decision But till that time, taking away judicial review was not something in consonance with the spirit of the constitution. So that is the one aspect which disturbed the governance at that time. But yes, the abolition of zamindar system was, the government was successful.
And also the reservation, because the reservation was also implemented and we have the reservation applicable till today. So I think these two things which were very important. um, However, I think you made a very good point, very pertinent point, that anything that we come up with, any amendment to the constitution, is should be open to judicial review. And I think you're right by saying that before this landmark judgment of 1973, the highest number of amendments were done during that time. And after that 73, the amendments, you mentioned about 100 and odd amendments, but I think those are fewer than what was done before that 73 judgment, isn't it?
Yeah, so around 43 to 44 amendments were passed till 77, 78, and 44th amendment, which took away the right to property from the part 3 of the constitution, and it was brought into another as a constitutional right under article 300A. But yes, so right to property was one of the most amended provisions in the constitution. It went through a lot of amendments in order to ensure that the zamindar system is abolished and the land reforms program of the government is implemented.
Excellent.
But with respect to yes, yes. But with respect to reservation, what the Supreme Court said, it cannot be on religious lines. But certain backward classes, the reservation could be there, and it was always there under the constitution, and even the constitutional debates provided for the reservation policy. So,
Absolutely.
but that judgment was, yes, yes, correct.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, you put the whole perspective very correctly, and I think in a very simple terms. And all Indians, all of us should know what has happened from 1951, and how government acted, and what is the state of affairs today, so that we are more aware of our legal rights and duties. So, thank you very much for explaining the first amendment, which was made in 1951 to our constitution in so much of detail.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
So we will catch up again next week in legal matters. Until then, I'll say goodbye to you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Friends, Ravan is a very important character from our mythology, from our history, and from our religion. Ram fought Ravana and defeated him as a demon king. And therefore, Ravana's role in our history is anti Ram. There are more than 1.5 billion Hindus who believe in Hinduism. They believe that Lord Ram is our ultimate God. And because of Lord Ram, we have Bharat as a country, India as a country. And many people may not know, Ravana was born somewhere in North India, and so his wife, Queen Mandodari, Ravan was born in a village near Meerut, today's Meerut, and Mandodari was born in an area which is very close to Jaisalmer. And then they moved south and they created an empire which even gods were afraid of. He had such huge technology, access to technology. Um, he could, in not only in terms of weaponry, but also in terms of transportation, and also there are description of levitation. He could move mountains by simply doing a levitation device. So they had a huge technology and so much power in terms of their strength, military might, that even gods were afraid of Ravana. It is described very clearly and very vividly that Ravan had the power to travel across dimensions and also across any part of the world faster than speed of light travel, and he could return back in the same time. At the same time, he had another type of aircraft which could fly at the speed of thought. So if you think, hey, I want to go to moon, and it will just appear, you will appear, your craft will travel so fast that it will reach moon as soon as you stop thinking about it. So the craft could travel by the speed of thought. It is an amazing technology, and that is why he is also known as aviator, because he had 3 to 4 different categories of aircraft with him. And we are not talking about the weapon machinery. He had the cloaking devices with him. He could disappear, appear out of nowhere, etc. But in terms of these aircraft, he's definitely had very advanced technology, and he is also known as aviator. He could fly in different dimensions, cloak in his aircraft, with his aircraft inside, with he and his sons inside him, inside the aircraft, and he could appear also anywhere in any part of the earth or any part of universe. So this is something which is very very thought provoking, and unfortunately for the last 1000 years, not much of research being done in terms of finding more about this technology. And when Ram fought Ravan and he defeated Ravan, so it means that Ram, who actually hailed from a place called Ayodhya, he had a better technology than Ravan. That is why he was able to defeat Ravan. So I think we need more evidence. Is that we had the technology and now we are trying to reinvent the wheel again? And 7 to 8 thousand years back, we had different kinds of aircraft, different kinds of propulsion system, different kinds of weapons, etc. Are we trying to reinvent? So I think this is something which needs to be answered. And because this part of the world was colonized, and systematically either the evidence were not searched or the evidence were destroyed. Either case, I think we need to go down deep into this aspect and find out what is the reality, because this is a major part of our upbringing, major part of uh, our history, and we should get the myth out of the mythology, because people say that Raman and Ram were mythological character, but it's not true. It is definitely not true. So we need to get this myth out of it and get into a realistic world. And that is why Sri Lankan government has recognized, now Sri Lanka is an independent country now. Earlier it was part of Bharat, but they have recognized that it is their heritage, and they want to find out more facts about Raman, because he actually had a capital in that part of the world. So they have started archaeological research on this very subject about the aviation technology of Ravan. They have also invited the Indian government, which is basically the Archaeological Survey of India, to join this research, to find out the facts, to get to bring Ravana's technology to life. And a lot of people are doing research, like Egyptians are doing research. Why not India and Sri Lanka together? So that research is going to start now, and I think people must know the truth about what was going on, how humans had the technology which we are trying to reinvent now, and especially in this part of the world, the humans were very advanced. They had the technology to travel through wormholes, through different dimensions, and anti-gravity devices, flying at very high speed, faster than light, etc., which we are trying to still find out. So I think out of the blue, somebody cannot write stories like that 7,000 years back. So we need to do research, we need to find evidence so that this can be proved eventually to the rest of the world that this technology existed 10,000 years back, and we are now trying to reinvent. Friends, do let me know what you think about it. Engage with me with your thoughts, and we can have a discussion, and I will catch you in the next one.
Hello, friends. This is Akul Mike Live, and I'm Chandrakant. And today we want to discuss about the changes that we might have to make in our work environment in order to cope up with the changes which are happening in the industry. And friends, this is a live show. You can, send your questions or comments from whichever part of the world, from whichever social media you are watching this program. Your name will be displayed straight away on the screen, and we can take your name and answer your question. To discuss this subject about what changes we have to make, which is the future of works, I'll be joined by a very special guest. His name is Neval Gun. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited, joining us from UK. So without further ado, let's welcome him. Good morning, Neval. How are you doing?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, we've got an interesting subject for you today. We've been talking about this for many years now, but now there's more definitive research over what is about the future world of work, what people need, what skills they need, where they can improve, how they can make themselves ready for their first move or their next move. So, CK, interesting subject today?
Yes, Neval, it is quite interesting because it affects all of us. And right now, because for almost 1.5 years, the entire population in the world has lived under some sort of lockdown. And therefore, it has made some permanent changes, the changes which are going to stay for long in the way we do business. And that is why the discussion is required on this. What changes? How do we change our ways of working, and how do we succeed? Because I think this is the starting point of Industry 4.0. So over to you, Neval. Your comments, please.
Well, there's been several studies over the last few months, but one of which is particularly referenced in the world of business is one from McKinsey and Partners. And what they've researched over the last 5 or 6 months now, through some fairly extensive exploration of what's happening around, is they've come up with 4 categories where we should be focused on specific skills that we need for the future world of work. And not surprisingly, one of those categories is digital. Another one is interpersonal. Another one is self-leadership. And another one is cognitive. And if you put them all together, it spells DISC. But not as in the DISC personality review that many of you have done. This is a bit of a play on those words, I suppose, on that little phrase. And it's digital, interpersonal, self-leadership, and cognitive. So those are not surprising categories, are they, CK?
Not at all. In fact, these are the categories, and definitely we need to migrate into all these. We need to sharpen our skills because there may be some new skills required, Neval. I think these are definitely very important categories.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And living in the digital world, let's start there. Let's just break that down into 3 subject headings. So there's digital fluency and citizenship, which includes digital learning, digital ethics, which is a subject very close to my heart, digital collaboration, that word collaboration coming in again, and literacy. And then there's a second category in the digital arena called software uses and development. So it's programming literacy. All of those programmers out there that have now learned Python over the last few years, we're going to be needing to learn other arenas like no code, which is coming up on the rails, in which case you can quickly put apps together. But data analysis and statistics is included in that, and computation and algorithmic thinking. So that's software use and development and understanding digital systems. So it's the data literacy, understanding data. Where does it come from? How do you use it? Where do we put it together? Why do we put it together? And cybersecurity, of course, comes into this arena. So digital plays a really big part in the future world of work. So all of you budding computer literate IT geeks, if you like, there's plenty of jobs going to be available out there just if you focus on that skill set. But that's not all, is it, CK? You can't just focus on being a digital geek or a whiz kid or a data analyst. You need to have other things, don't you?
Well, Neville, if you remember a few weeks back, we did a show on TQ, which is about the digital quotient, which is similar to IQ, but much higher level, where the digital is added to your overall intelligence. So if you may be a very intelligent person, but if you don't know how to operate digitally in the digital world, then during the advance of Industry 4.0, you will not succeed. So that is why it is important to be digital right now. At least this is the starting point, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. It is a starting point. But now we're going to be talking about the three key areas to me that have been sadly lacking in any schooling system and any educational system that we've got around the world. Because these are not academic subjects. And in many respects, then they could be made academic if the hierarchy in education start to think in a different way. In other words, recognize that these are core to a young person's success. It's how they're going to succeed in the next 20 odd years. You know, I'm a little older than a young person. And I learned these skills very, very early on when I was probably in the Scouts or in the Cub Scouts when I was 5 or 6 years old. They were incredibly important then, and they're even more important now, but they're so often forgotten. So let's deal with them. Interpersonal skills. And McKinsey break it down into 3 different sections. They call about mobilizing systems, developing relationships, and teamwork and effectiveness. So let's look at the one where businesses really do grow, okay? Teamwork and effectiveness. How to collaborate, how to foster inclusiveness, diversity, resolving conflicts, empowering other people, and coaching others along with coaching yourself. All of these are critical skills, and that's just looking at teamwork. If we now look at developing relationships, well, what about empathy? What about empathetic leaders? We all talk about leaders having empathy. What does it really mean? But they need to inspire trust as well and have humility and be sociable. You know, gone are the days where the boss sits in the door and it's slammed shut and don't knock on the door unless you've got an appointment. You know, those are the 60s and 70s. They are long gone. You know, we need open door policies. We need leaders that are acceptable to the team. And that means you being a team member and a team leader yourself. So everyone's a leader. We've then got what they call mobilizing systems, which is a fascinating phrase. I have no idea what it means, frankly. But what they talk about is role modeling, the win-win negotiations, you know, how to craft an inspiring vision. I don't really understand how that is a mobilizing system, but being a visionary and being able to cultivate that vision across the team. And being aware of how the organization is changing, so and how you need to make that change. And that's just, again, we've only just touched the very tip of the iceberg, as we would say normally, under interpersonal. But then we move into self-leadership. Now notice some of the things I talked about in interpersonal were about leadership, but they now specify a separate category called self-leadership. So this is about you leading yourself. Have you got integrity? Are you motivated? What about your confidence? Have you got self-confidence? How big an item is self-confidence, CK, in your world?
Well, I think it is a very, very important aspect. It is not affecting the younger kids because I think they are very fast learner. As you keep saying in your narration most of the time that we should learn from kids. So the kids are learning Zoom. They are learning how to interact, how to make presentations. I think the problem lies in the middle-aged and older people. Some of the career are still going on, especially 30 plus people. And that is where the problem is. And I think they are having a lot of trouble in nurturing these skills like leadership on the digital platform. They may have a leadership in the physical world, but nobody knows them now. They have to learn these new tricks. So that is why this, these things that you're talking about, and it has come in McKinsey's report, are very, very important for the generation which is working right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. What we have is we have a young generation, your children, for instance, that are fearless. They fear nothing. The digital world, they haven't grown up with the Microsoft manuals that are now, frankly, if you could get hold of a Microsoft manual, it'll be in someone's archive somewhere, or probably as a doorstop opening the door. They were so big. You don't have a manual for your iPhone or your Android. It basically says, well, scroll left, scroll right, get on with it. Press here, press there. And you literally are led through it. It's so, so simple. And as I say, young children know no better. So they're not only growing up in the digital world. Interesting enough, I grew up in the digital world. It's still changing. But they know nothing more than literally swipe left, swipe right, swipe up, swipe down, click here, big screen, small screen. It's incredible what they're learning. So their levels of self-confidence using technology grow because through use. And that's how you build confidence, by the way, everybody. You build it by keep doing something. And when you do something and you do it well, you feel good about it. And that actually builds your confidence. But the thing is, if you do something and you don't do it very well, take that as a lesson and do it better next time. So have the confidence and the courage to move forward. Once again, I'm sticking to the letter C because I like the letter C when it comes to personal development, because there are so many fantastic words in the C category. And indeed, McKinsey's have captured hold of them. As I see, they also use driving change, having the courage to do things, but also feeling good about yourself and having persistence and coping with change. So all of these are in the self-leadership arena. We talk about these all the time, but the reality of life is very few of us are really good at it. But in the darkest times of an entrepreneur, and we'll focus on entrepreneurs now, you need self-leadership. You need the courage and conviction and all of those other wonderful words and the commitment to do things. So self-leadership, I'm really pleased McKinsey have brought this out as a separate item from interpersonal skills, because it really is it's a deal breaker, frankly. These are not necessarily hard to do, but they may be difficult. So if you've never done them before, they're going to be difficult. But they're fairly simple to explain, as McKinsey go into some pretty detailed explanation of what they are. And then let's go on to the other arena, the cognitive skills. I like to call these thinking. How do we think? Why do we think? What are we thinking about? A lot of people call this agile thinking. Don't like the word agile because it's now being sectioned out as a specific way of doing things. Well, being agile is just like an athlete, having agility on the dance floor. Putting in, if you're a dancer and you're having to learn a new dance, you're going to have to be agile and adaptable. There you go. Two A words you can get hold of there, CK, today. We've moved away from the C's. But critical thinking, looking at the logic, the reasoning, the understanding, and seeking relevant information, making sure that you're not getting fake news. So it's having that resilience internally of saying that doesn't look right. I'm not sure I believe that, because if you start to question those things, you can go and seek out other areas and find out the truth. And a lot of young people are fed, as we are fed all the time on the news, we're fed what the news want to tell us. We need to actually be our own journalists and ask those questions: why, when, what, how, etc., etc. So these are fantastic, fantastic. Well done, McKinsey's, for doing something really rather progressive in this scene. Splitting out 4 very specific categories and then going into the detail. And they've gone even further. They've actually put some deltas across this. So the skills you really do need to have, you know, in preference to others. So although they've given you a definition, they're really saying the other skills, you know, do this one in preference to doing that one, which in some respect is where STEM is: science, technology, engineering. I'm going to throw one in here: art and maths. So STEAM, the STEAM categories, the 10 STEAM categories that all young people know about, but don't necessarily really understand what they're for. But if they don't understand it, this is what they're for. It's actually to get you a better job, to get you the best job, to be a really good team player. And that's what businesses want these days. You know, they don't want mavericks to go out on their own at the age of 21, 22. You know, these raw graduates that join companies. They want you to be a team player. They want you to work with others. They want you to collaborate. And all of these great skills, as I say, digital, interpersonal, cognitive, and self-leadership, are really there for you to understand. We'll put this picture on the blog, so you can actually download it, you can look at it, you can read it, you can do what you like with it. But the most thing is, realize that this really is for you. This is what you should be doing and looking at if you're going to be a leader of tomorrow. So, bit of a world round trip here today, and anyone in any country. This is not specific to East or West, developed or developing. You're going to need this wherever you are, whether you're going to be an enterprising employee or an enthusiastic entrepreneur. You're going to need all these skill sets. So now's the time to start learning them. Don't put it off. 10 minutes a day, that's all you need to do for the rest of your life. Just delve in. And there's so much written about this stuff that all of a sudden it will start to be, you'll understand it, and you'll create your own path that's going to be useful for your journey. I hope that's been useful today, CK. I'm animated and excited about this particular research because it's probably some of the best research that's been done in the last, well, probably this decade, frankly. And maybe for the last 2 decades. So yeah, it's good to rave about something that's very good, very progressive, and interesting enough, it falls into line with everything else. The World Economic Forum have been saying the same thing for about 4 or 5 years. If you look at SDGs, all of these underpin the SDGs. Without these, SDGs are going to fail. So this is an exciting subject. We do talk about it quite often because that's my day job. So I hope this has given a little bit more involvement, excitement, interest around the subject, CK. And I would, if I were you, being a parent of young children, I would print this off, a big A3, and I'd stick it on their bedroom wall and let them play bingo and tick off each one on a daily basis. There you go. There's a little job for you.
Well, Neville, I think you rightly said, and I think I would like to talk to the viewers right now, because the McKinsey report has just come, a couple of days back. But Neville has developed a fantastic system, and he's at it for years, actually helping future leaders through his YP2G program. So many people are not aware. I think the excitement is very visible because now you're vindicated. Your whole ideology is vindicated because McKinsey is now talking about it. So I think you're already doing that in some way or the other, and your intention is to help create as many leaders as possible across the world. I think that is your agenda. And the digital skill are basically a great leveler. Whoever you are, if you are a billionaire, millionaire, if you don't have digital skills, that is of no meaning. So I think leadership, digital skills, and some of these items are very, very important, very critical, Neville. So last point, Neville, would you like to tell very briefly our viewers about YP2G program?
Well, thanks for the plug, CK. And yes, I'm absolutely passionate about this, and YP2G comes out of this thing behind me. In the MindFit world, I work with the C-suite, the chief execs, CIOs, etc. In other words, the senior management of the organization, and we help them be the best they can be. But what I found, in fact, during my real career, when I had a proper job working in the oil and gas industry, what I found was lots of graduates were being brought into the organization without these skills. This isn't rocket science as today. As you say, I've been doing YP2G for a number of years now, but I'm also doing MindFit, which is doing exactly the same thing. We are developing the self-leadership. We are developing the interpersonal skills. We're developing the cognitive skills. And in essence, what we're doing is helping people develop into a can-do. And as you can see in the background, you've got three options. You can be a can-do, a can't-do, or a won't-do. And the reality of life is that if I were to ask you a number of questions, we could create a triangle of where you are on the map. And hopefully you're not at the bottom, you're actually pushing towards the top. But the reality of life, and again, McKinsey do this research as well as Gallup, only 10% are up in the top. 90% of the world tend to be in the can't do, won't do. And in the corporate world, we call that behavioral waste. But for young people, what we're doing is we're helping you develop a can-do attitude. Because if you get that early on in your career, you're unstoppable. And what do I mean by can-do? Well, I'm going to take McKinsey's 4 elements, but I'm not going to talk about digital. The cognitive, thinking, how to think appropriately and effectively. That's what a can-do person is. Are you driven by a real sense of purpose? So what's your purpose in life? Is your purpose aligned to the business purpose, in which case you've got a great job? What about your people element? Can you connect effectively with others? And the last thing is you. What about your resilience? Are you resilient and competent? And those are the 4 things we talk about. McKinsey have tapped into 3 of those 4, and they've tagged on digital. So, yes, you're absolutely right, CK. We're completely vindicated by what we do, but frankly, we didn't need to be vindicated. We knew we were right. All the research had been done before said this is the way to go. What I would like to give a shout out now is to, there's lots of education systems out there. Embrace what McKinsey are saying. Talk with us. we're quite happy to make YP2G part of your mainstream. It's not hugely expensive. It doesn't have to be expensive. But the main thing is any practice makes permanent. And it's the right practice that makes perfect. And through YP2G, what we're trying to do is help you develop the right practice. To be confident, because you'll win every time. Understand the feeling of winning. Now, that isn't beating other people up, by the way. That's that inner success. Yes, I've done it. It's what the athletes do all the time. We've got the Paralympics going on currently. And if you've ever seen any Paralympian, you wouldn't believe that they're doing the feats they're doing. It's quite amazing. And they've just followed the Olympics, which are, in essence, the able-bodied games. So these people have got drive. They've got resilience. They're looking at performance. And that's what YP2G is all about. And the younger you do it, the longer you have it. And it's as simple as that. So put away your video games for 10 minutes a day and come into the YP2G arena and have some fun. Because believe you me, if you improve your interpersonal skills, I bet your gaming skills go up as well. So there you go, CK. It's a knock-on effect. Those that have a can-do attitude actually do better at school. Teachers know that. They don't need to do research on it. And that doesn't make you an A-star student, by the way, but it makes you achieve the best that you can achieve and then move on. Because life's a journey. You know, it's a marathon, not a sprint. How many times have you heard that in your lifetime?
Well, Neville, I think this is great, and the viewers got the message today. So viewers, if you want to sharpen your digital skills, or you want to become a can-do person, you want to become the leader of the future, you must come back to Mr. Neville. He will guide you, he will tell you, he will turn into you into a great leader. So I think with this positive note, we can end our discussion today. And we will catch up with you, Neville, on something more interesting in future, as usual. I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode, we will be discussing how to increase focus and concentration of children in studies by music therapy. So I'll be joined by an eminent expert of music therapy. So stick around to this episode till the end. I'll be meeting you after a few disclaimers. Welcome back, and today we have Dr. Shambhavi Das, who is a very popular music therapist, and she's also having her academy, Surdemi, where she teaches music. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome her. Welcome to the show, Shambhavi Das. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much for welcoming me here. I'm doing very good, Kanchanji. Thanks for inviting me.
It is always a pleasure to hear your songs and all aspects of music therapy. So today, as we discussed, we'll be discussing about how to increase focus and concentration of children in studies through music therapy.
Thank you so much for the question. These days, actually, I used to work in the NGOs back pre-COVID times, and we had implemented a lot of musical tools among the children, and we found the results. It can be ragas, it can be chants, it can be the rhythm work. But first, I would like to go in just brief causes of why they are lacking concentration. First of all, they might have, normally Ayurveda says that mindfulness is lacking when you have a less sleep. So there has to be a very like the parents should focus on how to improve their sleep, and that can be with anything. The best way to improve the sleep is actually music. There are certain shlokas, there are certain chants, one liner, two liners also. If the kids chant themselves before going to bed or before just closing their eyes, if they chant it, they show a very tremendous results, that they get a very good habit of sleeping on time and waking up fresh. Second cause is the gut memory, whatever they have consumed back in their early day. So that is also depending upon normally then the hydrations. Hydration is much related to your toxins. If you are hydrated more, then the toxins are it's getting flushed out. And in music therapy also we have ragas for detoxification, so that it works on the Swadhisthana chakra. Normally the parents cook whatever the kids want, so it's good actually, but maybe thrice a week or twice a week they can move to some healthy stuff as well, because healthy stuff leads to healthy mind and mindfulness, focus, concentration. Second, so these things are there. Secondly, in music therapy, the steps for focus is stillness, that is relaxation. In music therapy or in normal life also, because you are able to take good decision, your blink of the mind, the neurons will fire, and you have a very good relaxing mind, stillness of mind, calmness. Secondly, happiness, joy. So this relaxation bliss is very, very important for the focus, because the kids earlier in our days, we didn't have anything in our mind. Obviously, we were not very good in the studies, but at least I can say that we didn't have a lot of information through the TV and the devices. So relaxation, second bliss, then third comes the cognition, that is the retention, memory, because when these two aspects are good. So for relaxation we have ragas called, one of the ragas is Shri. Shri is a raga which is a morning rag, and it is very good for brain because it works on the Swadhisthana chakra, that is the lower abdomen as well. And secondly, the agya, here this part of the area, that is your pineal gland to the pituitary gland. So this is one of the ragas. Then Hamsadhwani works on the in the latter episodes we discussed Hamsadhwani. It's a very popular rag, and it is in Carnatic and Hindustani both. It's a pentatonic rag, and it works on a very good on the cognition. Shri, the problem is that it's a minor raga. How the Shri goes? Shri Ragam, or in Hindustani we called Rag Shri. Sa re ma pa ni sa a dha pa ma ga re pa re ga re sa. So it's hard to understand because it's a little minor rag. It might bore. So in that case, The kids can do the listening, the receptive music therapy in the morning while getting up or while just before, sitting on the virtual class or sitting for the studies overall. For 15 minutes, if they listen to this rag, it's very, very beneficial. We also try to make certain shlokas and we compose it into Shri Rag. So that shloka Sanskrit part is also there. Sanskrit is for mindfulness. And if you add on the Shri Rag for that, it's very good. So before just going to the studies, it's very important. Second thing which I just feel is frequent movement and frequent musical breaks are very important during the studies. Why? Because the kids are sitting for a long time, so you expect them to be focused for an hour. So instead, we should cut down their. Obviously, if the classes are going on, even in schools, since it's virtual class, 5 minutes of or 2 minutes of break should be given after every period or after every class. So what happens is when they are moving, they are stretching themselves for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then again they are sitting back every 20 minutes. Because every 20-25 minutes, if you see the focus apps, whatever apps you download for the focus, they also give a little suggestion that make your agenda for 20 minutes. So now I understand, yes, 20 minutes, sometimes for the 20 minutes, it's very less. So if you're doing something, so you will see, oh, it's just 20 minutes I have to. So even if you're just blinking on Facebook, okay, let's check the Facebook. Then also you'll say, no, 10 minutes left, it's okay. So small agendas, small steps are very, very important in your daily life as well as the studies. So the frequent breaks and frequent musical breaks are important in that. Musical breaks as in musical games we normally make students do. We give them a song and then we tell them another song and then we say, okay, now you place this song into that. So like a song is bum bum bole masti mein dole, bum bum bole masti mein tu dol re, la 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 la. Now we ask the kids to retain it. Obviously, it's done by the parents, or in virtual classes, music teachers can just step in for 5 minutes or something. So that, and every day there has to be some musical class in school, like they used to have it in school. So it has to be in virtual as well. So that music teachers say, okay, now convert the lyrics into Uthe Sabke Kadam. Uthe Sabke Kadam, tararam pam 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 pam. Uthe Sabke Kadam, tu tararam pam pam bol re. La 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 la, la 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 la. So that is a little, it's fun also, pleasure learning, and they will start thinking, okay, how can we put this words into this song, because it is difficult. So you have to give them 2-3 minutes. Okay, you can think. So these things can be included into musical games session, and we have tried it with the kids. Then after 5 minutes, if they do some mathematical calculation, physics, chemistry, it has a very good impact, at least, and their focus increases, concentration, memory, retention, cognition, better brain functioning, everything increases with it. And this is also called pleasure learning. So same thing, I have seen the kids, they include even in the maths, they're not learning it very seriously. They put a pleasure element even when they are learning the formulas, the equations of physics, if they are learning some finance, economics. So they put some pleasure element in that, because they do get productive and creative through these musical trainings. Then tal is very, very important. In music therapy, Tal upchar, we just find it very, very beneficial for the kids who want to work, for the hyperactive kids who are very distractive, aggressive. So like we ask them every session, every 20 minutes, 5 minutes of tal break. Tal break can be so your lips, your hand, and your brain coordination is going on together. First, you can just put on the metronome and you can ask them to just make a pattern. Like I can give you the pattern and you have to do the same pattern. So the pattern is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Till 16. Now they have to understand themselves what did I do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. What I did is when I was putting the fingers, first I did one finger, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then two fingers, then 6, 7, 8, 9, three fingers, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, four fingers, and then at last 15, 16, because I had to do only till 16. And then we asked them to do for faster. So initially they won't be able to do it faster. Same thing, we can add certain sounds in it. Dha din, dha din, ta tin, ta tin, dha din, dha din, ta tin, ta tin, So what happens is now the same thing, they will say dha, so they forget it. But and every day the pattern changes, like we give different patterns, the tal patterns to the kids. Then tabla playing also works a lot. It's very, very good, and we normally try it. I normally suggest it in the normal students also, normal kids, but ADHD, autism, tabla and mridangam play, because when they are playing, their pressure points are also working. These are the brain points, the tip of the fingers. These are the brain points. This is the gut point. So the points are normally when you are pressing it like this and then you're playing the instruments, if the pressure points are actually they are getting pressed, and those nerves directly go to the different parts of the body, the organs. So tal upchar is very, very important for brain focus and concentration. So there are many tools, how we can elaborate it and how can we make the learning productive. There are many tools and there are many causes which has to be problems, or let's say issues, which has to be taken care of. Like I said, frequent movements, they shouldn't be sitting every time, they should get hydrated every time. Every 20 minutes they have to get and have some fruit. Every 20 minutes they have to just meditate. It's, we call, for kids we don't call it meditation, we call it quiet time. So they have to just sit back for 3 minutes, 4 minutes, just sit back. So earlier they will definitely show tantrums and they'll open the eyes like this, they'll blink. Then they get very habitual into meditation also. And in that meditation you can play something om, or we can just ask them to play om, to sing om for 15, 20 minutes, 15, 20 times. Om, Eem, Hreem, Kleem. These are the chakra sounds which we create. So these are certain tools which works very good for the kids' concentration, the brain cognition.
Awesome. And today I'm inviting all viewers, they can ask directly questions to Dr. Shambhavi Das regarding music therapy. Now, moving forward, what is the best age to really start music therapy when we are aiming for concentration and focus on studies for children?
For listening, I think there's no age, and it's very important for the kids, even if they are, like we say that even if the kid is right now a fetus, if he or she is in the womb, the mother has to listen very good music, and we have taken the courses for music for pregnancy. So that is the time when they are listening everything, and it is the research that whatever mother is listening and whatever she is singing, the kid learn them very nicely, and they like it. It becomes their therapeutic music forever, for their lifetime. Secondly, when they are learning it, it's very important, like 3 to 4 years. If it's not in their family, I think 5 years is very good, because at that time they will definitely don't get filters also, that I am a boy, I am a girl, I have to do this, I have to do that. So 3 4 years, or maximum to maximum 5 years, they do, and especially if the parents are non-musicians and there is no music in the family, so it's important to make them do it by 5 years. Why? Because they have not introduced to music, so they might earlier not, they might not take interest or something. If it's in the family, it's anyways in the family. You don't have to direct the kids into music. If a father is singing or listening, if a mother is singing or listening, which is 80%, I feel anybody in the family is there but the best stage is as early as they can just get it. If they are not able to sing, you can then the kids has they should get the listening interventions as early age as possible.
So, what are those ragas which are associated with focus and learning when it comes to studies, and especially for children?
Yeah. So, like I said, yeah. So, Shri is a rag. Like I said, it works very good, and we have tried it out. Secondly, there is a rag called Hamsadhwani. And it's a very pleasant rag, not like, unlike Shri, it's a pleasant rag. Sa re ga pa ni sa re pa ga pa re ni pa sa. It's a day raga. वातापि गणपते भजे हम, वातापि गणपते भजे हम. This is a very popular bhajan in Carnatic music in Hamsadhwani. Then in Hamsadhwani we have, normally it's a very pleasant rag, and it is very good for soothing the brain nerves. So many major note ragas are very good for soothing the brain nerves. One shloka which we normally teach the kids: Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhan sampadah. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhan sampadah. शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीप ज्योति नमोस्तुते. This is one we normally tell. Then rag Bilawal, because it's a very major rag. Sare gama padani sada pamagare sa. And it's again a day raga, and it has a very pleasing effect on the brain, and like I said, stillness of mind is needed for the brain better functioning. So Bilawal is the rag. One so song is Bhorai Gaya Andhiya, Bhorai Gaya Andhiya, सारे जग में हुआ उजियारा, नाचे झूमे ये जग मतवारा, भोराई गया अंधिया, भोराई. So Bilawal or Alhaiya Bilawal, it's very soothing for the brain nerves, especially if they listen to the flute instrumentals. If the kids are not very musicians and they have to listen something, if they're singing, that's good. If they have to listen something, flute, veena in Bilawal or Hamsadhwani, Then this thing that there is one instrument called saxophone. Then another like sitar, one instrument is called, so very soothing sitar and santoor. These soothing instruments are very good if they are listening something. Then there's a Karnataka rag called Nati. That's a very beautiful rag. Why? Because it takes two both the cousins together in a rag. So Natai is a rag. Then there is a rag called Hamsadhani. We said Bhopali is a rag. Bhopali we have discussed. It's very good for brain functioning. In fact, this rag Bhopali, it's a pentatonic and it is called as middle birth rag. Middle birth as in middle age, when you are in a between the adolescent to the youth. So Bhopali is very good for the kids who have crossed, who are after their puberty, not for the, maybe not for the smaller kids, maybe the older kids, maybe 8th grader, 9th grader, 10th grader, like this. So Bhopali is like this. Then Bhopali we have discussed Sarega Padha Sa Pagare Sa Sarega Pada Sada Paga Pada Paga Pagare, and that's why Bhopali is taught in very early stages of music training. It's kind of a very easy rag and a very basic rag. Why? Because it works on the brain.
Well, we have one comment, and Sunita says that she has heard music therapy. It's very new to her. So she said, is it effective?
Hello, Sunita ji. Thanks for the question. So yes, it is effective. Normally, yes, it's new because people don't know much about it. It is one of the holistic treatments, like you do yoga. Now yoga, initially nobody trusted. Then with time it also gain a little, a lot of space in the holistic treatment. Similarly, in the West and in India also it's coming. uh, in the West it's very popular, and it is known as adjunctive medicine or integrated medical science. Medical science as in music as medicine is used a lot. Yes, the researches are going on in it, and soon I think you will get to listen to the verifications also. Like, because a lot of research labs are there, researches are going on that how music is treating uh, different diseases. Mental diseases, yes, I would say definitely with guarantee that yes, it heals the mental issues like stress, anxiety, depression, insomnia, then schizophrenia. It works very differently in the ADHD and autistic kids. I used to deal with such kids. Then cerebral palsy, then Down syndrome. So this is these things are normally these aspects are dealt very nicely with music therapy, and it has been proved. Now with time, it's coming to the the physiological diseases also, and researches are there. The problem is that, first of all, yes, people normally go to the easy and fast treatments, so they do have certain options, so the things are not working out that way. But we normally deal it with the, now in hospitals right now I'm working with the cardiac patients as well, by taking the ECGs, and we verify and we write the case studies, the pilot studies of and things, and they are working a lot. I have myself worked with the COVID patients, how their respiration increases with music therapy, and with respiration their COVID stress, their COVID guilt, all the COVID related psychological aspects also has been dealt very nicely, very phenomenally through music therapy. So the researches are on, and yes, I would definitely say that in Indian music, you have to have certain, it's all client specific, and you have to have tools. Like I cannot say that this raga works on this. Generic we cannot take. It's normally client specific. That's the issue with music therapy is I cannot say that this raga is good for this. But yes, for stress we can say that because we have uh, experimented a lot. But when I know your your background, your health background, are you a pitta related, do you have cough related issues, all the three doshas, what is your element, like what is your earth, are you good in the earth element, jala tattva, whatever. So accordingly we select the ragas if there is some very, if there is a major issue. Generic, it works on the stress and anxiety thing.
Well, yes, because we have also seen that music therapy acts very well with the children also, and we start music therapy or music learning from early age. I think that refine their personality and character in a longer run. So, as usual, Shambhavi, it is so lovely to talk to you today. We'll be meeting again with another thought-provoking episode. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you.